My name is Chu Sun. On my very first day after being transported to this godforsaken place, someone was already banging on my door, threatening to burn my house down. And at that exact moment, I had a woman hidden in my room. I know the second I say that, you're all going to be staring at me with a giant question mark over your heads. Hold on. Let me start from the beginning and lay it all out for you. Just a few hours earlier, I've been a perfectly normal modern guy. And let me tell you, the reason I got yanked into this world is downright ridiculous. I just casually grabbed a buddy's lighter, turned around to head out the door, and poof, I was gone. When I opened my eyes again, a line of glowing words popped up in my head. Beauty mall system successfully bound. Host may use mall coins to purchase food, medicine, modern weapons, and anything else needed. Host may obtain unlimited physical enhancement. My brain was still a total blur. Then I looked down and saw a woman kneeling right in front of me. How do I even describe her? She was the kind of beautiful that makes it impossible to look away. A delicate, oval face, a pair of watery, almond-shaped eyes, skin as pale and smooth as a freshly peeled egg. Except right now those eyes were full of fear, and tears were rolling down one after another. Big brother, I shouldn't have stolen your family's grain. Please, I'm begging you, don't report me to the authorities. That's when it slowly hit me. I'd been transported into another world, and this girl had come to steal grain from my house and gotten caught red-handed by me. I rubbed my throbbing head and crouched down. Miss Chin, get up first. I won't report you. But you know as well as I do that in a famine year, stealing grain gets you a harsh punishment if the authorities catch you. At that, her whole body trembled, and the tears came down even harder. My little sister is burning up with a fever that won't break, and there isn't a single grain of rice left in our house. I went door to door begging to borrow some, and not one family would help. When I passed your place and saw the door wide open, I got a wicked idea. Then she kowtowed hard several times, bang, 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 until her forehead was bruised and starting to bleed. My sister and I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, big brother, just lend me half a pound of millet. I'll pay you back any way you want. My mind was racing through the calculations. As for this body, some of the original owner's memories still lingered in my head. His parents had died young, and it was his uncle's family who'd raised him and paid for his schooling. Not long ago, the original owner had fallen gravely ill, and his uncle had borrowed money to buy medicine. Then the whole family went into the city to do backbreaking labor to pay off the debt. But the original owner's illness suddenly flared up again. He couldn't catch his breath, and just like that, he was gone, which is exactly when I slipped into his body. The problem was, I remembered this house had at most 3 pounds of millet left. If I lent it to her, wouldn't I just starve to death myself? Right as I was hesitating, that system in my head popped up with another line of text. Chinuere, cursed by the white tiger, born under the lone star of doom. Cursed by the white tiger, born under the lone star of doom? I looked down at her. Honestly, I'm a guy from the modern world. I don't buy into any of that superstitious nonsense. My real problems right now were no food, deep in debt, and a body still weak as hell. One wrong move, and I'd be dead all over again. But, hey, I had a system. I reached out and steadied her shoulder, letting out a deliberate sigh. Miss Chin, you saw the state of my house. I don't have much grain left to begin with. If I lend it to you, I trailed off halfway, putting on a troubled face. She panicked instantly and threw herself forward, clutching my arm. Big brother Chu, as long as you lend me the grain, I'll do anything you ask. I'm begging you. Anything I ask. I sized her up. This girl really was drop-dead gorgeous. I lowered my voice. I can lend you the grain. If you're willing to come inside and keep me company for a little while, I'll give you 2 pounds. How about it? Her face flushed crimson in an instant. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with an inner struggle. I could tell her mind was completely occupied by her gravely ill little sister. She stammered, Big brother, I'm cursed. I brought death to my own family, and to my fiancé's whole family too. Everyone says I'm cursed by the white tiger, born under the lone star of doom. Aren't you afraid? I nearly laughed out loud. Afraid? I scoffed. I don't believe in any of that white tiger curse crap. As long as you come inside, the moment we're done, I'll give you 2 pounds of grain. So, do you want it or not? She stared at me blankly, her eyes suddenly going hazy. Only later did I understand. Everyone else who laid eyes on her wished her dead and cursed her. No one had ever, like me, simply not cared at all. Her voice was shaking so badly it barely held together. As long as you'll give me the grain, big brother. I'm willing. I took her by her cold wrist and led her inside. And then, well, that brings us right back to where I started. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding on my door exploded, and a rough, aggressive voice roared in. Sickly bookworm. Open up. If you don't pay back the 10 pounds of grain you owe me, I'll burn your whole house down. I was speechless. My physical stats had just been doubled by the system, and now someone was practically delivering himself to my doorstep to get beaten up? I gave Chinyuera a pat and told her not to be scared, then got up, got dressed, and went out to take a look. Standing outside my door was a filthy, thuggish man with a face full of nasty flesh and a mouthful of big yellow teeth. The original owner's memories told me this guy was called Zhao Ergu, the village's notorious good-for-nothing. Stealing chickens, swiping dogs, cheating, and swindling. He was a master of all of it. I put on a cold face. Zhao Ergu? Funny, I don't recall my family owing you 10 pounds of grain. He stuck his neck out stubbornly. That was back when you were deathly ill. Your uncle came and borrowed it from my house. Of course you wouldn't know. Now pay me back, or I'll torch your place. I sneered inwardly. This guy's family was so dirt poor even a rat would starve to death in there. My uncle, borrow grain from him? Dream on. There's no point reasoning with a guy like this. You've just got to be even more shameless than he is. I said, nice and slow. Sure, fine. I'll pay you back the grain. But first, you've got to pay back the 10 taels of silver your mother borrowed from my family. He hit the roof instantly. My mother died last year. How the hell could she owe you 10 taels of silver? That was last year, back when you were deathly ill. Your mother came and borrowed it from us. I spread my hands. Of course you wouldn't know. That's when it finally clicked that I'd been playing him for a fool, and he turned green with rage. I'm gonna beat you to death. He threw a punch straight at my face. I raised my hand and caught his wrist with zero effort. Crack. Yeah, my hand. He shrieked like a pig being slaughtered. I whipped my hand around and slapped him hard enough to fill his mouth with blood. Even then he kept running his mouth, threatening me that his uncle worked for old Master Lu in town. I couldn't be bothered to listen, so I planted a kick square in his gut. Bam! The guy flew back like a rag doll, a good 8 or 9 feet, and hit the ground groaning. I looked down at him. Get lost, or I'll stomp your balls flat and make you a eunuch for life. He scrambled away on all fours, still yelling as he ran. You're finished. I'm going to get my uncle right now. I didn't even bother to react. I just turned around and shut the door. From inside, Chinyuera's worried voice drifted out. Big brother Chu, are you okay? I'm fine, I said with a smile. Wait for me in the room. I'll go get your grain. I shut the door, and with a single thought, that virtual mall panel appeared before my eyes. It was packed with dozens of items: rice, flour, grain, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, salt, you name it. Scrolling further down, there was medicine and general goods, fresh produce and fruit, and at the very end, there was even a weapons section. I checked the grain first. Pearly white rice, 2 mall coins a pound. I had 10 coins on me right now, so I could buy 5 pounds. Scrolling down to the millet. Well, what do you know, 5 coins a pound. More expensive than white rice. My eye twitched. Millet, something people in ancient times couldn't care less about, had somehow become a luxury item in the modern world. In the medicine section, I could only make out a few things clearly: cold medicine, vitamins. Everything below that was grayed out or blacked out. I couldn't afford any of it right now. But the thing that really made my heart pound was the weapons section. Knives, daggers, axes, bows, and arrows. Those go without saying, but I actually spotted 7.62 millimeters rounds, just 1 coin each. Below that were all kinds of ammunition, priced absurdly low. My heart skipped a beat. If they even had bullets, then did they have the thing that fires them, too? I scanned downward. The icons were all blacked out. I couldn't open a single one. By the looks of it, with the pitiful number of coins I had now, I wasn't even qualified to glance at those big guns. I swallowed hard. If I ever saved up enough coins and got my hands on a real firearm, I honestly think I'd march straight out and shout, "Are kings and nobles born to their crowns?" But that was all a matter for later. Right now, I had exactly 10 coins in my pocket. I gritted my teeth and just bought 3 pounds of white rice. As for the more cost-effective millet, I couldn't be bothered to even look at it. I'd worked hard to earn these coins, so of course I was going to pick the expensive, high-quality stuff. Once I'd bought it, a storage screen popped up on the panel, showing a white rice icon, 3 pounds. I reached out toward it, and a heavy sack of white rice appeared right in my hands. I carried the rice into the room. "You get dressed. The grain I promised you, here it is." She took the sack and gave it a squeeze, a puzzled look crossing her face. This texture wasn't right. "Open it and take a look," I said with a smile. She hesitated, then untied the mouth of the sack and peered inside. She froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. White rice. It was actually pure, snow-white rice. I only learned later that ever since her parents died, she and her sister had lived on wheat bran and foraged wild greens every day. When they were truly starving, they'd even gnawed on elm bark. A whole sack of white rice was, to her, like manna falling from the heavens. She dropped to her knees with a thud, sobbing her heart out. "Thank you, Big Brother Chew. I'll remember this kindness for the rest of my life." I smiled a little, thinking to myself, trading 3 pounds of white rice for a girl this stunning. That's the kind of thing that only happens in a famine year. "All right, hurry back and take care of your sister." She nodded gratefully and turned to leave, but she'd barely taken a couple of steps before she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Her body was just too weak. My face went a little red, so I just crouched down and hoisted her onto my back. "I'd better carry you home." It was early autumn, and a chilly wind was blowing through the night. With her on my back, I made my way step by step to the eastern edge of the village. It was a thatched hut, about as run down as a place could get, sitting in a low-lying spot. Half the courtyard wall collapsed, and even the thatch on the roof too sparse to keep out the weather. Before I even reached it, a fit of gut-wrenching coughing came drifting out, the kind of coughing that sounded like it might dislodge every organ in your body. The moment Chin Yuer heard it, she was so frantic she slid right off my back and rushed inside. "Little sister, how are you?" I followed her in and took a look. The room was pitch dark, with a tattered mat spread in the corner. Under the blanket lay a small, frail girl. The girl looked exactly like Chin Yuer. Turns out they were twins. Her name was Chin Xinger. She just had an even paler face and looked even weaker. Chin Yuer touched her sister's forehead and yanked her hand back. "How did you get this hot?" I stepped closer to look. This was no minor fever. I'd guess it was over 100, easy. Her lips were cracked and dry. She couldn't get out a single word, and just lay there with her eyes shut, coughing away. Chin Yuer scrambled to bring over half a basin of water, soaked a rag in it, and pressed it to her sister's forehead, but it wasn't doing a thing to bring the fever down. She looked at me, pitiful. "Big Brother Chew, could I ask you to keep an eye on Xinger for a bit while I go to the kitchen to cook her some porridge?" "Go ahead, I'll watch her." She grabbed the sack of rice and went into the kitchen. I reached over and lifted the cloth off Chin Xinger's forehead. It was scorching to the touch. My heart sank. This wasn't something a bowl of porridge and a wet rag could fix. Drag it out any longer, and the fever could damage her brain or even kill her. My mind raced. If something happened to Chin Xinger, Chin Yuer would surely fall apart too. And I was counting on Chin Yuer to help me turn my whole fate around. There was no way I could let anything happen to her. I immediately opened the mall and scrolled to the medicine section. But I only had 4 coins left, and nearly all the medicine was grayed out, getting darker the further down I went. I stared at the third icon, ibuprofen capsules. Reduces fever, kills pain, works like a charm. If I could just buy it, Chin Xinger would basically be out of danger. Then I saw the price, 15 coins a box. My heart ached at the thought. For coins, that wasn't even close to enough. I pushed the idea aside, swapped out the wet cloth for a fresh one, and turned to head into the kitchen. Chin Yuer was stirring a chipped, beat-up pot with rice porridge cooking inside. As she stirred, she was quietly sobbing, her shoulders trembling. Hearing my footsteps, she hurriedly wiped away her tears and turned around, forcing a smile. "Big brother, why'd you come in here? There's a lot of smoke. You won't be able to stand it." I walked over and reached out to wipe the tears from her face. She turned red all the way to the tips of her ears. I sighed. Xinger's illness is pretty serious. Porridge and a wet cloth alone won't cure her. The wooden spoon in her hand clattered to the floor. She slumped down, her eyes going empty. How could this happen? If my little sister doesn't pull through, what am I going to do? I grabbed her by both shoulders and said seriously, actually, a while back when I was gravely ill, I had a high fever too. That just wouldn't break. My uncle brought in a doctor who prescribed some medicine, and after taking it for a few days, I got better. There's still quite a bit of that medicine left. Do you want it? Hope flared up in her eyes in an instant, and she seized my hand. Yes, I want it. Please, big brother, save my sister. I'll be your servant for life. I'll do anything. I coughed once and put on that troubled expression again. That medicine is pretty precious. But if you want it, you don't have to be my servant. You just need to, ahem. Well, you know what I mean. She blinked, then it dawned on her, and her face turned so red it looked like it might drip blood. Except what she was thinking and what I was thinking were two completely different things. In her mind, she'd somehow decided I was a truly good man, that I was doing it this way on purpose so she wouldn't feel guilty or feel like she owed me too much, just to make her feel better. Big Brother Chu is the kindest man under heaven. Me. All right, fine, so I'm the one with the thin skin here. I won't go into the details of what happened after that. I'll just say that while the little flicker of firelight was dancing in the kitchen, Qin Shinger, in the main room, dazedly opened her eyes and, with great effort, crawled over this way, and then let out a scream that nearly blew the roof off. Ah, sister, why is there another person next to you? I whoosh, darted into the shadows. Qin Yuer shouted while fastening her clothes. Shinger, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Big Brother Chu. I asked him to come help take care of you. Qin Shinger rubbed her dizzy, groggy head. Oh, it's Big Brother Chu. You scared me half to death. Qin Yuer tenderly pulled her into her arms and asked if her head still hurt. Qin Shinger coughed a couple more times and said she felt dizzy, that her body was burning up, and that she wanted to sleep. I stepped out of the shadows. You two wait here. I'll go home and get the medicine right now. Once out of the thatched hut, I stopped somewhere with no one around and summoned them all. The balance showed 24 coins. So just now, it had racked up quite a bit more for me. All right. I completely surrendered to understanding how this system does its work. Without hesitation, I bought a box of ibuprofen, spending 15 coins. One box had 2 blister packs, 24 pills, with packaging identical to the modern stuff. One look, and you could tell it was nothing this era could produce. There was no way I could just hand it over as is. So I went home and dug out some black flour. Well, we call it flour, but it was really the leftover bran from milling mixed with old grain. Even that stuff sold for 10 copper coins a pound. I dampened the black flour and kneaded it into flat pieces, then dumped the powder from 3 capsules inside and rolled it all into 6 little black pills. Back at the thatched hut, I handed the pills to Qin Yuer. Mix these into her porridge for your sister. 1 pill each time, twice a day. She'll be better in 2 or 3 days. Her eyes went red again. Thank you, brother Sun. My sister and I will never forget your kindness as long as we live. All right, when you run out of grain, just come find me again. I waved my hand and left. To be honest, on my first day in this world, my back was practically not my own anymore. I went straight home and collapsed into bed. Right before I fell asleep, a certain thought inexplicably flashed through my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I washed my hands, kept a straight face, and burrowed back under the covers. All right, so I underestimated what was going through that system's head. There was still a trace of Qin Yuer's scent in the blankets, and I drifted off to sleep before long. Early the next morning, I was woken by shouting in the courtyard. Big brother, are you home? I'm back. It was my second sister's voice. I bolted upright. Could Uncle and the others have come back from the city early? I went out to look, and standing at the courtyard gate was a slender, pretty girl with a big bundle of luggage on her back, her face full of exhaustion. This was my uncle's daughter, Chu Qing. That system in my head went ding again. Adorable young maiden detected. I nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. That's my second sister, you dumbass system. The system replied leisurely. The red thread of your fates is buried in your veins. Me? Fine, whatever you say. But I'm not that kind of guy. I quickly ignored it, opened the gate, and welcomed Chu Qing in. I took her luggage, poured a bowl of water, and handed it to her. She gulped it down and wiped her mouth. There were way too many people going into the city to do labor these past few days. Dad got driven out, and Mom and I got sent packing from the weaving mill too. We didn't earn a single coin, and staying in the city costs money, so we just came back first. My heart ached. Uncle's family had drained all their savings and gone into debt trying to cure the original owner's illness, going into the city to sell their labor. They'd been more than good to this borrowed nephew of theirs, about as good as anyone could be. Thank goodness, now that I had the system on my side, life wouldn't be quite so hard anymore. Chu Ching said her dad had detoured into the woods to gather firewood along the way, and her mom had stopped to dig up wild greens, and they'd both be back soon to make food. Then she suddenly widened her eyes at me. Big brother, your illness? I patted my chest. Cured a long time ago. I could haul 4 buckets of water right now without even getting winded. She covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother, you're meant to focus on your studies. We can't have you out hauling water. In her eyes, scholars were physically frail and couldn't handle heavy labor, hauling water and farming and all that could be left to her and her dad. As long as Big Brother could pass the imperial exams, this family's hardship would finally have an end in sight. Watching my second sister be this thoughtful about me at every turn, I was about to say something when my uncle's voice rang out from beyond the courtyard gate. Everyone come look. See what good stuff I found out in the woods. In walked a middle-aged couple in their 30s. The man had dark skin, short but very sturdy. This was my uncle, Chu Manzong. Following behind him was my aunt, her face a sallow yellow, a basket of wild greens hanging from her arm. Uncle held up a cloth bundle, beaming with pride. While I was chopping firewood, I spotted a bird's nest and grabbed a few eggs to build up Sun's strength. Off to the side, Annie frowned and muttered a couple of words under her breath, but didn't say anything out loud. I understood what she was feeling. For the sake of this nephew, their family had already given up so much. One serious illness had emptied their savings, and they'd even mortgaged their land to borrow money for medicine. This trip to the city hadn't earned them anything either, so what would they do when the debt collectors came knocking? I stepped up with a smile and took the firewood off Uncle's back. Uncle, Auntie, my health recovered a while ago. I don't need building up. Only then did the couple take a delayed look at my ruddy, glowing face. Only 5 or 6 days of recovery. So how had I gotten better this fast? It's all thanks to Uncle running more than 10 miles to fetch a doctor. I casually carried Auntie's basket of wild greens inside too, with the greatest of ease. Uncle clicked his tongue in amazement, but Auntie gave him a hard pinch and lowered her voice. You still remember how much money that cost? When the debt collectors come knocking, let's see what you used to pay them back. As the sun climbed higher, Auntie pulled Chu Ching into the kitchen to cook. Before long, a plate of wild greens mush and a pot of steaming millet porridge were ready, with 4 bird eggs cooked into the porridge, all of which Auntie scooped straight into my bowl. At the table, Chu Ching snuck a glance at the eggs and swallowed. But she quickly lowered her head again. These were to build up Big Brother's strength. He'd just recovered from illness and still had to strain his mind studying, so he deserved them more than she did. Annie saw all this. Her heart ached for her own daughter, but all she could do was secretly stash 2 eggs away for her. When Uncle saw there were only 4 eggs, he understood the situation in his heart and let out a long sigh. It was all his own fault for being useless, unable to provide even for his own children evenly. But right now this eldest nephew was the last remaining seedling of the Chu family line, so he had no choice but to put him first. I pushed the bowl of bird eggs toward the middle of the table. I just got better. I can't handle anything too rich. A weak body can't take heavy nourishment. You all should eat them. Uncle furrowed his brow and was about to speak up, but Auntie was quick. In a couple of moves, she'd peeled the eggs and handed one each to her husband and the 2 kids. Everyone eat at least one. You just recovered. You've got to take care of your body. With that, she shot Uncle another glare. Chu Ching looked at me, and seeing me smile and nod at her, she started eating in tiny little bites, as if she'd been given permission, her face full of sweetness. Uncle picked one up too, then turned right around and handed it to Annie, who was hunched over drinking her mush. Auntie was startled, her eyes going red, and she shot him a hard sidelong glance. You shameless old fool. Well, at least you've still got a conscience. The 4 of us sat around together, drinking mush and sharing bird eggs. Bitter. It was genuinely bitter, but there was a kind of warmth in it too, sweetness laced through the hardship. After the meal, I cleared my throat a couple of times, drawing everyone's eyes toward me. Uncle, Auntie, there's something I want to tell you. Son, what is it? I cleared my throat. I've decided not to continue my studies. I want to stay home and help with the work. That single sentence hit like a thunderclap. Uncle slammed the table, bang, and shot to his feet. He usually seemed like such a plain, honest man, but when he really got riled up, he was terrifying. Son, do you even know what you're saying? You're the only child scholar in our whole village. If you don't study and take the licentiate exam, what future is there in staying home to farm? Before your father passed, he begged me over and over to make sure you got your education, to help you rise up out of this village and make something of yourself? And now you're saying you'll just quit? How am I supposed to face your father? Auntie, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. If I quit studying, she'd save that terrifyingly expensive tuition, and the family would gain a strong laborer to boot. In a famine year like this, so many people couldn't even get enough to eat. Keep paying for schooling on top of that, and the whole family would starve for sure. But she couldn't quite bring herself to say it, so she just advised, Son, think it over some more. You've studied all these years, and you're so close to breaking through. Quitting all of a sudden would be such a waste. Chu Qing joined in, urging me frantically too. But how could they possibly know? Now that I had a system backing me up, why would I bother taking the roundabout path of studying for exams? As long as I had Qin Yue around, I could guarantee my whole family wouldn't starve. And down the road, life would only get better and better. Besides, the family couldn't scrape together a single coin right now and was buried in debt on top of it. How could I possibly keep spending Uncle's blood and sweat money? My mind was made up, and I simply told them I didn't have the natural talent for it. Rather than beating my head against studying and getting nowhere, I'd rather help the family make it through this famine year. Uncle wanted to keep pressing, but Auntie kicked him twice in the knee under the table. She frowned, and her meaning was plain as day. You want the two of us women to work ourselves to the bone for the rest of our lives? Uncle smacked his lips, glanced at his wife, her hands marked with red welts from weaving, her temples already going gray, then looked at his daughter's rough little hands, and just like that, the fight went out of him. He sat there brooding for a long while, then got up and went into the room. When he came back out, he was cradling a small cloth bundle wrapped up tight. The moment Annie laid eyes on it, her expression changed, and she was so heartbroken she nearly teared up. Uncle stuffed the bundle into my hands, his voice a little hoarse. Son, this is the deed to the 3 acres of land your father left behind. Since you're not going to study anymore, these 3 acres are yours. I held the bundle, wrapped in layer after layer of cloth, and my heart clenched. What was inside was actually the land deed. I understood at once what Uncle was trying to do. Land, that's a farmer's very lifeblood. Uncle's family had raised me for over 10 years, treating me like their own son at every turn, and now he was even trying to give me the land. Uncle carefully spread several deeds out in front of me, his voice a bit strained. There's 7 acres here in total, and 3 of them are what your father left behind. After we finish eating, let's go to the village head and transfer the land into your name. Only later did I learn that back when he was scraping together the money for the original owner's treatment, Uncle had mortgaged all 4 of his own acres. Only the 3 acres my father had left, he hadn't touched a single inch of. Auntie pursed her lips off to the side but, in the end, didn't say a word. She could nag over every little household trifle, but once her husband had truly made up his mind, she never interfered. But I shook my head. Uncle, I don't want this land. I'm not going to study anymore, but I don't plan on being a dirt-scratching farmer either. In a famine year with this drought, farming won't fill a single belly. The truth was, I knew exactly what I was doing. With the system, food wasn't a problem. What mattered most right now was making money. Think about it. Even if I could conjure a pile of grain out of the mall with my coins, where would I say this grain came from? How would I explain it to anyone? But if I had money in hand, that changed everything. If I'm rich, then going into the city to buy some rice and bring it back is the most natural thing in the world, isn't it? Bottom line, no matter what era you're in, money is the only hard currency. With money, you won't starve even in a famine. Without it, you can starve to death even in a bountiful year. And it just so happened that the system could buy anything. Everything except the actual silver and copper coins that could be spent in this era. The moment I said I didn't want the land, Auntie, who'd been a little reluctant, instantly perked up. Yes, yes, yes. Sun is a scholar, after all. How could we let him scratch in the dirt like the rest of us? I say, Sun could go into the city and write letters for people, do some scribe work. It's not tiring, and it's respectable. I smiled at her. Andy was the type who griped about every household expense, but toward me she was genuinely good. All my life, she'd always save the good things for me. Grumbling was just grumbling. She never truly complained. Landing in a family like this was my good fortune. Uncle was about to press his case again when a chorus of shouting suddenly erupted outside the courtyard gate. Chumonzong, when are you going to pay back the silver you owe our master? It's already been 7 or 8 days. Uncle's face went white in an instant, and he shot to his feet. It's old Master Lu's people. I'll go handle it. Auntie's hand shook so badly, she nearly dropped her bowl. Didn't we agree it'd be paid back in spring? Why are they here demanding it already? Chu Qing panicked too. Dad, we didn't earn a single coin this trip into the city. What are we supposed to pay them with? I sneered inwardly. This old Master Lu was one of the county's most notoriously wealthy men, one who deliberately handed out grain and money during disaster years to buy upland dirt cheap, household by household, from the folks of Shilling Village. Sending men to the door this time. There was no way he had good intentions. I didn't let the family stop me and went out alongside Uncle. Uncle had barely stepped into the courtyard when someone kicked the rickety wooden gate open. In strode a scrawny man with a thin mustache, swaggering like he owned the place, and behind him, Zhao Ergu, plus 2 burly, hulking brutes. The moment Zhao Ergu saw me, a smug grin spread across his face. That's when it all clicked for me. So the money my family had borrowed was old Master Lu's, and this scumbag's uncle worked in the Lu household. Yesterday he'd taken a beating from me, and he'd turned right around and brought in reinforcements. If I'd known, I'd have roughed him up a bit more yesterday and saved myself all this trouble today. The thin-mustached man sneered as he spoke. Chumonzong, that 5 strings of cash you owe our master. Time to pay it back, wouldn't you say? Uncle put on a pained, ingratiating smile. Master Ba, didn't we agree I'd pay it back in spring? Please, give me a little more time. More time, my ass. Master Ba spat on the ground. The autumn harvest's almost here, and it's another disaster year. Your family probably can't even pay its taxes. Wait until spring. You won't even make it through the winter. Pay up now. Uncle was so anxious he kept clasping his hands and pleading, saying he could sell grain, go into the city to work, and pay it all back by spring for sure. But that Master Ba wasn't hearing any of it. He gave a wave of his hand, and Zhao Ergu and the 2 brutes, grinning viciously, moved to barge into the house. Auntie, terrified, hurried to snatch up the land deeds and carry them into the inner room, bracing the door shut with all her weight. Uncle rushed forward to block them and got shoved down onto the pile of farm tools. Don't you touch my dad. Chu Qing, her eyes red, was about to charge in. I threw out an arm and held her back. Her eyes rimmed with tears, she looked at me pitifully. Big brother, don't be afraid, I said in a low voice. With me here, nothing bad is going to happen. Back in my past life, when I was in the military, I could rank in the top 100 in the whole Army's combat competitions. Hand-to-hand fighting? I knew it inside and out. Add to that the system doubling my physical stats, and dealing with a few clumsy brutes who only knew how to swing a farm hoe was going to be child's play. Master Ba, seeing how cocky my tone was, curled his lip. Cocky little brat, who doesn't know his place? Ergu, go teach him a lesson. Zhao Ergu strode forward with a vicious grin and raised his foot to kick me square in the chest. He was probably thinking, weren't you so tough yesterday? Let's see how tough you are today. I sidestepped, and quick as lightning, my hand shot out and hooked the leg he'd kicked at me. Then I drove my right knee up hard. Bam! Zhao Ergu instantly folded up like a giant shrimp, clutching his waist as he knelt on the ground, howling like a pig at slaughter. Yeah, my uncle's right here, and you still dare to hit me. Seeing the situation go bad, the other 2 brutes lunged at me together. I stepped in, grabbed one of them by the arm, crack, and dislocated it clean out of the socket. He hit the ground rolling, cradling his arm. The other one hadn't even reacted before my foot caught him under the jaw, and he flopped down flat, eyes rolled back. In the blink of an eye, all 3 of them were sprawled on the ground. I pulled back my fist and coldly looked at the thin-mustached man. What was it you said just now, about teaching who a lesson? Master Ba's eyeballs were practically bugging out of his head. He'd brought 3 men, and I'd taken them all down single-handedly. His mind couldn't process it for a second. Since when did Chu Manzong's household hide a fighter this vicious? He backed up 2 steps, blustering to cover his fear. Debts must be repaid. That's the way of heaven and earth. You dare to lay hands on people? Uncle hurriedly grabbed my arm. Son, stop. If this ends up before the magistrate, things'll get ugly. I'm fine. But Master Ba's legs were trembling like jelly. This time he'd been well and truly sold out by his idiot nephew. This was no scholar. This was a martial artist. 1 man taking down 3. Master Ba swallowed hard and forced himself to step forward. Chu Sun, your uncle borrowed our master's money to cure your illness. Not only won't you pay it back, but now you've beaten and injured my men. How do you propose we settle this account? Uncle rushed to explain, but I cut in first, my voice ice cold. The loan agreement says repayment in spring, so we go by the rules. And another thing, your interest, this, take 9, return 13 scheme, borrow 10 taels, and you dock 1 up front, then make me pay back 13. As black-hearted as that already is, you've got the nerve to come to my door and squeeze me early? You think Shilling Village is easy to push around? The commotion had long since alerted the neighbors, and the crowd kept growing larger. Once they heard it was old Master Lu's men from town, the place exploded in an uproar. I heard Chu Manzong mortgaged his land a while back and borrowed a few strings of cash from landlord Lu to cure Chu's son. It's these bloodsuckers again. How much of the village's land have they gobbled up already? And now they're back for more. That bastard Zhao Ergu, colluding with outsiders to bully his own kind. Well beaten. Beat these loan sharks to death. Some cursed, some jeered, and the bolder ones even picked up rocks and sticks off the ground. That's just how these deep mountain villages are. No matter how much the neighbors squabble among themselves on ordinary days, the moment they're up against outsiders, they don't hesitate for a second. They didn't have the means to actually pay off the debt, but afterward, closing ranks and swearing up and down that they'd never even seen those men. That was no problem at all. Master Ba, seeing such a big crowd gathered, panicked too. He knew full well that squeezing a debt early already put him in the wrong. If word got out, it would ruin the creditor's reputation and smash the family's long-standing good name. He'd thought Chu Manzong would be easy to push around. Who could have guessed a tough nut like me would pop up? He forced himself to keep up appearances. We came here after reporting back to our master. If you drag this out until spring and your whole family starves to death, where am I supposed to collect the debt? If you're not satisfied, we settle it at the county court. See who's got the better argument. I folded my arms, my expression not changing in the slightest. No need for you to worry about that. It's just 5 strings of cash. Come collect it yourselves at the start of next month. I had them all backing me up. As long as Qin Yuer was willing to help, there were plenty of ways to make money. What did I have to panic about? Master Ba was about to say more when a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. I'd like to see just who dares come raise hell in our village. An old man in his 50s, with a full head of white hair, shoved his way through leaning on a cane, glaring daggers at Master Ba. Lu the Eighth, you even dare to bully folks from our own village? You looking for a beating? This was the village head of Shilling Village. The village head managed the village's dealings with the authorities, collecting taxes, relaying orders, no small amount of power. And this old village head had a particularly fierce temper. In his youth, he'd been a hunter with real skill, until a wild boar gored his leg and left him crippled, which was the only thing that got him to settle down. Seeing it was him, Lu the Eighth wasn't all that afraid. He pointed at the 2 brutes lying on the ground and snorted. Old village head, I never bullied anyone. Look, the men I brought are the ones still lying on the ground. The old village head leaned in for a look and raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the big brutes were all sprawled out, unable to get up. Then he looked up and saw me standing there ramrod straight, without a scratch on me, hardly the picture of someone who'd been bullied. He turned to Uncle. Manzong, they didn't hurt any of you, did they? Uncle Bai, I'm fine. The old village head looked at me next. Chu Sun, I'll take charge of this matter today. Don't be afraid. They may have numbers, but the whole village is here. We're not scared of them. I smiled and nodded, then turned back to Lu the Eighth. You heard what I said. Yes or no? Give me a straight answer. Lu the Eighth wanted to keep talking tough, But the old village head slammed his cane against the ground, and the surrounding villagers, unafraid of a fight, pressed forward a few steps. He gritted his teeth and backed up a couple of paces. Fine, I'll give the village head some face. I'll come collect those 5 strings of cash at the start of next month. And if it's so much as 1 coin short, then don't blame our master for turning nasty. Tossing out that line, he turned tail and fled in disgrace, with Zhao Ergu and the other 2 scrambling and stumbling out after him. All right, everyone break it up and go home to rest, the old village head said with a wave of his hand. Once the crowd had dispersed, he pulled Uncle aside, his face full of worry. Monzong, it's another year of bad famine. Poor harvests, few odd jobs. Can you 2 really pay back those 5 strings of cash next month? Uncle scratched his head, at a loss. Uncle Bai, I didn't earn any money on this trip into the city either. If it comes down to it, I'll sell a few more acres of land and borrow some more. I'll manage to scrape it together somehow. I fetched a low stool for the old village head and said with a smile, Village head, rest easy. I've got a way to pay back this money. The old village head waved his hand. I know you studied in town and you've seen more of the world. But this money, it's not so easy to earn. I thought to myself, money's not easy to earn, but I've got to cheat. Looking at the old village head, it suddenly hit me. This old man had been a hunter in his youth, so his house must have hunting bows and arrows. Sure, I had the system, but it racked up coins too slowly, and right now I still lacked a legitimate, above-board way to explain how I made money. If I could borrow a bow from him, go up the mountain to hunt some game and sell it, then quietly work in some mall coins on the side to cover the gaps. Wouldn't that be like buying 10 pounds of rice, eating it for half a year, and somehow ending up with 200 pounds left over? My eyes lit up. Village head, I'd like to borrow a bow from you to go up the mountain and hunt for money. Would that be all right? Hunt for money. The moment Uncle heard it, he got anxious. No, absolutely not. You don't know how dangerous that mountain is. One wrong move, and you could lose your life up there. Chu Qing tugged at my arm too. That's right, big brother. You mustn't take that risk. You can't go up that mountain. But my resolve was firm. Back when I was studying, I read plenty of books about hunting and picked up some know-how. I'll be fine. Besides, this is the only way our family can pay back the money right now. The old village head leaned on his cane, thinking of the debt weighing on our family. He closed his eyes and calculated for a good while, then finally let out a long sigh. All right, come with me. I'll give you the bow and arrows and a map of the mountains. Uncle hung his head, defeated. The old village head's house was one of the better-built ones in the village. Everyone else's homes were mud brick, made of yellow clay mixed with wheat straw, but his walls even had stones and broken bricks laid into them. He dug an old wooden box out of the house and opened it. Inside was a homemade country bow, worn smooth and glossy from handling. I picked it up and hefted it. Light as a feather, and the tension was on the weak side, at most good for shooting a rabbit or a small bird. Beside it rested a coarse bowstring, the whole set looking tattered and beat up. A wistful look came into the old village head's eyes. This is the bow I had made back when I was a hunter over a decade ago. After my leg was crippled, I never took it out again. He strung it up and handed it to me, then fished a linen cloth map out from the bottom of the box. This is a map of the old forest. Take a look. There are plenty of jackals, wolves, and wild boars in there, so be careful. Don't go too deep, and the moment the sky starts to darken, come straight down the mountain. I slung the bow over my shoulder, took the arrows and the map, and thanked him solemnly. Village head, once I've bagged some game and earned money, I'll be sure to repay you properly. The old village head waved it off and sighed. This is all the help I can give. Earning a full 5 strings of cash by hunting, that's a tall order. If only you hadn't come down with that serious illness. I just smiled and didn't respond. If the original owner hadn't fallen ill, I never would have made it to this world. After saying goodbye to the old village head, I went home, spread out the map, and studied it carefully for a good long while. Uncle and the others knew they couldn't stop me, so they gave up trying to talk me out of it and went off to their own tasks. But Uncle had his own plan brewing in his heart. In a few days, he'd go into the mountains alone to take the risk. No matter what, he would not let me put myself in danger. But he never could have guessed just how fast I'd move. I opened them all and scrolled through the weapons tab. It didn't take long to lock onto something I liked. A replica recurved bow, just 40 mall coins. Back in my military days, I'd done plenty of wilderness survival training, so hunting up in the mountains was no big deal for me. But going into that deep, wild forest with the old village head's beat-up bow? That'd be suicide. The thing had no spring to it. Even at full draw, the best it could do was kill a rabbit, and knowing my luck, the bow would snap before the arrow flew. To take down any decent game, I needed a real bow, one that felt right in my hands. Once I had everything ready, I headed out. By the time I reached Chinyuere's place, she'd just come back from the village's one and only well, carrying half a bucket of water, about to start cooking. When she heard someone calling her name outside the yard, she came out to look, and her face lit up with delight. "Brother Sun, what brings you here?" I waved and stepped into the yard. "Came to check on your little sister. Is she feeling any better?" She lowered her head, a little shy. "After she took the pill you gave her last night, she felt a lot better. She had another one this morning, and she's asleep in the room right now." I nodded. That ibuprofen really did the trick. I figured she wouldn't even need the whole box before her sister was completely well. Seeing that I stayed quiet, Chinyuere pressed her lips together, and her legs unconsciously drew together, as if she were remembering something embarrassing. She lifted her wide, watery eyes. "Brother Chu, did you come looking for me for something?" Seeing her still blush like that while talking to me, I couldn't help stepping forward, moving right up close to her. She panicked and wanted to back away, but her legs went so weak she couldn't move. "Brother Sun, why? Why are you suddenly so close? What are you doing?" Part of me really wanted to say, "Yeah, exactly," but instead I said gently, "I just wanted to ask if you're short on anything at home. You got enough food to eat?" Thinking I was about to give her more grain, she quickly declined. "We've got enough, Brother Chu. You've already done so much for me. I can't keep taking your things." "Sorry, but no wasn't going to fly. I was in a hurry to get up the mountain and hunt." I swept my arm around and pulled her right against me by the waist. She let out a startled cry, going completely limp in my arms, her face burning hot as fire. "Brother Sun, I tilted her chin up. "Don't you want to see me?" She got flustered. "That's not it. I already became yours last night. How could I not want to see you?" Truth be told, I understood exactly what was bothering her. She always felt that she was cursed by the white tiger, a widow saddled with a sick little sister, and that she wasn't good enough for a scholar like me. But ever since last night, when I gave her 3 pounds of white rice and cured her sister's illness, she'd already decided in her heart that I was her man. I scooped her up sideways in my arms and, treading lightly, stepped around the fast-asleep Qin Xing'er on the floor and carried her into the inner room. What neither of us noticed was that Qin Xing'er, lying on the floor, had her eyes shut but was silently crying. But what filled her mind was something else entirely. So the grain at home, the medicine that cured me, all of it was won by my sister lowering herself, letting a man have his way with her. "Sister, I'm so sorry. I'm the one dragging you down." She wiped away her tears, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. "Once I'm well, I'll be the one carrying these burdens for you." What a mess of a misunderstanding. But that's a story for later. After leaving Chinyuere's place, I headed straight for the old forest. By the time I reached the mountainside, I looked around and, seeing no one, summoned the mall and spent 40 coins to buy that recurve bow. The body of the bow was a dark red, its limbs thin but springy. One look and you could tell it packed a punch. The mall was pretty thoughtful, too, throwing in 5 feathered arrows and a quiver. The arrowheads were forged iron, wickedly sharp, leagues better than those dull, worn-down tips the old village head had. I hefted it and nodded, satisfied. It was a fine bow, but there was one problem. It looked way too eye-catching. If I brought it home, I'd have no way to explain where it came from. Looked like once I was done, I'd have to bury it somewhere, and only after I'd earned some money from hunting could I openly bring one home. Just as I was lamenting this, a line of text suddenly popped up before my eyes. "Items purchased from the mall may be stored in the warehouse and withdrawn at the host will dot." There's a feature like that? Delighted, I opened the warehouse and selected store. With a whoosh, the recurve bow and all 5 arrows vanished from my hands, tucked obediently away into the warehouse. Now that's a proper system. I reached out to withdraw the bow again when I suddenly spotted a sell button in the upper left corner of the panel. The stuff I bought, I can sell it back? Curious, I gave it a tap, and a window popped up. Used recurve bow, valued at 12 mall coins. So, I almost cursed it out loud right there. A bow I'd bought for 40 coins that hadn't even loosed a single arrow yet, and turning it around would cut more than half the value? You think this is some used real estate deal? No way was I selling. I'd keep it for emergencies. I took the bow back out, looked around, and buried that busted old bow the village head had given me under a tree. Once everything was squared away, I slung the quiver over my back and headed deeper into the old forest. Today's goal wasn't ambitious, just bag a few wild rabbits and pheasants. I'd stew up some meat, boil a pot of soup, and give this rundown body of mine a good, hearty boost. This old forest was massive, spanning several mountains, with a handful of villages tucked beneath them. Years back, it had gotten famous because of the tigers that prowled there. Eventually, a few villages pooled together a tiger hunting party and finished the beasts off. But with the tigers gone and nothing to keep the food chain in check, wild boars, jackal packs, and wolf packs ran rampant. More dangerous than before, really. Basically, nobody dared come in here to hunt anymore. As I walked deeper, I worked on getting the feel of the bow. Knock, aim, release. Fwhip. An arrow whizzed past a sparrow up in the treetops, shaving off a single feather. The bird flapped away into another crown of leaves. This bow really wasn't easy to handle. A shame there were no guns. With a rifle and my skills, I'd hit the bullseye every single time. The weapon I'd been most comfortable with was a modern compound bow. Plenty of power, dead-on accuracy, point and shoot. I hadn't played around much with replica bows, but I wasn't a total novice either. After a few rounds of practice, I pretty much had this bow's temperament figured out. Next time, I probably wouldn't come up empty. An idea struck me. I stored the bow and quiver in the warehouse, bent down to pick up the 5 arrows I'd shot off, then withdrew the bow from the warehouse again. And there it was, a full quiver, all 5 arrows back in place. Convenient. It even saved me the trouble of gathering arrows. I checked the sky. It was just past noon, still about 3 hours until dark, and the return trip would eat up half an hour. That left me about 2.5 hours to hunt. Plenty. After walking inward for roughly half an hour, the terrain grew steep, the brush growing thick, clump after clump. I kept my nerves taut the whole time. The wind rustled through the leaves, unusually crisp and clear in this dead-silent forest. Rustle. A clump of bushes ahead, and to my right suddenly shivered. Almost on instinct, I loosed an arrow at it, the shaft slicing through the air with a sharp hiss and burying itself in the brush. An instant later, a gray rabbit bolted out, tearing off into the distance. But I was faster. My second arrow was already knocked. Fwhip. The arrow drove straight into the rabbit's belly, pinning it dead to the ground. Its 2 hind legs were still kicking desperately, as if it thought it could still run. Got it. Bagged a rabbit not long after entering the forest. Not bad luck at all. I pulled the arrow out and hefted the rabbit. It was plump, easily 5 or 6 pounds, enough for the whole family to have a real feast. Though rabbit meat isn't like other meat, it's got almost no fat, all lean protein. I'd once heard people say you could starve to death eating nothing but rabbit, and it turns out that's no joke. Digesting rabbit meat burns more energy than the meat provides. Live on it long enough, and you just get thinner and thinner. I need to bag something else, too. I pulled out a strip of cloth I'd prepared, bound up the rabbit's wound, and hung it upside down at my waist. From here on out, I'd have to be more careful. The smell of rabbit blood might just draw in other predators. If it lured in a pack of jackals or wolves, I'd be in real trouble. I searched onward for a while, and the air gradually grew damp, a sign I was getting into the deeper parts. I steadied myself and figured I'd walk another 500 paces, and if I found nothing, I'd turn back right away. I hadn't gone far when a cluck, cluck, cluck sound drifted into my ears. I immediately crouched low and crept off to the left. Soon enough, right beside a tree up ahead, I spotted several brightly feathered pheasants leisurely pecking at grass seeds on the ground, completely unaware of the danger. One rooster among them was the cockiest, head held high, chest puffed out, strutting along in measured steps like he was inspecting the flock of hens under his command. What a fat bunch of birds. My eyes lit right up. Back in the military, my buddies and I often ran into pheasants in the deep forest, but back then they were a protected species. Nobody dared touch them. But now? Haha. Time to bag one and stew it up. I drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming first at that rooster, biggest of the bunch, longest tail, most meat on him. Pheasants are jumpy. Missed the first shot and they'd scatter into the treetops in an instant, and hitting them again would be a nightmare. I kept my eyes locked on him, fingers gripping the string tight, waiting for the moment he strutted to the edge of the grassy slope and started to turn back. Thwip! The arrow ran clean through the rooster's chest and gut. It let out a shrill screech and toppled to the ground, thrashing about. The rest of the hens exploded into chaos, wings flapping as they fled in every direction. But after holding my shot for so long, how could I let them all get away? Another arrow, and I nailed an old hen that had flown up into a tree, thinking it was safe, killing it on the spot. I strode forward and knocked another arrow, about to shoot the one that had flown closest, but when I saw which way it was fleeing, I broke into a grin and just lowered the bow. That bird was a real dummy. Instead of flying high, it dove into a low thicket of thorn bushes, and its wings and feathers got snagged on the spikes. The more it struggled, the tighter it got stuck. No way out. Dumb bird. Probably scrambles your brain if you eat it. Perfect for catching alive and bringing home to lay eggs. Down the road, whenever I got a craving for eggs, I could just reach into the coop and pretend to fish around. Then whoosh, buy one out of them all. That way, the eggs at home would have a perfectly legit origin. I stepped up and grabbed the bird by the neck, using cloth strips to truss up its wings and legs, then tied it together with the rabbit. I bound up the 2 pheasants I'd shot dead as well. Quite the haul. Looking at the heavy trophies at my waist, 1 rabbit and 3 pheasants, one of them still alive. Any old hunter who saw this catch would have stared, jaw on the floor. The deep forest sure had its perks. Game everywhere. What was strange, though, was that the whole way in, I hadn't run into a single predator. The sky was gradually darkening, so I packed up and got ready to head down the mountain. But I'd only gone a few dozen paces when my nose caught a strong, rotten stench of blood mixed with the smell of rust. I stopped and slowly turned, looking toward a low-lying hollow in the distance. Only dried blood smelled like that. Something over there had probably died. I edged over, step by step, and pushed aside the weeds in front of me, and there before me was the rotting carcass of a young sika deer. Its entire head had been nearly torn open, the wound ghastly to look at, not one intact patch of hide or flesh left on it. Flies buzzed circling around it, the stench overwhelming. What a waste. The meat had gone rancid, the blood dried up, couldn't eat it. Just as I was feeling let down, my gaze swept across that deer's head and suddenly locked on. On top of its head, there grew a pair of velvet-wrapped antlers. Young velvet antlers. Velvet antlers. I stared at them, licking the corner of my mouth, my heartbeat quickening a few beats. Now this was the good stuff, especially the velvet antlers on a young deer's head, a genuinely precious medicinal ingredient. Take them into the county town to sell, and they'd fetch at least 3 strings of coins. I really hadn't expected today's trip to yield this much. Not only did I bag a pile of game, but I stumbled onto a pair of velvet antlers for free. I pushed aside the weeds, moved up close to the deer's carcass, pulled an arrow from my quiver, and used the sharp head to peel the velvet antlers off whole, bit by bit. The quality wasn't top tier. This deer had been dead too long, all its blood drained, which inevitably hurt the appearance. But it wasn't a big deal, wouldn't lower the value too much. Once I'd wrapped them up and tucked them into my shirt, I finally turned back to examine the wound on the carcass. The more I looked, the heavier my heart sank. The gash was too deep, too wide. A wolf could never bite through like that. Even a leopard couldn't manage it. In this forest, only a tiger or a bear could rip open a deer's head in a single bite. Something clicked in my mind. That was why I hadn't run into a single jackal or wolf the whole way in. In all likelihood, it was because something bigger had moved into this forest and driven them all off. I slowly straightened up, warily sweeping my eyes around the area. Right or wrong, I couldn't afford to stay here another second. I checked over the game strapped to me, made sure everything was secure, and, holding that still lively pheasant in one hand, crept softly toward the edge of the forest. Well over half an hour later, I finally made it out of the forest, and from far off I could already see the cooking smoke rising over the village. I looked back at that deep, dead silent old forest and shook my head. This stretch was off limits for now. Next time I'd have to try a different direction. Better to find an area where small carnivores still roamed. Sounds scary, sure, but it actually meant no big predators, which meant safer. I dug up the busted bough I'd buried, casually stored the recurved bough back into the warehouse, and then headed toward the village. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance sat a cluster of villagers, every one of them sallow and gaunt, sighing and groaning. An old man leaning against the roots of the tree let his head droop. This drought this year, when in the world is heaven finally going to send some rain? The grain in the fields, I doubt we'll even harvest 50 pounds this year. Ain't that the truth? Someone next to him chimed in. I went into town to buy grain a couple days back. The millets shot up to 10 coins a pound. Beans and bran are near 5 coins now. What? That's going to get people killed. The crowd let out another round of long, heavy sighs. Right in the middle of their complaining, a sharp-eyed auntie squinted toward the village entrance. Ain't that Monsong's nephew? How come he's coming back from this way? And what's that hanging off his waist? Let me have a look. Wasn't landlord Lou's people at his door this morning shaking him down for the debt? Don't tell me he's out finding a way to pay it back. In an instant, everyone's eyes were pinned on me. As I drew closer, the smell of blood in the air grew stronger and stronger. It's pheasants. I see pheasant tail feathers. A half-grown boy cried out in excitement. That one shout instantly yanked everybody's eyeballs my way. They really are pheasants. 3 whole ones. And look at that fat rabbit. Where'd he get all that? You blind? Didn't you see the bough in the eldest Chew boy's hand? He obviously went into the forest and hunted him. Amid the crowd's raw, envious stares, I strolled up unhurriedly and let them get a good, clear look at the pheasants and rabbit at my waist. An old man leaning on a cane spoke, his voice trembling. Eldest Chew boy this. Where'd you get all this? I stopped and gave a little smile. Took a trip into the old forest. Spent all day at it and finally got these. Just got lucky is all. Lucky enough to bring back 3 pheasants and a big fat rabbit? Gulp. Everyone present swallowed hard in unison. That was the old forest we were talking about. Jackals and wolves in packs, treacherous as anything. Plenty of bold young men in the village had tried going in to hunt, only to be gnawed down to a pile of white bones. Who'd have thought that I, a scholar, would turn out to have this kind of skill? The looks the villagers gave me were complicated, part envy, part jealousy. In a famine year like this, when folks couldn't even fill up on beans, anyone who could bring back this much meat was definitely someone with real talent. I also noticed a few families with daughters starting to get calculating looks in their eyes, probably scheming that if they could arrange a marriage with me, their days ahead would be a whole lot easier. I couldn't be bothered with them. Carrying my full haul of trophies, I walked straight on. Honestly, I could easily have skirted around the crowd and slipped back quietly from the east end of the village, past Chinyuer's place. But I chose not to. I wanted the villagers to see my transformation with their own eyes. In their minds, their impression of me was still stuck on, all he can do is read books. He's useless at everything else. I needed to reshape that impression bit by bit. Shock them a little today, shock them a little more tomorrow, and by the time I'd made a bigger name for myself down the line, they'd stop being surprised. Soon I turned toward Chinyuer's little thatched hut and knocked on the door plank. Yuer, it's me. The door creaked open. On Chinyuer's thin, delicate face, delight instantly bloomed. Brother Sun, you came. Come in. I'll make you some food. The sight of her put a smile on my face, too. I lifted the pheasant in my left hand. I won't stay to eat. Just bagged some game up in the mountains, and I brought you one. You and your sister should get some good nourishment. Only then did she notice the several game animals hanging at my waist. Even in town, these were rare goods. Yet here I was, wanting to give her such a precious pheasant. Chinyuer was so moved, she kept waving her hands. No, no, brother Sun, you've already helped me so much. I can't take any more. But I was firm. I grabbed her hand and pressed the pheasant into her palm. Your sister isn't fully recovered yet. Now's exactly when she needs building up. Take it. If you won't, then I'll never come see you again. No. Her little face went pale with alarm. She quickly took the pheasant and set it on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Sun, Yuer owes you too much. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. I glanced into the room and saw her little sister Qin Shinger lying there fast asleep, eyes shut, breathing sweetly. So I stepped up with a smile and wrapped my arm around Yuer's waist. She shyly pressed her lips together. Current balance, 19 mall coins. I walked into the kitchen and started dealing with the pheasant, boiling water, plucking feathers. Yuera washed her face and came in to help. I rubbed her cheek, feeling a pang of tenderness. Why work yourself so hard? She tugged at my arm, blushing. As long as it makes you happy, brother. I quickly reined in my thoughts and focused on the chicken. In a bit, just toss the whole bird in the pot and let it cook a good long while. Once I got into town, I'd buy a bag of salt out of the mall so Yuera could make proper soup. She answered with a soft murmur, then asked, "Brother son, are you really not staying to eat?" Looking at this eager little beauty in front of me, I smiled. "Not staying. Stick around any longer and you'll put on another half-ounce." Her face flushed red in an instant. I teased her a while longer, then finished up and left. My uncle and the others would probably be back soon, and I needed to hurry home to let them see today's haul. "Pa, isn't Big Brother coming back with you?" Chu Ching took the carrying pole off my uncle's shoulder and peered again and again behind him. "Sunzi." My uncle looked puzzled. "He didn't go hauling water and gathering firewood with me today. You all didn't see him at home." Hearing that even Pa didn't know where I'd gone, Chu Ching got anxious. Ma and I came back from picking wild greens, and there was no sign of Big Brother anywhere. "It's getting dark. Big Brother didn't run into trouble, did he?" My aunt, busy in the kitchen, came out too, brow furrowed with worry. "The eldest boy, he wasn't dragged off by that bunch from this morning, was he?" My uncle's heart sank hard. That morning, Lou the Eighth and his crew had come to shake us down over the debt, and though the village head had chased them off, that bunch clearly wasn't going to let it drop. Could it be they'd taken advantage of the empty house and hauled Sunzi away? "No, I've got to go find him." My uncle snatched up the carrying pole and was about to charge out the door, but he'd barely taken 2 steps when he froze in place. Up ahead, a familiar figure came into view. Who else could it be but me? Bow in one hand, a still lively pheasant in the other, a fat rabbit and a big rooster wrapped at my waist, I called out as I walked, "Uncle, it's so late. Where are you off to?" "Sunzi." My uncle rushed over in a single stride. He didn't even glance at the game, just looked me up and down, and only after confirming I was completely unharmed did he let out a long breath of relief. My aunt, who'd followed him out, stared with eyes wide as saucers, trembling as she pointed at the pheasant in my hand. Sunzi, where'd you get this bird? And that rabbit? And that bow in your hand? What in the world is going on?" That question finally snapped my uncle back to his senses. He looked down and, as if he'd been clubbed over the head, let out a great bellow. "Good heavens! Sunzi, where'd you pick all this up? How'd you get so much game?" The blast left my ears ringing. I held up the bow in my hand. "Didn't I say I was going hunting?" The village head lent me a bow and some arrows. "This afternoon, I went into the old forest and I bagged all of these." I gave the still thrashing hen a shake. "We'll keep this one and raise it for eggs down the road." My uncle was so stunned he couldn't get a word out. Pheasants, a wild rabbit, and even an egg-laying hen. It was almost too surreal. Sunzi had said this morning he was going hunting, borrowed a bow and arrows in the forenoon, ventured into that deadly old forest in the afternoon, and came home in the evening with game hanging all over his waist. Damn it all, was he dreaming? My aunt couldn't believe it either, and rubbed her eyes hard. That nephew who couldn't do a single thing except read books had gone into the deep mountains to hunt alone and brought back this whole heap of game? As for Chu Ching, though she was shocked seeing the game, her eyes didn't even flick toward it. She marched straight up to me, circled around me once, reached out and felt me all over, and only after confirming I wasn't hurt did she burst out crying. "Wah! Big Brother, going into the old forest alone is way too dangerous. Even for the sake of paying off the debt, you shouldn't throw your life away." Seeing my little sister worry and fret over me like this warmed my heart. I put my arm around her shoulders and patted her back gently. "I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I learned a lot of hunting tricks from books. It's not dangerous at all, so don't you worry." Chu Ching buried her face against my chest, sniffling and sobbing. "Big Brother, you scared us half to death." Ding, ding, ding. The system suddenly started blaring like crazy. "Ding your ass." I cursed inwardly, then turned to my uncle with a smile. "Uncle, let's head inside first. I've been walking all this way. I'm a little hungry." My uncle came to as if waking from a dream and hurried to take the pheasant and rabbit, tugging at my arm. come on inside. Kid's mother, hurry and boil water. We're plucking and stewing. My aunt gazed at me too, aching with tenderness, muttering to herself, this foolish boy. So what if we can't repay the little bit of money we owe? Worst case, we just hand over the land. That's all. But if something happened to you, wouldn't these dozen-odd years of raising you have been for nothing? She wiped away a tear and went inside, but not before nagging my uncle. What are you standing around for? Go chop some firewood. The kitchen flickered with firelight. This big rooster weighed nearly 10 pounds. Once plucked and bled, there was still 7 or 8 pounds of meat on it. My aunt hadn't lost her touch. One clean chop split the bird in half. Then chop, 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 she diced it into small pieces, added mushrooms and wild greens, and dumped the whole lot into the iron pot to stew. Chu Ching squatted happily before the stove, feeding in firewood, and she'd gathered up the pheasant's pretty tail feathers, planning to make a shuttlecock to kick around. Before long, the aroma of chicken filled the entire house. My uncle, swallowing his drool, suddenly slapped his thigh, jumped up in a panic, and ran to lock the courtyard gate and the front door, even shutting the windows tight. I was baffled. Uncle, why are you locking everything up? It's going to get stuffy in here. My uncle gave a smug little snort. You know how good this chicken smells stewing? The scent's probably drifting all the way to the neighbors. What if some of them get shameless and, right when we're sitting down to eat, come waltzing in and plant themselves right beside us, staring at us dead on? What do we do then? It dawned on me, and I gave him a thumbs up. Now that's smart, Uncle. Otherwise, we'd end up having to hand over at least a few pieces of meat. My uncle preened. Well now, like they say, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Watching my whole family so warm and happy together, a flicker of warmth passed through my heart. I walked into the kitchen. Auntie, is the chicken done? I want to ladle out half and take it over to the village head in a bit. If it weren't for him lending me the bow, arrows, and the map today, I wouldn't have caught a thing. My aunt beamed. It's long done. I'll scoop out half for you. Just take it right over. The truth was, back when she'd been doing hard labor in town, she'd harbored some resentment toward this nephew of hers, getting so gravely ill out of the blue, draining the family's savings dry, forcing us to mortgage the land. But the moment I came home saying I wouldn't keep studying at that terrifyingly expensive school and wanted to go hunting in the mountains, she'd first felt sorry for me. Then, on second thought, felt glad. No more studying meant the family saved that fortune and gained another pair of working hands. As for the hunting, she hadn't taken it seriously at all. But the moment I actually came back with a rabbit and 2 pheasants, the way she looked at me changed completely, startled and delighted, with a hint of relief mixed in. My nephew really does have talent. Right then and there she silently swore she'd never again nag me about how much of the family's money I'd spent. The lid came off the pot, and the rich, golden broth surged out with its fragrance. My aunt grabbed a clay basin and, without the slightest stinginess, ladled out half the chicken, then poured in 3 big spoonfuls of oil-glistening broth, a full basin, its surface floating with a thick layer of grease. She handed it to me. Hurry and take it to the village head. He did us such a big favor. We've got to thank him properly. I looked at my aunt in astonishment, barely recognizing her. My aunt was good in every way, except she loved to pinch every penny and was a little tight-fisted, especially when it came to skimping on her own food and clothing. Now that things had gotten a little easier, she was being uncharacteristically generous. But before I could even finish processing my amazement, she went on with a grin. Once he's eaten the chicken you send over, he'll be too embarrassed to ask for the bow back. From now on, you can keep it every day, and if he really does open his mouth to ask for it, you just bring up this basin of meat. Wait, no, Auntie. I covered my face with my hand. The old village head hadn't intended to ask for the bow back at all. Besides, I'd already planned to bring some meat over to thank him myself. I took the steaming clay basin and carried it toward the old village head's house. The old village head's household had just 3 people: him, his wife, and a 14-year-old granddaughter named by Jiao Jiao. His son worked as a low-ranking constable at the county yamen, and his daughter had married into the neighboring village. Thanks to the village head's position, the family's life wasn't too tight. Right then, the 3 of them were gathered around a small table eating. Bai Jiao Jiao, with the keenest nose, was the first to look up, exclaiming with delight, "Grandpa? I think I smell meat." It smells so good. The girl had grown up sweet and pretty, with a lively spirit. If it weren't for the famine year, she probably would have been married off by now. The old village head shot her a glare and wrapped his bowl with his chopsticks. Wanting meat is fine, but don't go pinning your hopes on this lame old man. Wait till the autumn harvest, and I'll have your pa bring some meat back. The village head's wife laughed too. Jiao Jiao's just gone crazy craving meat. Once you find yourself a husband and get married off, you can eat meat every day. Bai Jiao Jiao stamped her foot in a huff. I don't want a husband. There really is a smell of meat. If you don't believe me, sniff hard yourselves. Seeing that his granddaughter didn't seem to be talking nonsense, the old village head wrinkled his nose and sniffed too, then said in surprise, there really is a smell of meat. Whose family struck it rich? Just then my voice rang out from beyond the door. Village head, I've brought you something. The old village head hobbled out on his cane, and the moment he laid eyes on the steaming clay basin in my hands, he froze. Sunzi, this is... Bai Jiao Jiao, who'd followed him out, was practically drooling as she stared fixedly at the basin in my hands. I smiled and held out the basin. This is a pheasant I hunted up in the mountains today. I cooked it up and brought it over for you to taste. As I spoke, I lifted the wooden lid, and the rich aroma of meat burst out and spread everywhere. This. The old village head stared at the basin of chicken, his far-sighted eyes bugging out wide as bells. Didn't I only just lend you the bow today? You went hunting in the mountains this very afternoon, and you actually bagged a pheasant. I pressed my lips into a smile. Just got lucky, that's all. It was all thanks to the bow, arrows, and map you gave me, village head. Keep this meat. I'm in a hurry to get back, so I'll be off first. Not waiting for him to press further, I turned and left. The moment I was gone, Bai Jiao Jiao, who couldn't hold back any longer, immediately sidled up and grabbed her grandpa's arm. Grandpa, Brother Sun gave us this meat. Hurry and bring it inside. It won't taste good once it's cold. The old village head came to his senses, gazing after my retreating figure, and murmured, Sunzi, he really has come into his own. He can read, and he can hunt too. Rare, truly rare. Seeing her grandpa lost in his daze, Bai Jiao Jiao seized the chance while he wasn't paying attention to sneak a piece of chicken, and, heedless of how hot it was, stuffed it into her mouth in one bite, eating with sheer bliss, even sticking out her tongue to lick every last drop of broth off her fingers. What's Grandpa mumbling about? Brother Chu's son is a scholar. Isn't it perfectly normal for him to have talent? But he's getting handsomer and handsomer lately, and he can read and hunt, and he brought me chicken. I'm kind of starting to want to marry him. Delighted, she carried the basin of meat inside. Girl, don't rush to drink it. The chicken soup's scalding. SSSSSSSSS, so hot. My tongue's cooked. Wah wah wah. Back home, I'd assumed everyone would have started eating long ago, but to my surprise they were all sitting properly, not one of them having touched their chopsticks. The big basin of chicken sat right in the center of the table, its aroma filling the air. At the seat left for me sat a big bowl of thick millet rice, topped with 2 peeled bird eggs. My uncle waved and grinned. You're back? Sit down and eat. You worked the hardest hunting today. You take the first bite. My aunt grabbed an empty bowl, picked up a big piece of chicken breast, added a plump, tender drumstick, and handed it to me. Sunzi, hurry and taste your auntie's cooking. Off to the side, Chu Ching was fiddling with that newly made shuttlecock, unable to put it down. She'd made a point of washing her face and combing her hair, her lips red and teeth white. I helped with the cooking too, you know. Big brother, hurry and taste it. Is it good? Watching my family treat me this way, my heart glowed warm. I took the bowl and chopsticks. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. The chicken was wrapped in a layer of golden, glistening skin, the meat beneath it white, tender, and fragrant. One bite, and the firm yet silky texture exploded in my mouth, the rich broth sliding down my throat and into my stomach, its soothing warmth spreading all the way to my limbs. I praised it sincerely. It's delicious. So good. The truth was, the chicken had barely any seasoning at all. The family didn't even have coarse salt. All the flavor came from that golden broth stewed out of the pheasant and mushrooms. But for this body of mine, which hadn't tasted meat in ages, this one bite was an enormous luxury. Sun Zi's picked up his chopsticks, so let's all dig in too. The moment my uncle said this, My aunt first picked out a piece of tender meat, marbled with fat and lean, for him, then chose a boneless piece of pure meat for Chu Ching, and only last picked out a chicken rib for herself, gnawing on that bit of skin and sucking the broth from the crevices of the bone. Even the little bit of broth left at the bottom of the basin, my uncle mopped it up spotless with wild greens. Full and satisfied, I stopped my uncle just as he was about to go water the crops. "Uncle, tomorrow I'd like to take a trip into town." My uncle blinked. "What are you going into town for?" I didn't answer. I went into the room and brought out a small cloth bundle, then slowly unwrapped it under the whole family's puzzled gaze. "I want to go sell this. This is velvet antler." The moment my uncle saw clearly, he held his breath on the spot. There in that little cloth bundle lay a pair of small, delicate velvet antlers, still spotted with dried blood, resting quietly. The corner of my mouth curled up. That's right. When I went into the mountains, I came across a deer carcass and just cut the antlers off. My uncle leaned in close for a look and swallowed. "This stuff is worth a fortune." A few years back, a hunter in the neighboring village risked going deep into the forest and brought out a pair of velvet antlers, sold them for a full 7 strings of coins. Chu Ching's eyes lit up. "Then if we sell it, won't that be enough to pay off what we owe landlord Liu? That way, the family's land would be saved, and second brother wouldn't have to risk going into the old forest anymore." But my uncle shook his head. That pair of antlers was big, in good condition, and they caught a good market. Sunzi's pair is quite a bit smaller and a little dried out. It'll probably sell for a lot less. Hearing this, the whole family sank into shared disappointment. Only I remained unconcerned. "It's fine. This much money is enough. If it's not, I'll just go hunt in the old forest again." "No, no way." My uncle and Chu Ching spoke in unison, dead set against letting me go into the old forest again. Chu Ching said anxiously, "Pa already said the old forest is crawling with packs of jackals and wolves. Big brother, you absolutely cannot take that risk again." My uncle pleaded earnestly too. "Sunzi, I know you're anxious to pay back landlord Liu those 5 strings of coins, but you can't gamble with your life. Do you have any idea how many hunters that old forest swallows up in a single year?" My aunt chimed in with her urgings too, saying that the family could get by even without the land. We wouldn't miss those 3 measly acres of poor soil. But no matter how they pleaded, my attitude stayed firm. "Uncle, you all can stop trying to talk me out of it. You saw my hunting skills today. Nothing's going to happen to me." With them all backing me, my bow and arrows were several times better than an ordinary hunter's. Add to that my past life in the military, and I was fully confident I could get out of the old forest in one piece. Right now, the most important thing for me was to use hunting as a way to legitimately turn the goods in the mall into cash. Unable to sway me, my family was out of options. My uncle said he'd go into the forest along with me, but I made the excuse that more people would only spook the animals and make it more dangerous, and that shut him down. That night, my uncle urged everyone to rest early. First thing in the morning, we'd set out for town. The next day, at the first faint light of dawn, my aunt had gotten up early to cook thick millet porridge and had also steamed 2 big bowls of beans for my uncle and me to take along as travel rations. Looking at those dark, murky mixed beans, the corner of my mouth twitched. I really didn't want to eat them. Once I got back today, I was going to get white rice and flour into this house no matter what. Make me eat that moldy-smelling mixed bean black bread one more time, and I'd throw up for sure. Grabbing the wild rabbit and carefully tucking the velvet antlers into my shirt, I set off with my uncle. The county town was nearly 20 li from Chu family village, the mountain road winding and rough, so it'd take at least an hour or more to walk there. The mountain path was treacherous, and my uncle and I were drenched in sweat before we finally caught sight of a corner of the county town. Calling it a county town was generous. Outside, it was just a wall about 10 feet high thrown up around it. Outside the city gate, a crowd of refugees and beggars had gathered, every one of them with disheveled hair and blank, staring eyes. There were even people selling their daughters right there on the street. The sight left the two of us feeling sick at heart. As tight as our own family's life was, compared to these displaced refugees, we already had it far, far better. Once inside the town, it was at least livelier. My uncle first led me to the area where mountain goods were sold. I set the wild rabbit down on the ground, and before long someone came over to ask the price. Game was rarely seen in town, and my rabbit was fat and big, so it was quickly bought up by someone for 150 coins. My uncle clutched those 10 big coins and 50 copper cash, grinning ear to ear. I reminded him, "Uncle, we should go take care of the real business." On this trip into town, selling the rabbit was small potatoes. Unloading that pair of velvet antlers tucked in my shirt was the main event. My uncle nodded and led me into a narrow alley. "Follow me. There's an apothecary on this street that gives fair prices." We stepped into the apothecary, and my uncle rapped on the counter. "Shopkeeper, we've got medicine to sell." "Coming. What kind of medicinal?" "Take it out, and I'll give you a price." The apothecary shopkeeper was a little old man with a half-gray beard and whiskers, his body hunched, but with a pair of eyes that gleamed sharp and shrewd. One look at how the two of us were dressed, and he knew we were from the countryside, and a mercenary smile immediately spread across his face. Country folk dealt with the mountains and forests day in and day out, so the odds of them running into good medicinal goods were high. Often the moment they walked into a shop, they'd pull out something valuable. I fished the cloth bundle out of my shirt and carefully unwrapped it, revealing the pair of small, delicate velvet antlers. "It's actually velvet antler?" the shopkeeper exclaimed, his eyes flashing with greed. I pulled my hand back and smiled. "Shopkeeper, you name a price first. If the price is right, I'll naturally let you hold them for a look." The shopkeeper eyed them from a distance for a few moments, then stroked his beard and shook his head, waffling. "These antlers of yours are too young in years, and the quality isn't great either. Their medicinal potency is greatly diminished. The most I can give you is 2 strings of coins. Then I won't sell." I turned to leave. 2 strings wasn't low, but from what I knew of businessmen, that price could definitely be pushed higher. The shopkeeper was dumbstruck on the spot. "Hey now, you're supposed to make a counteroffer." He hurriedly scrambled out from behind the counter to block our way. "The price is negotiable. If you think 2 strings is too little, then adding another 200 coins isn't out of the question." My expression stayed calm. 2,500 coins. "Give me that price, and I'll hand over the medicine." The shopkeeper stared at the velvet antlers for a good long while, then gritted his teeth. "Fine. 2,500 coins it is." Even taking them wasn't a loss. Soak them in pig's blood to cure a while, and the quality could be brought up. Seeing him relent, I finally let a smile show. Money in one hand, goods in the other. A clean, satisfying deal. Out the door, my uncle still hadn't come back to himself. In his whole life, apart from that time he'd borrowed money to cure my illness, he'd never handled this much money before. "Sunzi, pinch me. Why do I keep feeling like this is all a dream?" I was a little speechless. This was only 2.5 strings. If down the road I brought home silver and gold, wouldn't my uncle just lose his mind with joy? "All right, uncle, you're not dreaming. Weren't we going to buy grain? Let's get moving." I led him to the grain shop, where quite a crowd had gathered at the entrance. On the sign standing at the highest point it read, "White flour, 25 coins a pound. Fine rice, 20 coins a pound. Old rice, 15 coins a pound. Millet, 10 coins a pound." To the right of the shop, they'd also set out soybeans and wheat bran, 5 coins a pound. Those had the most buyers. One look at these prices, and my uncle sucked in a cold breath. Too expensive. What did he know, famine year or not? It didn't affect the rich in the slightest. Whether you could get a meal or not, that was a worry only the lowest of common folk had to fret over. Second uncle had originally figured on buying 5 pounds of millet, maybe throwing in a little dark flour. But then he thought about how I'd just recovered from a serious illness and really needed to build my strength back up. With 2 strings of coins tucked in his pocket, he decided, just this once, to be bold and splurge. He'd buy 10 pounds of millet first, and then, gritting his teeth, he'd get 2 pounds of aged rice too, so he could cook me a bowl of fragrant white rice. Just as he clutched the money pouch, swallowed hard, and opened his mouth to speak, I stepped out from behind him and pushed my way straight to the front of the shop. My voice wasn't loud, but the words that came out landed like a boulder dropped into a still pond. "I want 20 pounds of white flour, 20 pounds of fine rice, and 20 pounds of millet." In an instant, the noisy grain shop went dead silent. All the sighing and complaining stopped cold. A whole crowd stared at me with eyes wide as saucers, absolutely stunned. Did I hear that right? White flour, fine rice, millet, 20 pounds of each. Good grief, that's gotta cost a fortune. At least a whole string of coins. Which village is this kid from? Does he have any idea what grain costs? Even the shop clerk selling the grain shook his head in disbelief. You sure you want to buy that much? That's a lot of money. He'd taken one look at my rough hemp clothes and figured me for a dirt-poor country boy. How could I possibly afford that much grain? Even second uncle went pale. He grabbed my arm and lowered his voice. Son, you can't go spending that much. We still owe 5 strings of coins. I pressed his hand down and kept my expression calm. I want exactly this much. And don't worry, you'll get your money. I mean, come on. This was going to be my one and only trip into town to buy grain. Once I got home, I could just buy the exact same stuff straight from the mall. Why waste money paying these ridiculous prices? As long as you and I kept busy and worked hard, I guarantee you, we'd bring home half a jar of rice, eat off it for a whole year, and when we opened the jar again, there'd be even more than half a jar left inside. The clerk shot second uncle a bewildered look, as if to ask, "This your kid? Did he hit his head?" Second uncle studied the firm look on my face, smacked his lips a couple times, and said, Just give him that much. Hurry up and bag it. This was money Sun had earned, so he could buy whatever he wanted. Anyway, food that went into your belly was never a waste. But I wasn't finished. I went on. And give me a pound of fine salt and a pound of brown sugar. Weigh it all together and add it to the total. Boom! The whole place exploded. It was like tossing a spoonful of boiling oil into ice water. Fine salt. Brown sugar. Holy smokes. I've never tasted anything that fancy in my whole life. That crowd at the door of the grain shop had come to watch me make a fool of myself. They'd all assumed that a poor boy like me, dressed in ragged hemp, had come to town just to embarrass himself. But when the clerk chased after me, bowing and scraping, calling out, "Take care now, sir," at every turn, the whole street fell silent. I could even hear people sucking in sharp breaths. Let me back up half an hour. Right after I'd opened my mouth, asking for 20 pounds of white flour, 20 pounds of white rice, 20 pounds of millet, plus a pound of fine salt and a pound of brown sugar, the whole grain shop had gone off like a kicked hornet's nest. What rich brat is this, running around in rags? Fine salt. Brown sugar. I've lived most of my life, and I've never even seen what those two things look like. Has this kid lost his mind? Is he dreaming his family can cough up that kind of money? If he can actually afford all that, I'll go home and swallow my millstone. Each remark was nastier than the last. Bottom line, not a single person believed I could pay. The clerk couldn't make the call himself. His legs were practically shaking, so he darted into the back room and fetched the manager. The moment the manager appeared, he didn't say a word of doubt. He politely ushered second uncle and me into a private back room and turned around to order his men to fetch the grain. Second uncle was so nervous that the moment he sat down, he gulped down 2 bowls of water, his eyes darting everywhere, sizing up every inch of the room. He'd never seen anything like it in his life, a grain shop manager treating him with such respect. Me? I was perfectly calm. The logic was simple. Money makes you king. I was paying for your grain, so you served me. That was just how it worked. Before long, a few clerks came in carrying big and small bundles, and the manager, holding 2 tightly sealed clay jars in both hands, strolled slowly over to me. "Sir, everything's here. Would you like to check it?" His words were polite, but I glanced at the clerks standing beside him with the sacks of grain. Every one of them was broad-shouldered and thick-armed. I knew exactly what that meant. If I tried to pull a fast one on him, I'd be in for a serious beating and get thrown out onto the street in front of everyone. I stood and untied each sack to inspect it. White flour, white rice, millet, all exactly right. The manager cracked open each of the 2 clay jars just a sliver, one full of snow-white grains, the other black like packed sand. Exactly the salt and sugar I'd asked for. "So about the payment," the manager said with an ingratiating smile. I turned to second uncle. "Pay the man." Second uncle looked like it physically pained him. He dawdled for the longest time before finally pulling out his cloth bundle. The manager worked his abacus. Rice, flour, and millet came to 1,100 coins, fine salt 170, brown sugar 100. He rounded off the change, 1,200 coins total. 1,200 coins. Second uncle's face twitched. That was more than half the bag, gone in one shot. But no matter how much it hurt, there was nothing he could do. I'd already said the word, and if he didn't pay, his legs would get broken. So he gritted his teeth, counted it out, and handed it over. Once he saw the money, the manager's smile turned genuine. "Thank you for your business. Our shop can even deliver it to the city gate for you." I thought about it. Hauling all that grain home would wear a man to the bone. So I asked whether he could arrange a donkey cart to take it straight to the village. The manager's face lit up. "Now that's a good question to ask, sir. 50 coins for the trip, 50 coins for protection. We deliver to a dozen or so nearby villages." That protection fee meant the shop would send a burly man to drive the cart, with a little grain shop flag stuck on it, specifically to scare off the refugees roaming the roads. I waved my hand grandly. "Done." Then I winked at Second Uncle. "Pay up." 3 more dark lines seemed to appear on Second Uncle's already grim face. But this time he paid readily enough. One thought of all those refugees on the road, and he was just as worried about the grain getting robbed halfway home. Now it was just the two of us in the back room. Second Uncle slumped in his chair, clutching the money pouch for dear life, as if to say he didn't want to spend a single copper more. Yet I opened my mouth again. "Second Uncle, give me a little more. I've got one more thing to buy." "What? More spending?" His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. He just shoved the whole money pouch into my hands, leaned back against the chair, and said, "Take it all. If you make me hold it any longer, I think the heartache's gonna kill me." I rubbed my nose, a little embarrassed. I thought to myself that from now on I'd have to keep hitting him with big expenses to toughen up that heart of his. I pocketed the money pouch and headed out, and that's when I ran into the scene from the beginning. The clerk chased after me, not only seeing me off with all due respect, but even turning back to shout arrogantly at that crowd of poor folks. "Anybody wanting bran or mixed beans? Hurry up. Dawdle any longer, and all that's left will be the pricier millet and dark flour. And then you won't be able to afford that either." The very people who'd just been mocking me all surged forward in a rush, scrambling to pull out their money. Standing at the corner of the street, I listened to the whole farce, shook my head, and turned into the fabric shop. Buying cloth was something I'd planned all along. The rough hemp shirt on my back had gotten so coarse from wear that it chafed. The clothes on Second Aunt and my little sister were even more worn out than mine, and they were out in the fields working all day. When the cloth wore through, their skin paid the price. One bolt of cloth could make 3 men's outfits, but only 2 women's. So I needed 3 bolts, one for Second Uncle and me, one for Second Aunt and my little sister, and one to spare, to give to Ewer and her sister. The shopkeeper brought out 3 bolts of new cloth, dark navy that didn't show dirt, and soft indigo blue. For 100 coins a bolt, not unreasonable. After I paid, I had only about 100 coins left in my bag. Good thing Second Uncle hadn't come along. If he'd watched more than 2 strings of coins dwindle down to this, he'd have fainted on the spot. Back at the grain shop, the donkey cart was ready and waiting. Second Uncle sat proudly at the front, clutching the whip, looking for all the world like the cart was his own. When he saw me come back carrying the cloth, he started aching over the money again. I just smiled and said I'd added a couple outfits, that it wasn't much money. As for exactly how much I'd spent, I figured I'd save that for when we got home, since I wasn't sure his heart could take it. The donkey cart rattled up to the city gate, and the clerk raised the little flag. Outside the gate, a crowd of refugees had gathered, and several children, so thin they were barely recognizable, trailed after the cart with tattered sacks, begging for food. Second Uncle sighed. Our own days were tight enough. We had no spare grain to hand out. I just closed my eyes. It wasn't that I was heartless. Most of those children had been sent out by their parents. Toss out a single handful of grain, and in the blink of an eye a whole swarm would descend, grabbing and fighting over it. In a year of famine, you can never overestimate how cruel people's hearts can be. Out of sight, out of mind. When we reached the edge of the village, there was that same old scholar tree, and beneath it the usual crowd of idlers who made it their business to comment on everyone passing by. Well now, whose donkey cart is that rolling into our village? It's Chu Monsong and his nephew, and they're riding a grain shop cart, no less. Look at what he's holding. That's cotton cloth, isn't it? 3 whole bolts. Huh. Last time landlord Lou sent someone to collect the debt. He played poor and had everyone speak up for him. Turns out he's got money and just won't pay it back. The gossip flew, thick with envy. But the moment the cart drew close, that whole crowd instantly switched to smiling faces. "Oh, you're back? Made a good bit of money in town, Eh? Second uncle gave a simple, honest grin. Didn't earn much, just traded it all for dark flour and soybeans. I didn't say a word. I'd heard every bit of that gossip a moment ago. Riding home on a donkey cart in style, in a village like this, that was like dropping a bomb. Tonight, who knew how many parents would use me as ammunition to lecture their own good-for-nothing sons? At the front door, Chu Ching had been waiting anxiously. She rushed right up, and when she saw me and her father climbing down from the donkey cart, her eyes went wide as coins. She looked like she wished she could hop on and ride around in style herself. "Next time I'll take you into town," I said with a smile. Once we'd unloaded, she struggled to lift one of the grain sacks. "Big brother, what did you buy? It's so heavy." I didn't say anything. I just untied the sack of white flour. Out spilled the pale, silky fine powder. Thud! The sack dropped right at her feet. Chu Ching's little mouth fell open, and she couldn't get out a single word. White flour. Then I pulled her into the kitchen and took out the 2 clay jars. "Take a look at this too." I lifted the lids. Snow-white salt, thick sticky sugar, both gleaming right in front of her. Chu Ching plopped down on the floor, muttering, "Big brother, you and Dad, you really went and spent a wild amount of money." I patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry. From now on, we can have as much of this as we want." Her nose stung with tears, and she buried her face against my chest. Just then, second aunt came back from digging wild greens, her brow knotted tight. Those wild greens were getting scarcer the more she dug, and today she'd found less than 2 pounds. Autumn was nearly over, and once the wild greens ran out, how would we make it through winter? Not to mention we still owed landlord Lou 5 strings of coins, due in a month. She trudged toward the door, a look of despair on her face, when suddenly a delicious smell drifted to the tip of her nose. It was the smell of white flour buns fresh out of the steamer. "Am I so hungry I'm losing it? Why do I smell steamed buns?" She sniffed hard and turned to look toward her own kitchen. Smoke was curling up from the chimney. She rushed inside in a few quick steps, threw back the curtain, and froze on the spot. At the counter, second uncle was kneading a lump of white dough, tossing on handfuls of flour every so often, an absurd extravagance. Chu Ching crouched at the stove, feeding in firewood as fast as she could. I turned and smiled at her. "Second aunt, perfect timing. The first batch just came out of the steamer." I lifted the lid, and more than a dozen plump, white steamed buns appeared in a neat row, still puffing hot steam. White flour buns. Second aunt was shocked, delighted, and dumbfounded all at once. How many years had it been since she'd had any? Only when she went into town to work for her employers had she caught a distant glimpse of such a thing. I speared the whitest, softest one with a chopstick and handed it to her. She took it with trembling hands, cradling it like a treasure, and carefully took a bite. The weedy fragrance burst in her mouth, and that sweetness settled all the way down into her bones. Beside her, Chu Ching was munching one with a look of pure bliss when suddenly she hissed and clapped a hand over her mouth. "What is this? It's sweet and hot." She stared at the reddish-brown puddle of sweet syrup inside the bun and couldn't help licking it. Her eyes lit right up. She'd never tasted anything so sweet in her whole life. "I stuffed brown sugar inside," I said, holding up the jar. "Sweet, huh? Brown sugar. Something so precious, and I'd actually wrapped it up inside a bun and fed it to her." Her eyes welled up, and she looked at me, crying, "Big brother." Ignoring the flurry of crazy system notifications going off in my head, I carried out the grain piece by piece and set it down. 20 pounds of white rice, 20 pounds of millet, 15 pounds of flour, a jar of salt, a jar of sugar. Now we won't have to worry about food for the next half month. Second aunt stared blankly, unable to say a word. But that was just the appetizer. I brought out that bolt of indigo cotton cloth too. "Second aunt, little sister, this cloth is for the 2 of you to make clothes." Thud! Second aunt's vision went black, and she toppled straight to the floor. "Mom, wife." At the dinner table, the buns and rice porridge covered the whole spread, but second aunt and Chu Ching couldn't be bothered to eat. They were too busy fussing over that bolt of cotton cloth. Earlier, second aunt had been grumbling that instead of saving the money from selling the deer antler to pay off the debt, I'd gone and bought pricey grain. But one look at that cloth, and all her misgivings vanished. All that was left was praise for me. She nearly praised me right up to heaven. After dinner, I did some mental math on the few coins I had left in the mall, bought a packet of salt and 4 pounds of flour, repacked them in a cloth sack, then grabbed another bolt of cotton cloth and set off under cover of night for Yuera's house. In that rundown thatched hut, Yuera was feeding her little sister porridge, one spoonful at a time. A few more doses of medicine and you'll be all better. Her little sister, Shinger, gazed at her, that pale little face full of heartache. This porridge, this medicine, Yuera had traded for all of it from me. Whenever Shinger thought about the sounds coming from the kitchen that day, she felt a fresh wave of guilt. If she hadn't come down with a high fever, her sister would never have had to suffer like this. Just as they were talking, I knocked on the door. "Yuera, you home?" Yuera sprang to her feet at once, her eyes full of joy, her whole body trembling with excitement. But in Shinger's eyes, her sister had clearly heard my voice and started shaking with fear. Shinger was so angry her little chest heaved. Why was Chu Sun here again? Just yesterday her sister had been so worn out she could barely walk, and now he was coming back. She wanted to prop herself up and go in her sister's place, but her whole body was limp and weak, without an ounce of strength. Out in the yard, the moment Yuera saw me, she smiled and threw herself into my arms. I pushed the sack of flour and the cotton cloth into her hands. She tried to refuse, but I put on a stern face. "If you won't take it, then I won't come see you anymore." That one line stopped her cold, and she had no choice but to accept it. Her eyes rimmed red. "Go on back now. Your sister's still waiting for you to look after her." She watched me until I was out of sight before slowly heading back inside. The moment she stepped in, Shinger stared straight at her. "Sis, are you okay?" Yuera's face was still hot, and she didn't quite know how to answer, so she just smiled and nodded, then turned to go into the kitchen for a drink of water. But in Shinger's mind, this could only mean her sister had been so worn out she'd lost her voice. She clenched her little fists and silently swore an oath. "Once I get better, I'll go find Chu Sun and make him come only to me. I'll never let my sister suffer like this again." The next day, I slept clear until noon. Last night had really taken it out of me. I was the only one home. Chu Ching and second aunt had gone to dig wild greens, and second uncle had gone to build a house in the neighboring village, earning 15 coins a day. I gnawed on a few buns, grabbed my bow and arrows, and headed off to the mountain forest again. When I reached the foot of the mountain, I stopped and gazed at that deep, dead silent old forest. The deer carcass from a few days back was no accident. Something big had to be lurking deep in those woods. Better not to go pushing my way in there. I'd just gotten to the edge of the forest when I saw a group of women digging wild greens. Second aunt and Chu Ching were both there, and so was the old village head's granddaughter, by Jiao Jiao, though that girl couldn't tell wild greens from weeds and was just cramming everything into her basket. "Auntie Chu, isn't that your eldest boy? Off to hunt in the mountains again?" Second aunt and Chu Ching hurried over to talk me out of going. I shook my head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll just bag some pheasants and rabbits and come right back." Mother and daughter sighed and stuffed all the buns they'd brought into my hands. When the other women nearby saw the white flour buns, their eyes went wide, and they seized the chance to start ribbing me about finding a wife, chiming in one after another until my head throbbed. Finally, Chu Ching, her face flushed red, blurted out, "If my big brother's gonna find someone, she's gotta be pretty and capable." Bai Jiao Jiao sidled over with a giggle. "How about you consider me?" Chu Ching shoved her away. "You can't even cook. What are you butting in for?" I slipped away in the chaos and ducked into the forest. If I'd stayed any longer, those aunties would have dragged me home one by one to look over their daughters. I walked about 2/3 of a mile into the woods when I heard two soft cluck-cluck sounds. A pheasant with speckled feathers was strutting on a branch. This bird had guts, coming out this far to the edge. I summoned my recurved bow, loosed a single arrow that struck true, and the pheasant tumbled down. I tied it up and hung it at my waist, then kept sweeping sideways through the area. But I never expected today's luck to be so absurdly good. In less than half an hour, I'd bagged 4 more rabbits and 2 more pheasants. By all rights, I should have been thrilled, but instead I frowned. Something was off. The hit rate was too high. Last time I'd pushed deep into the heart of the forest and toiled forever, and my haul was about the same as this. Rabbits and pheasants don't usually loiter at the forest's edge, yet today they were all fleeing outward in droves, as if something were driving them from behind. Either it was a natural disaster like a flash flood or earthquake, or there was some big predator prowling its territory deep in the woods, scaring them all out to the edges. A beast that patrols its territory. It couldn't be a tiger, could it? I took a deep breath and slowly backed away. Tigers don't leave the deep woods easily, but the packs of wolves and jackals that treat a tiger as a threat would get pushed out to the fringes. The more prey there was in a place like this, the more dangerous it became. I retreated to the forest's edge, picked up the old bough I'd hidden away, and headed briskly down the mountain. I hadn't gone far when I spotted the women at the foot of the mountain. A sharp-eyed Annie called out from a distance. "Look, how'd he come back down so fast?" A plump Annie curled her lip. "Probably didn't catch anything. Told you, last time was pure dumb luck." But the moment I got close, the 3 pheasants and 4 rabbits hanging at my waist came into clear view. The crowd exploded, green with envy, and swarmed around me until I couldn't move. I finally squeezed my way out of the crowd, scanned the surroundings. But I didn't see Chu Ching or Second Ant anywhere. By rights, those 2 would never head home before their baskets were full. Where'd they go? My heart lurched. I spun around and made straight for Bai Jiao Jiao. I closed the distance in a few big strides and stopped in front of her. "Jiao Jiao, where's my little sister? Where's Second Ant? Have you seen them?" Bai Jiao Jiao's eyes were still glued to the pheasants and rabbits at my waist, and she was practically drooling. She gave a loud sniff before finally raising her hand and pointing toward the west side of the forest. "Annie went home to cook. Chu Ching said she was going in over there to pick some wild berries. She's been gone almost half an hour now." Went into the forest to pick berries? My heart lurched, and I snapped my head up to look in the direction she'd pointed. The edge of that stretch of forest was usually safe enough. Plenty of people went in there to gather wild greens and berries. But today was different. The game was fleeing outward in an unnatural way, which meant something big was surely lurking deep in the woods. Chu Ching had gone in alone, and I couldn't rest easy about that for a second. I immediately shoved all the pheasants and rabbits from my waist into Bai Jiao Jiao's arms. "Carry these home for me, and I'll share some with you later. I'm going into the forest to find my sister." With that, I grabbed my bow and arrows and took off running into the woods. As I left, the crowd of aunties behind me exchanged glances and started whispering. "You think maybe he just doesn't want to tell us where he found all that game, so he made up an excuse to slip away?" That's my guess too. Anyway, we've still got wild greens to dig, so let's just camp out here. When he comes back out, we'll corner him. There's no way we're letting the Chu family hog all the meat in this forest. The whole group of aunties promptly plopped down on the ground, striking a "we're not budging till you come out" pose. As for me, I'd long since plunged deep into the forest without a backward glance. What I didn't know was that right there at the edge of the woods, a life-and-death struggle was unfolding. A wild boar of nearly 300 pounds, its 2 tusks flashing with cold light, was charging like a madman straight at a big tree. Up in the tree, blood was gushing from Yuer's left ankle as she clung to the trunk for dear life, trying to climb higher. At the height she was at, one ram from that boar would smash her whole leg to pulp. Snort. The boar's 4 hooves pounded the ground, and its tusks were about to drive into Yuer's leg. At the last possible second, a hand reached down from the top of the tree and grabbed hold of her arm. It was Chu Ching, who'd climbed up first. "Sister Yuer, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." Yuer snapped back to her senses, clamped her legs around the trunk, and used the momentum to scramble up more than a foot. Bam! The boar's massive body slammed squarely into the trunk. The whole tree shook violently, nearly throwing both girls off. Luckily, the tree was thick and sturdy enough, and Yuer finally managed to scramble up safely and cling tightly to a fork in the branches. Thank goodness she'd practiced tree climbing with me before, or she never could have climbed that fast. Chu Ching peered down, still shaken, at the boar frantically clawing at the tree, and swallowed hard in terror. She'd only come in to pick some wild berries for the family to try. Along the way, she'd run into Yuer, and since the 2 girls knew each other, they'd paired up and walked together. Who could have imagined that in just a moment, a crazed wild boar would come charging out of the forest, heading straight for them? If Yuer hadn't reacted so quickly and shoved her out of the way, she'd probably be dead by now. Chu Ching lowered her head, saw Yuer's blood-soaked ankle, and burst into tears on the spot. "Sister Yuer, it's all my fault. I froze up back there, and now you're hurt this badly because of me." But Yuer just shook her head with a bitter smile. No, it's my fault. If only I hadn't paired up with you. I'm a jinx, born under an unlucky star. Without me here, you'd never have run into this mess at all. Her heart was in knots. She'd come into the mountains to pick berries today as a way to thank me. But she hadn't gotten any berries, and she'd nearly gotten my little sister hurt too. If anything really happened, how could she ever face me again? Chu Qing pressed her lips together, her eyes hot with tears. She and Yuer had never done more than exchange a few words now and then, yet Yuer had been willing to risk her life to save her. She silently swore, if I make it out of this alive, I'll go visit Sister Yuer and thank her properly. But before she could get the words out, Yuer suddenly cried out in alarm. Oh no, it's digging at the roots. Chu Qing looked down, and her soul nearly flew out of her body. The boar had lowered its head and was rooting hard at the base of the trunk with its snout. In no time it had dug out a big pit, exposing the roots. If it kept digging like this, the tree wouldn't be able to hold both their weight. Yuer's heart pounded. But strangely, she wasn't feeling much fear right now. What churned hardest inside her was guilt. If I die, how will Xinger survive all alone? And Brother Sun, he's been so good to me, and I can't repay him one bit. Chu Qing was so scared her mind was running wild too. This tree's so tall. If I fall, I'll be smashed beyond recognition. Will Mom and Dad even know me? No, definitely not. I'll surely get eaten by that beast down there, and all that'll be left is a set of clothes and a pile of bones. Dad, Mom, your daughter can't take care of you anymore. Big brother, there's something I've been keeping in my heart, and I never got to tell you. Bam! The trunk gave another huge crack, swaying, on the verge of giving way at last. And just as the two girls were about to accept their fate, a shrill, piercing squeal from the boar tore through the whole forest. The trunk stopped shaking. Yuer and Chu Qing looked down in a daze, and there in the back of that thick-hided boar, at some point, an arrow gleaming with cold light had appeared, buried deep in its flesh. The pain had it bucking and leaping in place. Who fired that arrow? Both girls had the same thought at once. And almost in the very same instant, the same familiar figure flashed through both their minds. They turned in disbelief to look into the distance, and the moment they made out that figure, a flood of emotions poured into both pairs of eyes. Excitement, joy, and something else they couldn't quite name. Brother Sun, big brother. On a small rise not far off, I stood with a bow in one hand and an arrow knocked with the other, my eyes cold as ice. Twang! A second arrow flew out. The boar wasn't scared in the least. The moment it spotted my position, it ground its hooves against the ground, wheeled around, and charged straight at me. Thunk! The arrow lodged in its shoulder blade. But to a 300-pound beast, a wound like that was nothing. It kept roaring and barreling forward. At that speed and that size, if it actually hit me, it could send me flying 2 miles. Damn it, the recurved bow just doesn't have enough power. I have to save up enough money later to trade for a compound bow at the mall, so I can shoot one clean through its heart. I cursed under my breath, and without another thought, scrambled up the nearest big tree. I'd meant to drop it with a single arrow when it charged right up to me, but this bow just wasn't powerful enough. 2 arrows in a row hadn't managed to kill it. I'd barely climbed the tree when the boar caught up and rammed headfirst into the trunk, shaking the whole tree. It circled the tree, snorting and grunting through its nose, as if debating whether to dig this one down too. I steadied myself astride a sturdy branch, drew out an arrow, shook out my aching shoulder, and slowly took aim. Those 2 rapid shots just now had to be both accurate and forceful, and my shoulder was still throbbing dully from it. On the tree across the way, Yuer and Chu Qing stared with shining eyes, watching intently as I drew the bow, feeling as if I looked in that moment like a god descended from heaven. I held my breath and let the arrow fly. With an agonized squeal, blood spurted from the boar's eyeball as it kicked wildly on the ground. That arrow had gone clean through one of its eyes, the head buried almost half a foot deep, blood pouring out. But the worse the beast was hurt, the more vicious it became. It clung to the trunk, determined to climb up and bite me to death. I couldn't help wondering, it was wounded this badly and still wouldn't run? Was it delivering itself right to my doorstep to become meat? So I just loosed several more arrows in rapid succession, until it crashed to the ground and lay motionless. I used my storage to recall the arrows and summon them out again, then put 5 more into the carcass, making sure it was truly, completely dead. Once I'd confirmed it was well and truly finished, I finally jumped down from the tree and walked toward them, calling out, "Where? Little sister, the boar's dead. You can come down now." Hearing my voice, the two in the tree broke into matching smiles of relief at having survived. Yuera was so moved that she cried. She'd come within an inch of never seeing me again, and once more I'd saved her life. Chu Qing's eyes were full of stars. She'd always known I was a good shot, but this was the first time she'd ever seen anything like today. Big Brother had risked his life fighting a wild boar to save her, and in the end he'd brought it down arrow by arrow. So amazing. You two aren't hurt, are you? Can you get down on your own? I asked, looking up. Chu Qing said anxiously. Big Brother, Sister Yuera twisted her ankle, saving me. Hurry and help her down first. Yuera's hurt? My heart clenched, and one look at her ankle, still oozing blood, filled me with an ache. I opened my arms wide. Yuera, come down slowly, I'll catch you. Yuera's face flushed red in an instant. He was still protecting her like this right in front of his little sister. She was so bashful she let out a soft and slid slowly down with Chu Qing's help. I reached out to steady her by the waist and carefully brought her down. Thank you, brother son. She was crying from the pain, but her eyes were brimming with a tenderness too deep to melt away. If not for Chu Qing being present, she'd probably have wanted to kiss me right then and there. Why thank me? I should be thanking you for saving my little sister. I smiled and looked up. Little sister, you come down too. I'll catch you. Chu Qing's heart was sweet as honey. She could actually get down on her own, but the moment she heard I'd catch her, her legs suddenly went weak. Big Brother, I'm a little scared. My legs are all wobbly. Don't be afraid. I've got you. I caught Chu Qing safely as well. The tips of her ears turned faintly red, and she was curling her fingers, about to ask me how I'd known she was in danger, when out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of it. I'd walked straight over to Yuera, pulled up her pant leg, and, bold as anything, started examining her ankle. Chu Qing's head buzzed. A girl's foot. How could a man be touching it and looking at it? Wasn't Big Brother afraid Sister Yuera would get angry? She was about to step in and say something, but the scene before her left her frozen. I cradled Yuera's ankle, the concern in my eyes impossible to hide, as if I were cradling my own wife. And the way Yuera looked back at me, eyes moist, cheeks flushed crimson, there wasn't the slightest trace of annoyance at being offended. That's not right. There's definitely something going on between those two. The jealousy in Chu Qing's heart bubbled up sour. But it wasn't her place to say anything, so all she could do was stand there and stare. You twisted it, but it's not serious. Just scrape the skin, I said after a careful look, and relaxed. I'll put some medicine on it when we get home, and you'll be fine. If it weren't awkward to use them all in front of the two of them, I'd have loved to just pull out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. In the end, all I could do was tear a few strips of cloth from my clothes and bind up her wound to stop the bleeding. Yuera's eyes and brows curved into crescents. Looking down at the earnest expression on my face, she was moved beyond words. A moment ago, she'd truly thought she was going to die there, but at the critical moment, once again it had been me who arrived. The two of us were lost in each other, the sweetness practically wafting off us, which left poor Chu Qing standing beside us feeling terribly wronged. Big Brother's clearly Big Brother. What right does Sister Yuera have to steal him so brazenly? She clenched her little fists and, after a long struggle, finally managed to squeeze out, Big Brother, we'd better get going. The boar's dead, but we don't want to attract other beasts. Only then did Yuera suddenly realize she'd gotten lost in the moment, and she quickly turned her face away. Her reputation was already bad enough, and she couldn't afford to drag me down with her. I patted my shoulder and stood up. We can go, but we've got to haul this boar out. All this meat, taken to sell, would fetch at least 80 coins a pound. 80 coins a pound. That price left Yuera and Chu Qing stunned. This boar was at least 300 pounds. How much would that come to? While the two of them were still dazed, I opened them all, spent 15 coins to trade for a 1-foot-long boning knife with a broad spine and thick blade, wickedly sharp, and spent 3 more coins on a coil of rope. You two rest a bit. I'll cut some branches to lay under the boar, then use the rope to drag it out. I quickly lashed together a crude sled from the branches and rope, Had the two of them help hold it steady, and then hauled the boar onto it with all my might. It was only when I rolled it over that I noticed the boar's rump and hind legs were covered in bite wounds and blood. No wonder it had gone so berserk and charged at people. It had already been seriously wounded. Whatever could bite a 300-pound boar up like that was no creature to be trifled with. This place was truly no longer safe to linger. I slung the rope over my shoulder, had Chu-Ching support Yue, and the group of us dragged the sled out of the forest. With the leaf-covered sled and the downhill slope, it actually went easily, and before long we were out of the woods. At the foot of the mountain, that group of aunties was still crouched there waiting for me, terrified they'd failed to pry out my hunting secrets. The moment they spotted us from afar, the crowd erupted. "He's out! He's out! Quick, go ask him! Don't let him get away!" But when they squeezed up close, every one of them was struck dumb, mouths hanging open, unable to speak for the longest time. There I was, the rope over my shoulder, dragging behind me a fierce black-bristled wild boar, several arrows still stuck in its back and belly, blood still dripping down. The sight was like tossing a stick of dynamite into the crowd. Oh my goodness! A wild boar. One this big, how long could you eat off it? Eat, nothing. Sold for cash. That's dozens of strings of coins at least. Chu family's eldest really has what it takes. Every bit of good luck lands on him. Under an hour in the mountains, and he bags a pile of pheasants and rabbits, goes into the forest to find a person and drags back a boar this huge. What luck? That's not luck, that's skill. If your son ran into this boar, he'd have been gored to death already. The envious, the jealous, the ones angling for a bit of the pig's blood or hide, they all jabbered away in a chaotic din. I let go of the rope and shook out my aching arms. This boar was seriously heavy. Even downhill it had nearly torn me apart, and I truly had no strength left to drag it all the way home. I said to Chu-Ching, "Little sister, run home first and get second aunt. Have her borrow a flatbed cart from the village head's house so we can haul the boar back." Yue, ever tactful, went to sit and rest by a tree off to the side. Ever since we'd come out of the forest, she'd let go of Chu-Ching's hand and kept a modest distance from us. In the eyes of the villagers, she was still that ill-fated jinx born under the white tiger, and she didn't want anyone thinking she was close to me. Chu-Ching answered and dashed off toward home. This was a whole wild boar. With it, forget just paying off the debt. It was enough to have a fat, prosperous new year. The moment Chu-Ching left, that group of aunties who'd been holding back so long immediately swarmed around me, firing questions like a machine gun. "Chu-sun, come on, tell your auntie. Which patch of woods did you get this game in? We're all neighbors here. Help a body out. My family's nearly out of food. If you'll tell me, I'll have my man share half of whatever he catches with you." I pointed toward the edge of the forest I'd gone to that afternoon. "I just ran into it over there. But lately I'm afraid something big has moved into the old forest, a tiger or a brown bear, something like that. And it's driven all the game out to the edges. Whatever you do, don't go up the mountain hunting so carelessly." What? Just a stroll around the forest's edge, and he got all this? Every one of the aunties wore a look of total disbelief. If game were that easy to catch, who'd still be out here breaking their backs digging wild greens? As for the tiger and brown bear I mentioned, they treated it as an even bigger joke. Your auntie was even thinking of finding you a wife, and you go pulling one over on your own auntie? How could game be that easy to catch? That's right. Fine if you won't tell us, but making up a tiger to scare us. There hasn't been a tiger in these mountains for years. If you just don't want the village folk to come snatch your game, then say so. Since when is fooling a bunch of old women any kind of skill? The whole group turned away in a huff to go dig their wild greens, still scheming to have their menfolk make bows and arrows back home and head up the mountain in a big group to try their luck. Listening to their idle chatter, I gave a cold laugh, shook my head, and paid it no mind at all. Believe it or not, that's your business. I've laid out the honest truth right here. If your menfolk go up the mountain later and something happens, it's got nothing to do with me. You can't talk sense into a fool bent on his own death, and mercy can't save someone determined to destroy himself. I walked over to Yue, crouched down, and gently rubbed her ankle. My warm hand moved back and forth over her fair, tender foot, and her cheeks flushed at once. "Brother Sun, my ankle's fine, stop rubbing it. It's not good if someone sees." I smiled, not caring in the least. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like we're doing anything shameful. Besides, if this foot of yours doesn't heal up right, how are you going to? Brother Sun, Yuera couldn't take my blatant teasing. She flushed to the tips of her ears, dropped her head, and buried her face in her hands, curling up like a bashful little quail. Seeing how adorable she looked, I was about to tease her a bit more, when suddenly the rumble of a cart came from the distance, along with second uncle's booming voice. Son, second uncle's here. Where's the boar? Is the boar still there? Second uncle was riding high on good news today. He'd gone to the neighboring village to help build a house, but the employer, wanting to save money, wouldn't provide dinner, so he'd sent the workers home early and docked 2 coins from the wages. He was in the house wondering whether to go haul a load of water when Bai Jiao Jiao came bursting into the yard, several pheasants and rabbits hanging off her, and said, "Uncle Monsong, these are the game Chu Sun caught. He had me bring them to you." "What? He caught more?" Second uncle stared at the game on the ground, his eyes wide as saucers, gazing at it like it was a pile of copper coins. But inwardly he grumbled a bit. "Son, you're so capable it makes me, your second uncle, look useless." When he thought about how he'd worked himself half to death all day for just 18 coins, not even a fraction of what his nephew earned in half a morning in the mountains, his teeth ached with envy. Second aunt came out from the kitchen, took one look, and grinned from ear to ear. If Sun could keep bagging this much game from now on, then paying off the debt and getting married would be no worry at all, and maybe they could even scrape together a dowry for Chu Qing. She was still basking in the thought when Chu Qing came sprinting all the way home, shouting the moment she was through the door, "Dad! Mom! Big brother killed a huge wild boar. Hurry and borrow a flatbed cart from the village head's house to haul it back." "What? A wild boar?" Second uncle shot up from his seat. Second aunt flung down the ladle in her hand and rushed out the door. Sun had only been up the mountain for 2 or 3 days. How had he brought down a wild boar? That was something even veteran hunters didn't dare tangle with. Heavens above, the Chu family was about to strike it big. Second uncle hurriedly told second aunt to deal with the pheasants and rabbits, then followed Chu Qing to the village head's house to borrow the flatbed cart, and rushed over in a frantic hurry. From a good ways off he could already see me, and beside me that fat, hulking wild boar. What a huge boar! "Sun, you're incredible." Second uncle was beside himself with excitement, circling the boar and pawing at it all over. That giddy delight of his. I doubt he'd have been half so enthusiastic pawing at second aunt. "Second uncle, quick, give me a hand. Let's get the boar up on the cart." I pulled the arrows out of the boar, and the 2 of us working together soon heaved it onto the flatbed. The sight had those aunties out in the fields drooling with envy. They gave up on the wild greens entirely, wanting nothing more than to rush home right that minute and nag their menfolk into making bows and arrows and heading up the mountain. Chu Qing ran over to Yuera. "Sister Yuera, how's your foot?" Yuera shook her head and said she was fine, chatting and laughing with Chu Qing, but pointedly avoiding looking at me. With an elder like second uncle present, she was afraid people would notice how close she was with me and start looking down on her. Steadying the cart, second uncle glanced this way, a look of gratitude in his eyes. On the way over, Chu Qing had told him everything. If Yuera hadn't shoved his own daughter out of the way, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Even though I was the one who'd shot the boar dead in the end, the Chu family owed Yuera an enormous debt of gratitude. Second uncle wanted to thank her, but didn't know where to begin. I could see him struggling, wanting to speak but not knowing how, so I smiled and said to Yuera, "Yuera, your foot's hurt, and it's hard for you to walk. Sit up on the cart, and I'll pull you home." The moment those words were out, all 3 of their expressions changed. Second uncle's eyes went wide with alarm. "Yuera? That name Sun just used, wasn't that a bit too familiar?" Chu Qing's eyes dimmed for a moment, then flickered back to life with a stubborn light. She quietly watched Yuera. "So what if Sister Yuera's like that? When I grow up, I'll turn out just as pretty as her." Yuera reacted the most strongly, waving her hands over and over. "No, no, no, my foot doesn't hurt. I can walk on my own. If it weren't for you saving me today, Big Brother Chu, I'd already be dead. How could I let you pull me around like this?" I didn't give her the slightest chance to argue. I strode forward and, ignoring her startled cry, hoisted her right up onto the cart. "Enough, just sit. Once we get home, I'll bring some gifts and come by properly to thank you for saving my little sister's life." I made sure to lean hard on those words, saving her life. Yuera's ears turned so red they looked ready to drip blood. She dropped her head and didn't make a sound. She knew exactly what I meant by "come by to thank you." Beside us, second uncle watched me scoop a grown girl up onto the cart, and the look on his face was priceless. "She's a young woman, after all, and you just grab her like that, boy?" But Yuera, far from being angry, only blushed rosy and didn't dare meet my eyes. "Oh Lord, don't tell me Sunner's taken a liking to her." Second uncle didn't dislike Yuera, but that reputation of hers, born under the white tiger's star, a lone doombringer, still sent a chill down his spine. Chu-Ching clutched the hem of her clothes tight. She wore a smile, but she couldn't smother the envy welling up inside her. If only I'd been the one who got hurt, then maybe Big Brother would carry me onto the cart like that too. Of course, what she'd more likely get was some fatherly concern from second uncle. One cart, one pig, for people. That's how we headed down the dirt road toward the village. Along the way, I lost count of how many eyes we drew. Some envied my luck. Others whispered and pointed at Yuera. "Look at that! Monsang's nephew hunted a pig that big. Goodness, imagine how much that'll sell for. Isn't he supposed to be a scholar? How's he better than the old hunters from miles around?" One Annie twisted her husband's ear and scolded him. "Are you dumb or what? A scholar who can't even wring a chicken's neck bagged all that, and you're still sitting here? Go grab your gear and get up that mountain." The man protested. "That's gotta be dumb luck. These past few years, how many skilled men went into that old forest and never came back out? You think I'd dare go in there? Can't you all go in together? A bunch of grown men, what are you scared of? Say, how'd that white tiger girl end up tangled with the eldest Chu boy? TSK probably took a fancy to her. Who could blame him? She's a looker. Just wonder if he'll end up cursed to death." Every one of these remarks drifted over, and Yuera felt smaller and smaller. She kept her head down, not even daring to look at me. "They're right. I'm cursed under the white tiger. I'm not good enough for Brother Sun. But there's still Shinger back home." A few people in the crowd came up to ask where I'd bagged the game, and I gave them the same story I'd been telling. Hardly any of them believed it. Before long, I pulled the cart up in front of Yuera's thatched hut. In the yard, a girl who looked almost exactly like Yuera, only a bit thinner in the frame, was busy at work. The rumbling of the cart startled her. Qin Shinger looked up and was instantly frozen by the sight before her. On that cart at the gate, her sister sat up front, and behind her lay a big, dark wild boar. Pulling the cart was Chu's son, the one who was always bullying her sister. Beside him stood a middle-aged man and a girl about her own age. The whole scene was so strange that Shinger, still weak from her recent illness, was left utterly bewildered. It was Yuera who spoke first, beckoning to her little sister. "Shinger, I twisted my ankle. Come help your sister." Twisted her ankle? Shinger's eyes shot straight to me. It had to be him beating her sister again. Just a couple days ago, after he'd come by a few times, her sister had walked crooked all day, wobbling and dropping to the ground trembling after every couple steps. It had to be him again today. Her glare left me completely baffled. Had Yuera told her about the two of us? Otherwise, why was she looking at me like that? Shinger stepped up and slowly helped her sister down from the cart. Once the two sisters went inside, we pulled the cart on toward home. The moment we got back, there was second aunt fussing over me, fetching water, bringing out white flour buns, shoving it all into my hands. Even second uncle, who was thirsty and wanted a sip, had to wait his turn. "Sunner, you've really made this family proud this time." Second aunt was beaming. "The whole village knows now that you're a first-rate hunter, and everyone's clamoring to set you up with a wife. Tell your auntie, is there a girl you've got your eye on? I'll arrange a meeting in a day or two." We'd been slow pulling the cart back, so the news that I'd bagged a wild boar had already spread through the whole village. Some wanted to learn from me and go into the mountains. Some wanted to marry their daughters off to me. A few even came to propose a match to Chu-Ching. Who wouldn't want a brother-in-law who could hunt? People came and went, and the bustle had second aunt practically glowing. Their nephew had made good, and they got to bask in the glory too. She was already scheming to lock down my marriage as fast as possible. The village had plenty of fine girls, and if she waited too long, some other family would snap them up. And that Qing girl. Before, the whole village had turned their noses up at her. Too skinny to do any work, No one wanted her. But now, a whole crowd of men were coming to propose. Huh. Dream on. I wouldn't even give you the time of day. Hearing set you up with a wife. My expression turned a little odd. No need, second aunt. I've got my own plans for my marriage. Let's just deal with all this game first. Second aunt wanted to press further. Strike while the reputation's hot and get him married. Because once everyone in the village starts hunting, the shine will wear off. But second uncle was quick this time. He grabbed her and pulled her aside, lowering his voice. Sooner knows what he's doing. Let's not meddle. Go cook. We'll have ourselves a good meal later. He'd already noticed the spark between Yuera and me today, and after what I'd just said, how could he not guess what was on his nephew's mind? He'd clearly fallen for that young, pretty widow. The only problem was Yuera's reputation was so cursed. If she really married into the Chu family, who could guarantee there wouldn't be all sorts of ghostly disasters? Then a thought suddenly struck second uncle. Doesn't Yuera have a little sister? The two look exactly alike. If Sooner married the sister instead, wouldn't it come to the same thing? Huh, what a happy coincidence. In the kitchen, second uncle and second aunt got to work on the wild fowl and rabbits. I went out to the yard, sprinkled a little water over my boning knife, and got ready to bleed the boar. This was an uncastrated boar, so its meat was already strong and rank. Without bleeding it first, the meat would be impossible to swallow. While I was busy, Chu Qing, helping out at my side, set down the basin of hot water, pinched the hem of her clothes, and stared at a clump of dirt on the ground. Biting her lip, she asked, "Big brother, you and sister, where have you fallen for her?" My hand paused mid-scrape. I looked up at my little sister, whose face had flushed red, and let out a slightly surprised laugh. Was it that obvious? Obvious didn't begin to cover it. Everyone on that road had seen it. Who else would dare let that white tiger, cursed pretty widow, ride in his cart and haul her all the way home? Chu Qing froze for a moment, then blurted out, "So you really did fall for Sister Yue?" But then what about me? She barely managed to hold that last part in. I shook the water off my hands and ruffled her hair. "Don't worry. Even after I marry, you'll still be the little sister I cherish most. But I don't want to only be your sister." Chu Qing's heart soured, but she still let out a sigh and went back to helping me work. The sky gradually darkened, and the smell of blood grew thicker in the yard. I used the boning knife to cut off about 5 caddies of pork, grabbed a cleaned wild rabbit, and headed off to the village chief's house with the gifts. The old couple's eyes went round as saucers. They hurriedly invited me in to sit, and told by Jiao Jiao to dish up some food to entertain me. I declined, saying I'd only come to thank them for lending me the cart and for that bow last time. Of course, the more important thing was to get on good terms with the village chief. He ran the whole village, and this was a connection worth holding on to. I also mentioned that I'd like to borrow the cart and a steelyard scale again over the next day or two to take the pork into town and sell it. The chief agreed readily, and even said that once I was in town I could look up his son, by Dashin, for help. He worked as a street patrol constable at the county office, someone who could come in handy. I nodded with a smile. Just like that, wasn't this whole web of connections falling into place? Leaving the chief's house, I went home and cut off a whole pig leg, grabbed a plump, tender wild chicken, added some white rice and white flour from my store, and even spent 10 coins on a Yunnan Baiyao medicated plaster. "Second uncle, second aunt, I'm heading out for a bit. Go ahead and eat, don't wait for me." With that, I shouldered the goods and headed straight for Yuera's home. Inside the thatched hut, Xinger was dressing her sister's wound, first packing it with wood ash, then mashing up porcelain to apply over the injury. Suddenly, she heard her sister say something out of the blue, and her whole body went stiff. "Xinger, what would you think about marrying Big Brother Chu?" The oil lamp in the room flickered dim, then bright. Xinger had been bent over, tending her sister's wound, first spreading a layer of wood ash, then applying the mashed porcelain over the injury. Just then, her sister suddenly came out with those words, and they nailed her to the spot. Xinger's almond eyes went wide, her face full of shock. "What did you say? You want to marry me off?" She flopped down against her sister's legs, her voice trembling. "Sister, don't you want me anymore?" Something complicated flickered in Yueta's eyes. She took her little sister's hand and said softly, "It's not that I don't want you. It's just that after everything today, I've come to understand a few things. My fate is a cursed one, and if you stay with me, Sooner or later you'll get dragged down with me. Big Brother Chu is kind-hearted and a good man. When you were so sick a while back, he was the one who brought grain and that miracle medicine that pulled you through. If you marry him, you'll never want for food or clothing your whole life. Yuera truly believed her own fate was a curse. Today she'd only tagged along with Chu Qing into the forest, and it had drawn out a rabid wild boar that nearly cost them both their lives. If Brother Sun hadn't shown up, she wouldn't have made it back. Even on the road home, all she did was ride in his cart, and people whispered behind her back the whole way, calling her a disaster-bringing jinx. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she grew. If she really was with Brother Sun, who knew what day she'd end up cursing him to death? Xinger looked exactly like her, just a bit thinner in the frame. And that was only because she'd never had enough to eat growing up. Married to Brother Sun, with his skills she'd surely be fed plump and healthy, and one day bear him a whole brood of chubby sons. As for herself, Yuera sighed helplessly. From now on, if she could sneak a few meetings with Brother Sun, she'd be content. She didn't dare hope for anything more. But that sigh, falling on Xinger's ears, took on a completely different meaning. Xinger's head snapped up, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister, did Chu Sun beat you again? Did he threaten you into marrying me off to him? Let's go find him and have it out. Even if I owe him 2 debts of gratitude, I'll work myself to death to pay him back. Yuera blinked, then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who said Brother Sun beat me? He never threatened me at all. This was all my own idea. This silly girl. What on earth was going on in her head? But Xinger rubbed her eyes and cried even harder. Stop lying to me, sister. I've grown up. I'm not a child anymore. That day, I saw the whole thing. She saw the whole thing. Yuera's face went up in flames, red and flustered. How was she ever going to face anyone again? She could just die of shame. But in the next instant, she froze completely. Xinger lifted her little face and, with the utmost seriousness, began laying out her case. You keep saying Chu Sun came over just to help out. But the moment you came back, you were walking all crooked, wincing in pain. At night you'd talk in your sleep, all these little moans and whimpers. He must have beaten you so bad you're scared of him. Yuera was so mortified she could have dug a hole in the floor with her toes. Xinger only got more worked up, counting off on her fingers. And the day before yesterday, he came looking for you, and you went out with him, and didn't come back for the longest time. And when you did, she gazed at her sister's lips with an aching heart, choking back a sob. Your lips were all swollen. Sister, I really can't stand watching you get bullied because of me anymore. PFF. What in the world did any of that add up to? Yuera was so embarrassed she nearly fainted. She'd clearly been. Oh, how was she supposed to explain this? Just as she steeled herself to give her little sister the birds and the bees talk, Brother Sun's voice suddenly came from the yard. Yuera, I've brought you some things. Xinger shot to her feet, huffing angrily. He's definitely here to bully you again. I'm going out to set him straight. From now on, if he wants to hit someone, he can hit me. He's not allowed to touch you anymore. But Yuera's eyes lit up. Brother Sun had come at just the right time. What better chance to let Xinger finally understand what she needed to understand, and to clear Brother Sun of this ridiculous, massive misunderstanding. She grabbed her little sister. Xinger, wait. Xinger looked back at her, utterly confused. Sister, don't tell me you're going to let him beat you again? I'd rather give this life of mine back to him than watch you get half beaten to death. Silly girl, spouting nonsense again. Fighting through the ache in her ankle, Yuera blocked her sister's path and said gravely, Brother Sun has never hit me. You've misunderstood. Now get under the covers and pretend to be asleep. No matter what you hear, don't let Brother Sun know you're awake. With that, she turned, pulled the door open a crack, and slipped out. Xinger stamped her feet in frustration behind her. Sister, what exactly are you trying to do? In a little while, you'll understand just what Brother Sun and I really are to each other. Seeing her sister had already gone out, Xinger had no choice but to pull the blanket over her head, her belly full of questions. Out in the yard, Yuera limped over to open the door. Brother Sun, why'd you bring so much food again? I'm already up to my ears in debt to you. I was holding an entire cleaned pig leg in my arms, a plucked wild chicken in one hand, plus 2 sacks of white rice and white flour. A pretty sincere set of gifts, wouldn't you say? I glanced down at her ankle. I was worried about your injury, so I figured I'd come by tonight to take a look. All of this is for you. Never mind what's between the two of us, just for saving my little sister today. If I didn't bring something over, my aunt and uncle would be poking me in the back over it." Hearing that, Yuera felt even warmer inside. She tugged at my arm. "Brother Sun, come in and sit a while. It's chilly out here." I paused. "Come in? Isn't your sister home?" Last time we'd nearly been caught by Shinger, and it had given me quite a scare. Luckily, the girl was simple and couldn't figure out what I was up to behind Yuera's back. Yuera turned her face aside shyly and told a little white lie. "She fell asleep long ago. We'll do like last time. Just go to the kitchen." The beauty before me was as lovely as a blossom in bloom. I took a deep breath and followed her inside, fishing the Yunnan Baiyao plaster out from my clothes as I went. "Let's get this stuck on you first, then I'll rub your ankle for you. You'll heal faster." Yuera murmured a sweet reply and pushed open the door. The moment we stepped into the main room, it was dead quiet inside. Only Shinger lay on the mat on the floor, her breathing steady and even. I looked around, then glanced up at the thatched roof with its scattered pinpricks of starlight showing through. I need to find time to fix this place up properly. It was only early autumn and already a bit cold. This winter was bound to be bitter, and with a house this drafty, how would they get through it? The two of us crept quietly into the kitchen. I'd barely set the goods on the counter when a soft, warm body threw itself into my arms. Yuera was uncharacteristically bold today. She leaned up to my ear, rose on her toes, bit down on my earlobe, and breathed like a warm breeze. "Brother Sun, Yuera's missed you so much today." Even with all the sweet nothings I'd read in my past life, I couldn't hold up against that. My heart was pounding like a drum. A ravishing, alluring beauty wrapping herself around you. Could any man take that? I cupped her face. "Yuera, in a little while I'll come clean to second uncle about us. You just wait for me to come propose properly." Propose? Something stirred in Yuera's eyes, but it carried an inexpressible loneliness. It wasn't that she didn't want to marry me, but with her cursed fate and being a widow on top of it, she absolutely couldn't drag me down. In her heart, marrying Shinger off to me was the only safe solution. The air in the kitchen slowly grew warmer. Back in the main room, Shinger, pretending to sleep, had heard the two of us come inside long ago. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't make sense of what her sister meant by, "In a little while you'll understand." What exactly were the two of them to each other? Curled up under the covers, she tossed and turned, thinking it over, and the more she thought, the more confused she got. Especially that line, "No matter what, don't let Brother Sun know you're awake." That one had her completely lost in a fog. Shinger's face scrunched up in a knot. Finally, slowly, ever so slowly, she sat up. A good while later, I straightened up. Yuera also sat up with effort, took my clothes, and carefully draped them over me, smoothing out the wrinkles. I chuckled. I got a little carried away. "Later, be sure to stew that wild chicken up properly and build your strength back." Yuera's cheeks flushed faintly as she tucked back her mussed hair. "It's fine. As long as you're happy, Brother Sun, that's all that matters." The two of us tidied up quickly. Yuera even pushed open the wooden kitchen window to let in some air. I leisurely opened the kitchen door, and seeing Shinger still bundled under her blanket, sleeping soundly, I stepped out and slipped quietly from the yard. But Yuera stopped in the kitchen doorway. She was silent for a moment, then walked straight over to her sister's bed and said softly, "Shinger, still pretending?" Not a sound came from under the covers, as if she really were dead asleep. A teasing smile tugged at the corner of Yuera's mouth. "If you don't come out, I'm pulling the blanket off." The words had barely left her mouth. A little head, hair mussed and eyes shimmering, poked out from under the blanket. Shinger's voice quavered like a frightened kitten. "Sister, I." Looking at her little sister's burning red face, Yuera clapped a hand over her mouth in astonishment. Good heavens above. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten, I got up and went with second uncle to borrow the cart from the village chief again. The rest of the pork I wrapped up tight in matting and straw, making sure no outsider could tell what it was, and then pulled the cart off toward the county town. The 20-li road to town was full of ruts and holes, and the cart was heavy. The two of us strained and grunted the whole way, and only when the sun was high did we finally spot the town's outline in the distance. Outside the walls, as usual, crouched a crowd of refugees and beggars. They stared at my straw-wrapped cart, their eyes full of curiosity. I just gave a cold snort and shook the bough slung over my shoulder. That little movement, combined with my size, was enough to make those flow-thin, skin-and-bones drifters lower their heads and behave. Once inside the town, the streets weren't exactly bustling, but there was some life to them. Bun sellers and noodle sellers had all come out for the morning market. I bought 10 big buns in one go and split them with second uncle. Pulling that cart the whole way had worn us both out. Even second uncle, usually such a tightwad, ate with real gusto this time, not the least bit stingy. After all, once today's pork was sold, that meant more copper coins than he could count. Bellies full, the two of us pushed the cart to the market on West Street. The moment I flipped back the straw and revealed the cut wild boar meat, I caught the eyes of everyone around us on the spot. Hunters did come here to sell things on ordinary days, but at most it'd be a wild chicken or rabbit. An occasional roe deer counted as a rare treat. Who'd ever seen someone lay out a whole wild boar first thing in the morning? That's a wild boar, right? Look at those big tusks. Goodness. Which village hunter is this? Haven't seen wild boar meat sold here in years. Sure, it's a bit gamey, but I'd love to buy a caddy and give it a try. It's way more prized than chicken, duck, fish, or rabbit. Come on. The domestic pork butcher Zheng next door sells is already 90 when a caddy. This wild boar meat is firmer, so it's gotta go for 100, right? I took all this chatter in. I'd asked around about meat prices on my last trip into town, and it lined up pretty closely with what they were saying. But today I was dead set on clearing out all the meat within the day. Never mind selling it high. Selling it at the same price would already be too slow for me. I fished out a piece of charcoal I'd burned the night before, crouched down, and started writing on the ground. My handwriting wasn't bad, and in the blink of an eye a line of big characters appeared on the ground. Fresh killed wild boar meat, slaughtered yesterday, 79 when a caddy. Wild boar meat, 79 when a caddy. The onlookers' eyes stopped moving, mouths hanging open one after another. These days, even white rice sold for 30 when a caddy. Wild boar butchered just yesterday, going for only 70 someone? That was practically giving it away. So the crowd surged forward with a roar, all shouting to buy meat. With that many people crowding in, some sticky-fingered types thought they could fish in muddy waters. But the thief's hand had barely reached out. Chuck! A boning knife came down with a heavy chop, a flash of blade, and lopped off a fat pig's trotter right next to the thief's hand. That short, scrawny fellow was scared stiff on the spot, not daring to move a muscle. If that chop had landed on his hand, it would have taken the whole wrist off. I grabbed his hand and smiled, the picture of friendliness. Say, big brother, why don't you buy this trotter? Take it home, stew it nice and soft, and eat it up to cure those thieving hands of yours. The short, scrawny fellow hunched over, both legs shaking. He looked up and ran straight into my smiling face, the sharp knife still in my hand, the whole posture suggesting that if he dared say a single no, my next chop would run him through. Everyone around was watching him make a fool of himself, laughing that he dared mess with a bow-carrying hunter. The short, scrawny fellow gulped. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Haha. Actually, I just came to buy a trotter. I'll take it. Only then did I nod, satisfied, and tossed the trotter over to second uncle to weigh. Second uncle gave a cold snort, and as he weighed it, his wrist pressed down ever so subtly, without leaving a trace. That comes to 2 caddies, 3 tails. The scrawny fellow's head buzzed. What? A single trotter weighs 2 caddies, 3 tails? You think I'm an idiot? He was about to argue when he saw me, all kindly and benevolent, pick up the sharp knife again. Chuck, stab it into the boar's belly, cut off a chunk of meat, and say pleasantly, What? I've already cut the meat. You don't want to buy any more? The scrawny fellow jolted. I'll buy. I'll buy. I'll pay right now. 181. Pay up. Wincing at the cost, he counted out 18 big coins from his purse and, groaning and sighing, carried off that trotter. Before he left, he shot me a venomous glare. Umph, you won't let me steal meat, so I won't let you off easy either. Daring to sell pork on West Street. Aren't you afraid Butcher Zheng from the west end of the market will come make trouble for you? I'm off to fetch him to deal with the lot of you. In front of my stall, people were packed shoulder to shoulder scrambling to buy wild boar meat. Business was through the roof. Cheap price, fresh meat, of course they were fighting over it. Even the boar's kidneys got bought up by a man with sunken eye sockets and a floating, unsteady gait, muttering something about, like nourishes like. Second uncle, collecting the money at my side, had practically gone numb. Fistful after fistful of copper coins he stuffed into the box, and he even fished out several bits of broken silver. Heavens above, I, Chu Monsong, am striking it rich. Before long, the pork I'd brought had sold off more than 100 caddies, netting a full 10 strings of coins, and then some. The box holding the copper coins was nearly full, so second uncle simply plopped himself down on top of it, terrified someone might get greedy at the sight of all that wealth. I glanced back at the day's earnings and felt thoroughly pleased inside. A 300 caddy boar, once bled and gutted, left only about 200 caddies of meat, and that was only because I'd sold the fatty and lean cuts, ribs and all, mixed together. As for the offal, I could just sell it cheap later. Just as second uncle and I were getting ready to keep on with business, the crowd suddenly stirred and split to both sides. A few thuggish-looking ruffians came swaggering over. Leading them was a fat man with a face full of jowls and a full beard, arrogance written all over him. He walked straight up to the stall, folded his arms, and looked the two of us up and down. Behind him, several young toughs ringed the stall tight, all putting on their punkish airs. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Butcher Zheng from the west end of the market? What's he doing here? You don't know? Every pork seller on all of West Street is one of his people. He's got 7 or 8 apprentices under him and runs several shops. Daring to sell meat on his turf. That's like digging a grave right on the king of hell's head. These two are done for. Not only won't they make any money, they'll probably end up laid up in the clinic." The fat man listened to all this and grew even more smug, his face full of mockery. But I wasn't the least bit rattled. I sized him up with real interest. West end of the market, sells pork. Heh, this man's got no strength in his legs. One look and you can tell it's just soft fat. Fierce face, but at his core he's probably a coward. Second uncle, on the other hand, lost his nerve. His body trembling slightly, he stepped forward to shield me behind him and forced out a smile. "Good fellows, you're here to buy meat, yes? I'll cut some for you. Cheap, half price, I'll practically give it away." "Give it to me." The fat man hawked a thick gob of spit onto the ground. "Pa, you dare sell pork here on West Street without asking around about my name? West end of the market? You think you can open shop without paying up? Dream on. Hurry up and hand over 5 taels of silver, or today I'll smash your stall to pieces." The young toughs joined in, hollering and jeering. This second uncle was instantly at a loss. "Good fellow, we're new here, we really don't know the rules. And 5 taels, isn't that a bit much?" Butcher Zheng's eyes bulged. 5 taels is too much. If it weren't your first time here, I'd charge you 10 taels. Second uncle's legs went weak and he nearly toppled over. Luckily I caught him in time. "Second uncle, go sit in the back and rest." I patted his shoulder. "I'll go reason with these gentlemen." I stepped forward at a measured pace, my voice flat, but my gaze cold. With a frame like mine planted there, I carried a naturally intimidating presence. Add the bow on my back and the sharp knife gleaming with cold light in my hand. It was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. On West Street, the common folk had formed a ring to watch the show, and not one of them was betting on us uncle and nephew. But the moment Butcher Zheng and his toughs saw me step forward and caught sight of the sharp knife in my hand, they actually calmed down and involuntarily backed up a couple steps. Butcher Zheng especially just shoved his apprentices in front of himself. Hidden behind his men, his courage came back. "I've got 5 or 6 people here, and we can't handle one green kid?" He bared a mouthful of big yellow teeth and sneered. "Reason? I, Butcher Zheng, have sold pork on this West Street for years, and I believe in just one reason. If you want to sell meat, you pay your dues." The young toughs planted their hands on their hips and chimed in. "That's right. Pay up now, or we'll break your legs." Clowns, the lot of them. I casually grabbed a pork meatball, weighed it in my hand, and tossed it up and down. "Money? Don't have any. But seeing as your steps are all wobbly and your footing's unsteady, I'll go ahead and sell you a meatball. Let like nourish like, put some strength back in you." The crowd burst into laughter. That was calling Butcher Zheng of the West into soft coward to his face, and offering him a meatball to fix it, no less. "You, Butcher Zhang's face went the color of pig's liver. Smash his stall for me. Beat them all. MMPH. A meatball flew straight into his gaping mouth, nearly choking him to death. By the time he'd spat the meatball out, bam! I clenched my 5 fingers into a fist and drove it into the jaw of a young tough beside him. The force was tremendous. The tough shrieked and went flying, crashing right into Butcher Zhang. The two of them tumbled down together in a heap, dust flying everywhere. You son of a bitch. Today I'll make sure you're finished. Butcher Zhang shoved the man off him, beside himself with rage. But in the very next second, his eyes went wide and he froze in terror. The remaining 4 or 5 young toughs swarmed forward, meaning to pin me down. They'd been hustling on this street long enough to be sure I wouldn't actually dare use the knife. But what they didn't know was that in my past life I'd placed in the top 100 at the army-wide martial contest. As long as I kept my distance, dealing with these clowns didn't require the knife at all. I simply shifted my footing and threw my punches, every one landing on their most vital spots. The soft cartilage behind the ear, the jaw, the ribs, the bridge of the nose, the small of the back. Every punch sinking into flesh, every move crippling. In the span of a few breaths, every tough on the scene was laid out flat, moaning and groaning. The sight left the watching crowd utterly stunned. How is this kid such a good fighter? These are all the scrappiest brawlers on West Street. Are all the hunters from the villages this tough? No wonder he could bag a wild boar. He's got real skill. Butcher Zhang gulped and, trembling, pointed at me. You're wielding a knife and assaulting people in broad daylight in the middle of the street. Aren't you afraid of being hauled off to the county office? Even he couldn't believe that there'd come a day in his life when he'd have to invoke the county office to lean on someone. If word of this got out, where would he put his old face? Where in the world had this fearsome man come from? Tap, tap, tap. I walked toward him step by step, the sharp knife in my hand still smeared with a few threads of blood from cutting meat. I found it rather funny. I didn't stab any of them to death with the knife. How does that count as wielding a knife and assaulting people? I spun the knife into a little flourish in my hand, my face all kindness. You wouldn't happen to be hoping I'll accidentally stab you to death, so you can frame me and get me thrown in prison, would you? Framing me with his own life? Was that even a human thing to say? Butcher Zhang backed up in terror again and again until his back hit the street wall. Only then did he stammer through chattering teeth. No, 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 I didn't mean that. A misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Seeing what a coward he was, the onlookers roared with laughter, laughing that this local bully had run into a genuine tough guy today. I looked down at his trembling calves and scoffed. So then, about my stall fee? I won't collect it. I won't collect it. Sell however you like. I don't want a thing. Butcher Zhang waved his hands frantically, terrified I might strike again the next second. Now that's more like it. Once we talk things out, doesn't everything become nice and friendly? I smiled and held up the meatball in my hand. So then, what did you come to my stall for? Butcher Zhang stared at that meatball and cautiously ventured. I must have come to buy pork. Is that right? His expression, so afraid of answering wrong, was comical enough to make anyone spit out their food. I nodded, wearing the look of a teacher pleased with a promising pupil. Buy it then. This meatball fortifies the vital essence and strengthens the body. I'll sell it to you at 100 won a caddy. Not too much, is it? Not too much. Not too much. 150 wouldn't be too much either. As if, dare to say half a no. And there was that boning knife in his hand to get acquainted with. I didn't even bother weighing it. Just stuffed the meatball straight into his hand. That comes to 201. PFF. 1 meatball, and you're charging me for 2 caddies? Butcher Zhang's face turned green, but the arm can't win against the thigh, and he could only grind out through his frustration. I'll buy it. I'll pay right now. He walked over to one of the young toughs still writhing and howling on the ground and cursed him. Useless piece of trash, hand over your money. That tough, clutching his crotch, teary-eyed with no tears left, fished out a purse. Butcher Zhang snatched it, picked out a piece of broken silver worth about 201, and, gritting his teeth, handed it over to Second Uncle. Second Uncle had already been struck dumb by the skills I'd just shown. Since when could his own nephew fight like that? He stared at the silver Butcher Zhang was holding out, and, for a moment, just blanked. Come on, buddy, hurry up and take it. Can't you see the big shot behind me is about to shove that knife in my face? Butcher Zheng, in his panic, simply stuffed the silver into second uncle's hand, then turned back to me, bowing and scraping. Young sir, I've bought the meat, and I've paid the silver. My sow at home is about to farrow. Perhaps you'd consider. I strode forward and, thunk, drove the sharp knife straight into the chopping block. Butcher Zheng flinched again, cold sweat pouring out. Seeing I'd cowed him, I waved a hand. Money and goods are settled. You can go. He'd barely let out a breath of relief when I changed my tone. But if you dare come make trouble again, this bow of mine doesn't have eyes. Watch yourself walking the roads at night. Somebody might mistake you for game and put an arrow through you. The words landed with real weight, and even passers-by nearby heard them clearly, breaking out in cold sweat. The nerve, the sheer brazen nerve. This was no meat seller. He was more of a bully than the bullies, threatening people right in front of a whole street of folks. For a moment, everyone was confused. Just who exactly was the one here to start trouble? Butcher Zheng's face crumpled miserably. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself twice. He regretted it to the marrow of his bones. How could he have believed that pickpocket's nonsense and gone and provoked a walking disaster like this? Threats like those should have been his lines, as the neighborhood bully. Yet today he was the one being threatened right back. 10-odd years hustling the streets had given him an eye for it. This man before him had genuine skill and a genuine willingness to strike ruthlessly. From the killing intent in his words, and from those fighting skills, he really could take Butcher Zheng's life. Butcher Zheng shrank his neck and said over and over, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. From now on I'll steer clear of you for sure. Seeing this fat man, who bullied the weak and cowered before the strong, was scared of me down to his bones, I finally nodded, satisfied. Off you go. Yes, 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 right away, I'm leaving. Butcher Zheng called out, and the young toughs on the ground scrambled up, faces smeared with dirt, hauled up the comrade who'd been beaten the worst, and slunk off out of the crowd. Just then, a puzzled voice came from beyond the crowd. Zheng-san, what are you all doing out here instead of selling meat at the shop? That voice sounded familiar. I turned toward it. The crowd parted, and in walked 3 people. Leading them was a thin, short man with a wispy mustache, none other than Lou VIII, the one who'd come pounding on our door to collect the debt the other day. The moment Lou VIII walked in, he spotted me at the stall. Forgetting all about stroking his mustache, his eyes went round as saucers. It's actually you. I gazed at Lou VIII without a care in the world, my boning knife idly scraping back and forth across the chopping block. Never would I have guessed that a trip into town to sell meat would run me into this bunch. The instant Lou VIII recognized me, wild glee flashed in his eyes. What a small world for enemies. Just a few days apart, and here we'd crossed paths again. The lesson I'd given him last time, he still hadn't forgotten. Thinking of it, his hatred for me flared all the sharper. But in the next moment, his gaze was riveted to the meat stall in front of second uncle and me. This was pork. Where had they gotten so much pork? And by the looks of it, they were selling it right there on the street. How much had they already sold? Surely they hadn't already made a tidy sum? Damn it. If they really paid back the debt, how was he ever going to get his hands on that plot of land? Beside him, Butcher Zheng waved a hand in front of his face. Master 8, you know these 2? Lou VIII snapped out of it, brushed his hand aside, and said darkly, Of course I know them. These 2 still owe my master's household 5 strings of cash. Chu Monsong, Chu Sun, running into me today, that's your bad luck. Either pay up, or hand over the land. The county town was his home turf, and he was certain I couldn't make any waves here. Last time he'd brought too few men and gotten thrashed by me. But this time he'd brought 6 or 7, plus Butcher Zheng's apprentices at his side, handling one little Chu's son. Wasn't that as easy as turning his hand over? He waved his arm, and the several house guards behind him balled up their fists and closed in. Seeing so many men, second uncle panicked instantly. He snatched up the wooden pole used to weigh down the cart and planted himself in front of me, his voice tight. What's the meaning of this? We never said we wouldn't pay. Isn't the deadline still the start of next month? Lou VIII snorted coldly. I don't care whether it's due or not. Pay up now, or hand the land over. Beside them, Butcher Zheng watched Lou VIII get ready to throw down without a word of warning, and his eyes went straight as saucers. Hold on. I call you Master 8, and you actually think you're some big shot? You'd better take stock of your own weight first. This gentleman just laid out 4 or 5 of my best men single-handed. And your handful of house guards? Sending them in is just handing him free targets. He hurried over to Lou the Eighth to advise him. Master 8, listen to me. This man, he. Quit pestering me. Lou the Eighth cut him off with a wave. Today I'm breaking that boy's legs no matter what. Rebuffed, Butcher Zheng couldn't be bothered to intervene any further. He doesn't know good advice when he hears it. When he gets beaten to a pulp in a minute, he'll have it coming. So he simply led his men off to the side to watch the show. As for me, I still stood right where I was, my expression unchanged, wearing the look of someone who didn't think this crowd was worth a second glance. I looked Lou the Eighth dead in the eye. So, are you here to collect a debt, or here to fight me? Seeing that it was now 7 against 1, the odds in his favor, Lou the Eighth stroked his wispy mustache and sneered slyly. To collect the debt, of course. But for penniless wretches like you, a lesson's still in order. If you can't pay up today, well, haha. The threat in those words was thick enough to choke on. I only smiled, walked to the stall, and opened the box of copper coins. What we agreed on was that we'd repay your master Lou in the spring of next year. Instead, before even a month had passed, you showed up pressing for the debt, trying to force us to hand over the land deed to settle it. Then you changed your tune and said we'd repay at the start of next month. But it's only been a few days, and here you are flip-flopping again, demanding the money today. I grabbed a fistful of copper coins and let them clatter back into the box between my fingers, smiling. Fine, I'll pay back the 5 strings we owe you. That way you'll stop coming around every couple of days asking for a beating. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd broke into an uproar. I didn't realize Master Lou's household even demands debts early. What kind of reasoning is that? Exactly. His family's already infamous for sky-high interest, and now they pull this shameless early collection stunt. Aren't they afraid of wrecking their own reputation? You'd be better off at a pawnshop, you borrow less, but at least it beats getting robbed. Listening to all this chatter, Lou the Eighth's face went white with rage. Boy, don't you go slandering people here. It's plain as day that you lot have no money to pay and want to skip out on the debt, and you dare drag my master's name through the mud. Get him. The 7 house guards rubbed their hands together, ready to charge. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you don't want the money after all? Lou the Eighth sneered. Haha, the likes of you. Able to pay back 5 strings of cash? That pork is most likely a domestic pig you stole, sold for dirty money. I wouldn't dare take it. Is this man an idiot? SSSSHK. With a crisp sound, the boning knife in my hand stabbed cleanly into that enormous boar's head. I pointed at the outward jutting tusks and the lips and sneered. If you don't believe me, then come into the mountains with me and see with your own eyes how I put an arrow through it and killed it. Lou the Eighth stared at that sharp knife and swallowed involuntarily. Then he whipped his head around and viciously threatened Butcher Zheng. Zheng-san, you take a good, hard look. Is this a wild boar or a domestic pig? Look carefully. If you're off by even a little, I'll make you pay. Butcher Zheng forced out a bitter smile. This Lou the Eighth was clearly trying to use his standing as a butcher to twist the truth into a lie, and was pressuring him right to his face. The man had Squire Lou backing him from behind, someone Butcher Zheng couldn't afford to cross. But then there was that other fellow on the other side. Butcher Zheng shot me a furtive glance. I said nothing. I just drew out my boning knife and spun it through a few pretty flourishes in my hand, letting the cold blade slice lightly through the air. The motion looked exactly like slitting someone's throat. Downright chilling. Butcher Zheng started shaking all over on the spot, cold sweat pouring down. He'd just opened his mouth to say, "This isn't domestic pork," when Lu Quan, one of Lou the Eighth's men, let out a sinister chuckle. You wouldn't want people finding out you've been selling beef under the table, now would you? That was it. He couldn't afford to cross either side. Then Butcher Zheng's eyes rolled around, and he actually came up with a brilliant plan. He suddenly threw up his hands, gasping for breath, stammering, This is, Gah." Before he could finish, there was a loud thud. His eyes rolled back, he foamed at the mouth, and he toppled over stiff as a board, limbs twitching nonstop, looking for all the world like he was having an epileptic fit. Uffed. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was really something. Lu Quan saw right through the act, and cursed him furiously. Useless trash. He simply turned and gave the order to the several house guards. Beat him to death. Whoever hits hardest gets 5 silver coins. Big rewards bring out reckless men. The moment those words left his mouth, the guards who'd been hesitating a second ago went red in the eyes and came howling straight at me. One guard behind Lou the Eighth spread his arms wide and lunged. Whack! A wooden pole beat him to it, cracking him right across the face. He wailed and stumbled back, clutching his bruised cheek. I turned to look. It was Second Uncle. This honest, simple man was holding the wooden pole we used to secure the cart, planting himself right in front of me, eyes wide as saucers. Lou the Eighth, you're going too far. We already have the money to pay you back, and you're still trying to screw us over. Have you got no sense of fairness left at all? That one line, the pork was stolen, had finally pushed Second Uncle, that old ox of a man, past his limit. Protected by his nephew again and again, he'd been holding in his own frustration. People who didn't know him probably thought Chu Monsong was some useless pushover. Seeing his man take a beating, Lu Quan grew even more enraged out of embarrassment, screaming at the top of his lungs. Get him! All of you get him! Cripple him, and I'll cover it. Kill him, and it won't matter. Several house guards closed in, snarling and clawing. Second Uncle was about to charge forward, but I grabbed him and pulled him behind me. Second Uncle, watch the stall. These guys, I'll handle them. I stepped forward, grabbed the hair of the nearest guard, and yanked hard. He screamed as I slammed my fist into his eye socket. Crack! And the socket instantly turned black and purple. Before he could react, I kicked him flying. A few behind him tried to rush in and grab me, hoping to use their numbers to drag me down. I stepped back, and using the advantage of my height and reach, I landed 3 straight punches on 3 noses. With a few crisp crunches, all 3 had their nose bones shattered, seeing stars, blood gushing out. That left 3 more who didn't know what was good for them. One snatched a rock off the ground and hurled it at me, while the other 2 circled around, making a beeline for Second Uncle behind the stall. Bam! One vicious front kick sent the rock thrower flying backward to crash hard on the ground. Then, in almost the blink of an eye, I raised my bow, knocked an arrow whoosh. Thunk! The arrow shot right between the 2 guards, sinking dead center into the cart in front of them. Their hearts pounded wildly, swaying up and down just like the feathered fletchings still quivering on that arrow. With 2 soft plops, both dropped down onto their backsides, faces drained white with terror. Just a hair more, and that arrow would have gone straight into them. Lou the Eighth, watching the show from the side, saw that I'd actually dared to draw and shoot, and was scared out of his wits. He shrieked in a shrill voice. You dare shoot arrows and kill people right in the street. Chu's son, you're finished. You've broken the law. You. His voice cut off abruptly. Because I had already turned around, drawn my bow, and knocked an arrow, the pitch-black arrowhead pointed right between his brows. You. Lou the Eighth's legs trembled, unable to even get his words out. You can't kill me. Killing people is against the law. I stepped forward, holding the bow, and jabbed his cheek with the arrowhead, my face full of mockery. Oh, just now you said if you beat me to death it'd be fine. But now that I'm only pointing an arrow at you, suddenly it's against the law. That dark, gleaming arrowhead was like the soul-snatching ghost of death itself. Lou the Eighth was so terrified he couldn't spit out a single word, his legs shaking like leaves, nearly wetting himself on the spot. I let out a scoff and put away the bow. Then I raised my hand. Slap, slap, slap. 3 loud, ringing slaps landed square on his face. They left both cheeks red and swollen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground. I looked down at him, my eyes cold. When I give you the money, you take it and behave, then get lost fast. If I ever see you again, I'll put an arrow through that black heart of yours. You hear me? Lou the Eighth shuddered all over. I hear you. I'll never dare again. Never again. Now go count out the money from the box. If you dare take 1 extra copper coin, I'll stuff it into your mouth with my own hands and watch you swallow it. Move. I gave him another kick, leaving a clear shoe print on his face. Lou the Eighth clutched his face and struggled to his feet, on the verge of tears. He'd taken barely 2 steps when, "Where's the IOU?" I called out. He hurriedly pulled a stack of papers from his robes, fishing out the one second uncle had pressed his fingerprint onto back then. Second uncle stepped forward to confirm it was correct, and only then did I nod. Take your bunch of useless men, go count the money. Once you've got the full 5 strings, get out of my sight. Yes, 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 I'll count it right now. Louis VIII quickly called over the few men still groaning on the ground. The crowd of onlookers had long been struck dumb. No one could believe that someone had actually fought 7 men single-handedly, and won. In a flash, cheers erupted all around. Louis VIII flushed crimson with shame, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Twice now he'd crossed paths with me, and twice he'd come out worse for it. The first time hadn't been so bad, just being surrounded and threatened by a crowd of villagers before slipping away without a beating. But this time was a disaster. 3 big slaps that had him seeing stars and losing face in front of a whole street of people. How was this old face of his ever going to face anyone again? I coldly watched these guys crouched by the box, counting money. One guard tried to pull a fast one, picking up a chunk of silver worth 2 coins to sneak it out. Slap. I smacked it right out of his hand. Coppers only. The guard, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to obediently count out the scattered copper coins. Louis VIII secretly congratulated himself off to the side. Good thing I didn't touch that silver. Slap, slap, slap. I rewarded him with 3 more slaps. Can't even keep your dog in line. You deserve it. But I'm innocent. Louis VIII nearly burst into tears on the spot. Just then, a sharp shout came from beyond the crowd. Louis VIII. In broad daylight, you dare to rob money from ordinary folks right in the street. Looks like you're begging for a lawsuit. Louis VIII froze completely. Me? Rob Chusun's money? I'm more wronged than any tragic heroine in a play. The noisy crowd slowly parted, and out stepped a square-jawed man in a constable's uniform, a sword at his waist. Grumbling and cursing, he made his way to the front of the stall, his gaze landing squarely on Louis VIII's group. Louis VIII, caught red-handed with the loot. What have you got to say now? With that, he moved to make an arrest. But there was no way Louis VIII would take the blame for this. Was I the one robbing money? It was clearly them forcing me to take it. By Dashin, can you get your facts straight before you speak? Don't go accusing an innocent man. He was so aggrieved that tears started streaming down. He pointed behind him and wailed. This man owed me money and told me to come collect it myself. Open your eyes and look properly. Oh, I'm dying of injustice here. The several house guards stepped aside, and only then did second uncle and I come into view. Monsam, it's you. By Dashin was stunned. Second uncle hurried forward, gesturing all over the place as he explained. Dashin, here's how it all went down. By the time he'd finished, By Dashin's expression had shifted from confusion to astonishment to complete shock, and he stared straight at me. That Chusun who only ever buried his nose in books. How had he become a completely different person? Once he'd gotten the full story, By Dashin cleared his throat. Well, since that's the case, hurry up and count your money, then be on your way. Everyone else, break it up, don't clog the street. Seeing there was no more spectacle to watch, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Butcher Zheng quietly signaled with his eyes too, having his apprentice carry his fainted self away. Before long, only the few of us were left in that spot. I stepped forward and smiled. Uncle Dashin, it's been several years since I last saw you. By Dashin sighed with feeling. It has. Just a few years, and you've changed so much. I didn't even dare recognize you just now. Then his eyes narrowed as he pointed at the bow on my back. This bow is... I smiled faintly, took the bow off, and handed it over. The village head lent it to me a while back for hunting. Thanks to it, I was able to shoot that wild boar dead and pay off the debt. By Dashin hefted the bow, his face full of disbelief. Wait, this beat-up old bow could shoot dead a wild boar as big as the one behind him? You probably couldn't even kill it stabbing it in the kidney with this thing. He handed the bow back to me. You keep using it. This bow ended up in the right hands. Good timing. I'm planning to return it to the village head. Last time I came to town, I asked the blacksmith to make me another bow, and I'm picking it up today while I'm here. Second uncle and By Dashin chatted off to the side about goings-on in the village and the town. Over there, Louis VIII and his men had quickly finished counting the money and came up to me. The money's all counted. Can we go now? I glanced at the big and small bags of copper coins in their hands and narrowed my eyes. You didn't take extra, did you? Sweat instantly beaded on Lou the Eighth's forehead. No, no. Exactly 5 strings. Not one more, not one less. If the count's right, then get lost. Remember what I said. Don't ever let me see you again. I waved my hand, shooing him off like a fly. Lou the Eighth quickly bowed and scraped, then slunk away with his men. Today, he'd lost face in the worst way imaginable. Only after he'd walked far off did he viciously curse at the sky. Chu Sun, you just wait. This isn't over. Master Eighth, that man's behind you. You're cursing in the wrong direction, a guard kindly pointed out. Screw you and your mother. I don't dare curse him to his face. The pork sold out fast. Even the big pig's head was bought by a small tavern for a full 5 silver coins. That left second uncle clicking his tongue in amazement. These townsfolk really don't treat money like money, huh? 5 whole silver coins for a pig's head, just to eat a little bit of pig snout and pig face. That was pure, glinting silver. He'd hardly seen it a handful of times in his whole life. Yet today he was rolling it around in his hands. I wiped down the chopping board with a rag. As long as folks are willing to buy, we make a profit. Second uncle, Uncle Dashin's been waiting for you at the tea stall a good while. Go on. I'll go pick up the bow from the blacksmith. Second uncle looked confused. You ordered a bow last time? How come I didn't know? I ordered it on the side when I was buying cloth. Don't worry about me. I'll take the cart and go buy a few other things. And so uncle and nephew went their separate ways. Second uncle, clutching a fistful of copper coins, went to find Bai Dashin at the tea stall. Feeling flush for once today, he slapped down 3 copper coins right off the bat and ordered a plate of fennel beans and a pot of tea, and the two of them drank and chatted. You have no idea, my boy Chu's son. He's really got a knack for saving up money. Meanwhile, I pulled the cart and turned into a livestock market. The place was full of people selling chickens, ducks, donkeys, and sheep. I walked around several times. I was truly sick of having to hike those 20 li of mountain road every time I came to town. Especially this morning, when second uncle and I had pulled that creaking cart loaded with over 100 gene of pork, huffing and puffing with exhaustion. In this year of famine, prices had shot through the roof. Even millet dared to sell for 10 copper coins a gene, let alone donkeys, which were absurdly expensive. I looked one over after another and finally settled on one, glossy coat, a build a cut above average, wolfing down its beans like a whirlwind, not even sparing the weeds beside it, not the least bit picky. One look and you could tell it was a purebred, nuclear-powered donkey. After a round of haggling, under the seller's resentful gaze, I led the donkey away for 6 strings of coins, throwing in a long whip and a big sack of mixed beans. Next, I bought 6 pairs of sturdy, wear-resistant cloth shoes, 1 set for me and 1 for second uncle. I also picked out 8 pairs made for a woman's foot, far more finely crafted, with simple flowers embroidered on the fabric. Then I bought some lumber and various household odds and ends for daily life. The 180-some gene of pork I'd brought into town today earned a total of over 14 strings of coins, plus a bit more than an ounce of silver. After paying off the 5 strings of debt, these coppers were nearly all spent in the blink of an eye. Finally, I quietly took out that recurved bow and quiver from the system's warehouse. With that, this trip was complete. By the time I drove my fully loaded donkey cart, ambling leisurely up beside the tea stall, I immediately drew a wave of envious looks. In times like these, when people could barely feed themselves, who could afford to raise a donkey? Second uncle was no exception. He gazed at other people's donkey carts and sighed. If only I could have a donkey cart of my own someday. Just picking up jobs at the city gate would be enough to give the whole family a good life. But what he didn't see was that across from him, Bai Dashin had already gone wide-eyed, wearing an expression like he'd seen a ghost. Bai Dashin smacked the table with a bang. Monsong, isn't that Chu Sun driving that cart? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? You take a look. Second uncle waved him off. You must be seeing things. Chu Sun took your handcart. How could it turn into a donkey cart after one trip around? Besides, where would we get the money to buy a donkey? His voice cut off abruptly. Money? Donkey cart? Chu Sun. Second uncle shot to his feet. The family actually could afford a donkey cart right now. And Chu Sun kept complaining on the way here about how tiring it was to pull the cart. Could it be? Slowly, stiffly, he turned around. There I was, leaning against the fully loaded donkey cart, feeding the donkey a handful of mixed beans. I looked up and grinned at him. Second uncle, everything's bought and ready. Let's head back to the village. Second uncle felt his heart bleeding. The money, the money, those hard-earned copper coins. Just spent away just like that. But then again, this donkey cart really was impressive. His heart itched fiercely. He really wanted to hop up and drive it a good, hard turn. On the road back to Shieling village, a donkey cart swayed along leisurely. That medium-built donkey, pulling a full load, walked and stopped, every so often nibbling a couple of mouthfuls of grass by the roadside. Even with the donkey slacking off like this, second uncle, driving the cart, couldn't bear to give it a single lash of the whip. Instead, he grabbed a handful of mixed beans from the sack and, smiling, fed them right up to the donkey's mouth, his eyes just dripping with affection. Lying on the pile of goods, my mouth twitched. Second uncle, you don't have to be that good to it, do you? You're spoiling this donkey rotten. By this point, I was even a little regretful about buying it. An hour ago at the tea stall, second uncle had still been heartbroken over the money spent, urging me to return the donkey, saying he could pull the handcart and all the goods home by himself. But I'd let him get up and drive it once, let him get a good taste of the noble luxury of this Rolls-Royce donkey. After that, he didn't say another word about returning it. On the contrary, he kept praising my purchase. It's your money, your call. Buy whatever you want. Second uncle will drive the cart for you. So the whole way, he was as happy as a kid, never taking his eyes off that donkey for half a step. By Dashin, sitting off to one side of the cart's front, heading home to visit family along the way, laughed too. Montsung's just happy. In times like these, being able to raise a chicken is doing well, and you go and buy him a donkey straight up. If it were me, I'd cherish it even more than he does. He gazed at the donkey crunching away on its beans, clicking his tongue over and over. Though Bai Dashin worked as a constable in the county town, his pay was truly meager, only 500 coppers a month. On top of that, with 3 straight years of disaster, the county magistrate had been removed, and the whole yamen hadn't paid out wages in a long time. Most of the money he'd saved in earlier years had been sent home to support his parents and his daughter, Bai Jiao. What was left was just enough for him to scrape by in town. Once second uncle finished feeding it the beans, the donkey seemed to realize it should put in some effort too, and picked up its pace a bit. The road was sparse with travelers. Occasionally, a few ragged villagers carrying luggage would pass by and stretch out their hands to us, begging for food, probably mistaking us for a wealthy household. Watching this scene, Bai Dashin couldn't help but sigh. There's been quite a few more refugees this month. If things keep going like this, sooner or later there's going to be big trouble. I rolled over on the cart. Uncle Dashin, those people who just passed, why would they willingly become refugees? This was something I didn't quite understand, and here was a good chance to ask him, someone who worked in the town. Bai Dashin sat up straight. The crops in the fields have all withered and died. Faced with starving to death, they've got no choice but to sell their land. In the end, with no grain and no land, of course they become refugees. Our Shieling village is relatively lucky. There's a small river not far off. As long as folks are diligent about hauling water, the crops won't all wither, and we can still pay the grain tax. What? They're still collecting grain tax this year? Second uncle, driving the cart, was startled. During the disaster last year, didn't they say this year would be tax-free? Tax-free. Bai Dashin shook his head with a bitter smile. In our great Jing dynasty, not only do they not allocate any disaster relief, they still collect every last bit of the tax. 10 jin of grain per mu of land. Otherwise, where do you think all those refugees came from? Good heavens, 10 jin of grain. Second uncle muttered a few words under his breath, probably cursing the higher-ups, but in the end he didn't dare say it aloud. Listening, I couldn't help but frown too. These days, what people planted was mostly millet, which had low yields to begin with. Even in a good year with favorable weather, 1 mu would only bring in a bit over 1 shur, just 100 jin or so. With the drought this bad this year, even if you poured your life into hauling water to irrigate, 1 mu wouldn't even yield 50 jin. Yet the tax was 10 jin right off the top. Far too harsh. Bai Dashin went on. The previous magistrate wanted to gather the people to open up the river to channel water and dig wells to draw water. Before the plan could even get off the ground, he got sacked by the higher-ups. To this day, our county doesn't even have anyone truly in charge. It's all in chaos. The gentry and powerful clans were desperately gobbling up land, and refugees kept piling up more and more. Every one of these was a deadly, major problem. Yet the imperial court just refused to send anyone to deal with it. I thought about it for a while, then stopped dwelling on it. No matter how bitter the world gets, none of it has anything to do with me. I've got a system backing me. Why would I fear going hungry or being unable to pay the grain tax? As long as I protect my family, that's enough. The donkey cart swayed along, and soon we arrived beneath the big pagoda tree at the village entrance. Under the tree were the same familiar faces, the sharp-tongued gossips, the aging elders, the idle loafers, and the kids darting about. But at this moment, no matter what they'd been busy with, every pair of eyes was drawn to this donkey cart slowly rolling in. Gulp, a neat chorus of throats swallowing. Then the crowd exploded with a boom. Is that Monsung driving the cart? Don't tell me it's rented, like last time. Are you dumb? Wouldn't a rented cart have a little flag stuck on it? He definitely bought it. This morning my husband saw with his own eyes Monsung and Chu Sun pulling a handcart into town, surely off to sell pork. Aren't you a widow? Where'd you get a husband? Your dad. Why you all? Come on then. I'm your stepmom now, come at me. This donkey cart was basically a thunderbolt dropped on the village. Wherever it went, it set the place into an uproar, chickens flying and dogs jumping. Second uncle was really something now, driving the cart triumphantly, hollering at the villagers under the pagoda tree. You're all here? A donkey cart, just bought it, runs fast too. Oh, it definitely wasn't cheap. Anyway, it cost a pretty penny. From now on, whoever's heading to town, just say the word. I'll give you a ride part of the way. Second uncle wasn't exactly a nobody in the village. He had some carpentry skills and could pick up odd jobs. But in earlier years, in order to fund my schooling, he'd never managed to save up much of anything. Today his nephew, me, had bought a donkey and let him drive it home. For the first time, this made him truly feel. This nephew has grown up, he's making something of himself, and from now on he's bound to do better than me. Amid a sea of envious, jealous, and resentful looks, the donkey cart ambled slowly through the village. When they reached the center of the village, Dashan hopped off the cart, abruptly tossed down 10 copper coins, and bolted straight for his own home. So fast that second uncle didn't even get a clear look at the back of his head. Never mind. When I go return the handcart later, I'll send some food over to Uncle Dashan's place, I said with a smile. We hadn't gone far when, from a distance, we spotted our own courtyard gate. But the courtyard was in an uproar of voices, with heart-rending wails breaking out every now and then. What's going on? Why's everyone gathered at our place? Second uncle hurriedly jumped off the cart and ran toward the gate. Something's happened? I frowned, jumped off the cart too, and rushed into the courtyard with my bow and arrows on my back. The moment I stepped in, the people in the yard turned to look at us, overjoyed. Look, Chu Sun's back. Thank goodness, they're saved. In the center of the courtyard, several women were kneeling on the ground, weeping and kowtowing to second aunt and Chu Ching, refusing to be pulled up no matter what. The one crying the hardest was that plump auntie, snot and tears everywhere, kowtowing with all her might. She was the very one who used to call me a cheapskate and wag her tongue about me the most. Hearing the shouts, several of the women hurriedly turned around on their knees. The moment they saw me, the plump auntie threw herself forward with a thud, bawling, Chu Sun, I beg you, please save my Dahai. I'm begging you. Seeing this whole scene, my face darkened. What on earth happened? The moment Chu Ching saw I was back, her expression changed dramatically. She rushed forward and grabbed my arm. Her whole manner made it plain she wished I hadn't come back at all. Chu Ching, her face full of anxiety, laid out the whole story in a few quick words. When I'd heard it all, a cold smile couldn't help but rise to my face. It turned out that yesterday, when I'd hunted down all that game in the mountains, the pack of gossiping women watching at the time had gotten green with envy. I'd clearly told them the mountains might have fierce beasts, and that even the outer edge of the forest wasn't safe, but they'd let it all go in one ear and out the other, insisting that I just didn't want others going into the mountains, afraid they'd steal my game. So these clever women went home and egged on their own husbands and sons to team up and go hunting in the mountains. The men were reluctant at first. The old forest's fearsome reputation was well established, and plenty of skilled men had died in there. Besides, they didn't even have bows and arrows like the village heads. Going in didn't guarantee any catch. But the moment they saw me pulling a handcart with a huge, stone-dead wild boar lying on top, that little bit of hesitation instantly vanished into thin air. More than a dozen of them got together, spent the night chopping trees to make bows and whittling branches into arrows, cobbling together a pile of shoddy, useless gear. Then they packed dry rations and water and plunged straight into the old forest. Wary of the old forest's fearsome reputation, the group at first only dared to skirt around the edges. Although they did run into a few wild pheasants and rabbits, those creatures were extremely sharp, and with such a big group presenting such an obvious target, the prey would usually be long gone the moment it caught sight of them. Occasionally they'd get lucky and the game wouldn't notice them, but with those few bows that had neither accuracy nor power to speak of, plus their terrible marksmanship, they toiled the better part of a day and came up with absolutely nothing. Before heading up the mountain, these men had boasted to high heaven. Chu's son, a mere scholar, went into the mountains and came back loaded. So how could we strapping, broad-shouldered men come back empty-handed? So someone came up with a great idea. Since there were so many of them, they should push a little deeper into the old forest. If there was this much game at the forest's edge, wouldn't the pheasants and rabbits be all over the place further in? As long as they didn't go too deep and just poked around the outer areas, what danger could there be? As a result, relying on their numbers, they swarmed in like a mob. There really was plenty of game, but their pathetic hunting skills were nowhere near up to snuff. Not only did they catch nothing, they ran headfirst into a pack of vicious, ferocious wolves. Everyone took to their heels and fled back the way they'd come, not daring even to glance behind them. When they finally made it out and took a head count, that's when they realized 3 men were missing. After getting out, no one dared go back into the mountains. But those 3 families were wailing to the heavens, demanding to see the people alive or their bodies dead. Having no other option, they finally remembered that I'd been able to bring so much game out of the old forest and thought maybe I'd have a way, which was how today's whole courtyard full of people scene came about. Second Aunt had originally insisted that Second Uncle and I had gone into town and wouldn't be back today, terrified that the moment I agreed I'd have to risk my life. But as luck would have it, we came back right at this exact moment. This had Second Aunt in a total panic, and Chu Ching rushed forward to try to stop me too. It was almost dark, and the old forest was full of unknown dangers. What if we ran into the wolf pack too? I ignored the few pitiful women kneeling on the ground, and instead turned my gaze to the dozen-odd able-bodied young men standing in the courtyard. They were covered in grass debris from head to toe, each one hanging his head in shame. Suddenly I laughed, not loudly, but full of ridicule. So you're telling me, a whole big group of you went into the mountains together, ran into a wolf pack, got so scared you turned tail and ran, didn't even have the guts to go back and find your companions, and instead you all swarmed here to wait for me to come back, so I could go into the mountains and risk my life for you? My voice wasn't loud, but every one of them heard it, and their faces burned as though they'd been whipped, a stinging, blazing pain. Carrying a few busted bows, junk arrows, rusty knives, and bamboo sticks, and you dared to plunge into the old forest. The more I said, the angrier I got, practically pointing at their noses to curse them. And the result? The moment you ran into a wolf pack, you scattered like startled birds and beasts, and left your companions there to fend for themselves. And you've actually got the nerve to come begging me. Each of my words was like a loud, ringing slap, leaving these men red-faced and burning with shame, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Among them, the most burly one, a strapping fellow in his early 20s, was actually reduced to tears by my scolding. With red-rimmed eyes, he said, "Chu Sun, I know, it's all our fault. I, Zhang Dabiao, am begging you right now to step in and help. Zhao San is the only son in his family. Dahai's mother is sick in bed waiting for him to come home. And there's Shurtu, whose mother has fainted from crying more times than I can count. As long as you're willing to do us this favor from now on, Whatever you tell me to do, I, Zhang Dabiao, will do it. We'll go into the mountains with you. And if there's danger, feel free to ditch us. Live or die, we'll accept our fate. The other men worked up their courage too and spoke up one after another. Chu Sun, we'll all listen to you. Just please help us. That's right. As long as you're willing to step in, we'll do anything you say. The few women kneeling on the ground shuffled on their knees over to my feet. The plump auntie even gripped my pant leg for dear life, kowtowing nonstop and pleading hoarsely. Chu Sun, your auntie is begging you. Please, just save my poor child. Chu Sun, auntie will give you all the grain in the house. I'm begging you. The pleading was everywhere, the weeping heart-wrenching. Second uncle and second aunt came over to me and quietly patted my arm, signaling me not to go risk myself. Chu Qing went even further and threw her arms around me, that soft bundle clamping tightly onto my arm, her voice choked with sobs. Big brother, whatever you do, don't agree. The old forest is far too dangerous. I swept my gaze around, then looked up to check the sky. It wasn't fully dark yet. There was probably still about an hour until nightfall. Those 3 men might be dead, or they might still be alive. To be honest, whether they lived or died didn't weigh on my mind. Each person has their own fate, and life and death are their own responsibility. There was no reason for me to put myself in danger for a few people who had nothing to do with me. But that line those dozen-odd men had just spoken, "From now on we'll listen to you," had stirred something in my mind. Store up grain broadly, build the walls high, and be in no rush to claim kingship. In a small world like this village, a group of grown men publicly declaring they'd all listen to me, with the whole village hearing about it. This was a prime opportunity to build up reputation and establish authority. Right now, though I had my life running in good order, in this famine-stricken, chaotic world, without a few men under me, I felt uneasy deep down. Besides, I looked deeply at this group of worked-up, impassioned men. A full dozen-plus strong laborers. If each of them held a torch, a kitchen knife, and a club, forget a wolf pack. Even if we ran into a tiger, it'd probably have to steer clear. Standing upright, using fire, armed with knives, and in great numbers, with all these things combined, that made for an invincible force in the forest. What's more, even if we truly ran into danger, with a bow and arrows in hand, I certainly didn't think I'd be the slowest one running. Fine, I'll go into the mountains with you to save them, I said in a low, firm voice. But if I have orders for you down the road, you'd best remember what you said today. Go home right now and make torches, several each per person, and bring firewood, knives, and clubs. We'll meet at the village entrance and head up the mountain to save them. Seeing that I'd truly agreed, the dozen-odd men were instantly beside themselves with excitement. The few aunties kneeling on the ground were moved to tears of gratitude, especially the plump auntie, who actually smacked herself across the face a dozen times, slap, 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 cursing her own foul mouth nonstop, until she'd whipped the corner of her mouth bloody. Soon, the crowd rushed home in a frenzy to make torches and grab kitchen knives and iron forks. The weeping women on the ground were helped inside by second aunt and Chu Qing. Second uncle's eyes were complicated. He picked up a carrying pole. Chu Sun, second uncle will go into the mountains with you. I shook my head. Second uncle, you just guard the home. Unload the things off the cart. I'll be fine. Second uncle grew anxious. But how can second uncle rest easy with you going alone? I smiled indifferently. Don't worry, second uncle. If we really do run into any danger, I guarantee I'll quietly shoot one of them first and then slip away myself. As I spoke, I raised the recurved bow in my hand and patted the boning knife at my waist. Second uncle had no choice but to repeatedly urge me to use only a fraction of my strength, take one loop around the outside of the forest, and come right back, not to push my luck. The setting sun dimmed, and the sky gradually darkened. First, in the courtyard, I used hemp rope and wooden sticks to make 2 torches, tucked the sharp knife at my waist, checked everything over inside and out, then pulled on an extra layer over my clothes. Only after confirming I was fully protected did I unhurriedly head toward the village entrance. Dozens of people had gathered at the village entrance. Not only was the group that had gone hunting there, but several other able-bodied young men had also volunteered to go in and search for people. Seeing me arrive, the noisy crowd fell silent all at once. I approached with my bow on my back, first casting an eye over their gear. Torches, firewood knives, sharpened wooden sticks, and household iron shovels and forks. The tools passed muster. The most important thing, really, was the torches. Wild beasts fear fire. Seeing that blazing light in the pitch-black night was sure to fill them with terror. Ever since humans learned to use tools and fire, the threat posed by wild beasts had basically ceased to be a problem. I slowly came to a stop before the crowd, my expression grave as I swept my gaze around. Everyone my eyes passed over inexplicably straightened their backs, as if I were their leader. I nodded, raised my torch, and gave a big wave of my hand. Into the mountains! More than a dozen torches were lit at once, and the group set off for the old forest. I walked right in the middle of the crowd, surrounded and protected by a dozen or so men. The old forest at this moment was vast and deathly still, waves of cold air seeping into the marrow of our bones, the wind howling woo-woo, sending chills down the spine. The moment these men entered the forest, their faces couldn't help but tense up. Luckily, the torches bolstered their courage. They each gripped a weapon, and with me holding the center, they weren't too panicked. Soon, the group gradually drew near the outer edge of the old forest. My concentration was at its peak, my eyes constantly scanning all around. Da Biao, when you last saw Zhao San and the others, which direction did they run? Zhang Da Biao, following behind me, scratched his head. I remember we ran toward the outside of the forest, and they seemed to head off to the right. I just don't know if I'm remembering it wrong. Then we'll head that way. If we still can't find them by the time the torches are half burned down, we turn back to the village. No one's allowed to linger, I calmly ordered. No one had the slightest objection to my words. They only hoped to find Shirtu, Dahai, and Zhao San before the torches burned out. We walked on a while longer, and as we pushed deeper into the outer reaches of the old forest, in the bushes to the front left, there was suddenly a rustling, and a flash of eerie green light streaked past. I instantly sensed something was wrong and threw out an arm to stop everyone. Halt! Raise your torches high. Everyone immediately froze in their tracks and lifted their torches high overhead. Only when the firelight lit up the scene ahead did everyone see it clearly. Even I couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. A pack of black shadows with glowing green eyes was slowly creeping out of the bushes. They weren't big, but their numbers were staggering, baring their fangs and snarling, utterly chilling. It's dolls, someone cried out in alarm. Why are there so many? This doll pack is way too big. The crowd stirred in agitation, packing tightly together, no one daring to make a move. How could this doll pack be this terrifyingly large? My face darkened too. An ordinary doll pack numbered fewer than 10 at most. But this pack in front of us, just the ones showing themselves, numbered over a dozen, and more kept pouring out of the bushes behind them, at least 20 some, at a conservative estimate. It seemed we'd blundered straight into the den of a large doll pack. Dolls may be small in size, but they're more fierce and cunning than wolves, and they love to attack their prey's rear. If a pack this big surrounded us, it would be no small trouble. Nobody panic. Dolls bully the weak and fear the strong. The more afraid you are, the more it stirs up their bloodlust. I barked. Everyone, back to back, swing your torches. Though these men's hearts were pounding wildly with fear, they still forced down their terror, raised their torches high, and swung them with all their might. The blazing firelight madly devoured the surrounding darkness, thick smoke billowing up. Fear of fire is an instinct carved into the very bones of wild beasts. Even a pack as ferocious as this could only dart back and forth anxiously outside the ring of people, pacing and growling low, not daring to come closer. Seeing the situation stabilize, I turned and said, "Slowly back away. Remember the direction we're headed, and steer clear of this doll pack." The whole circle slowly retreated. The doll pack advanced and hesitated, growling low without cease. But in the end their fear of fire won out over their instincts, and they could only watch helplessly as we retreated bit by bit. Only after we'd pulled far away from the doll pack's territory did I let out a breath of relief. But the moment I took a step, the sole of my foot felt like it had stepped on some kind of thorn. I bent down and picked it up to look. It was a round, yellow-green spiky ball, its split open crack revealing a glossy black surface inside. Isn't this a chestnut? My heart stirred. The old forest actually has this rare treasure? I looked up, and my eyes instantly went wide. Overhead was a dense mass of them, all spiky balls, and it was the same all around. Hidden right here was a small chestnut grove. I was shocked. You have to understand, chestnuts are a wonderful thing. High in calories, rich in carbohydrates, very filling. Plus they keep well, cook easily, and are highly nutritious. In this year of famine, they were nothing short of one of the best life-saving food supplies around. I never would have expected to stumble upon such a treasure. Seeing that the group of men around me were all preoccupied with guarding against the Dole pack and hadn't noticed the chestnuts at their feet at all, I quietly picked up a few and tied them to my waist. Then I used my torch to light a few patches of dry grass on the ground, stamped them out, and made a mark with the black ash. The others had no idea what I was up to and just assumed I was marking the Dole pack's location. Put out a few of the torches. We'll go around them and pick up the pace. We don't have much time left, I ordered in a low voice. The group immediately sped up, not daring to waste a single moment. The flickering firelight danced and threaded its way through the forest. Meanwhile, about 3 li away from them, beneath a thick, sturdy tree, more than a dozen gray wolves lay lazily sprawled. They appeared to be dozing, but in truth they'd flick their eyelids up toward the treetop from time to time, letting out a few loud sneezes, patiently waiting for something. Not far off, on an earthen slope, a few larger wolves were bent down, gnawing on a corpse, their mouths covered in blood. That mangled, unrecognizable corpse was one of the villagers who had gone into the mountains hunting today and gone missing. At the same time, up in the treetop, 5 meters above the ground, 2 young men scared out of their wits were huddled desperately among the branches, staring in terror at the pack of hungry wolves below. Lu Dehai's leg was streaming blood. He clutched a branch and trembled, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Zhao-san, we're not going to die here, are we? My mom's still at home waiting for me to bring meat back. On the other side, Zhao-san wiped away his tears, gazing at the several vicious wolves tearing at the corpse, and said in despair, "It's all because we didn't know our place. If I'd known, I never would have gone into this cursed forest, and sure too wouldn't have been bitten to death alive by the wolves." By now the two of them were sick with regret. How had they let themselves be so bewitched, so dead set on following the others into the mountains to their deaths? As if catching wild game was something just anyone could do. Chu Sun had the skills, but that didn't mean their bunch had the same luck. It was deep autumn, and the forest at night was bitterly, piercingly cold. Lu Dehai shivered, his teeth chattering, and in his daze he felt sure he was about to die. He even seemed to see ghostly death messengers drifting toward him, carrying lanterns. Wait, aren't there supposed to be only 2 death messengers? Why are they carrying more than a dozen lanterns? His eyes flew wide open, and he stared hard. Those weren't lanterns at all. They were torch after blazing torch. Zhao-san, fire! There's fire! People from the village have come to save us, he shouted, wild with joy. Zhao-san was startled and scrambled higher up using both hands and feet. Sure enough, he spotted a bright, gleaming line of fire in the distance moving toward them. Heavens above, the village folks still remembered us. We're saved. Hey, we're over here. Come save us, quick. Here, over here. The two of them shouted at that patch of firelight like madmen, and Dehai even shook the branches with all his might, terrified the others wouldn't see them. Finally, that patch of firelight seemed to catch wind of the commotion and slowly pressed in from the far side of the hillside. But this shouting also roused the wolf pack beneath the tree. More than 20 hungry wolves rose up all at once, opening their bloody maws and howling toward the distance, as if warning the newcomers not to come any closer. The Wolf King, which had been hunched over gorging on the corpse, shook its body, threw back its head, and let out a long, piercing howl. In the blink of an eye, 2 gray wolves shot out from the pack and raced off into the distance, clearly scouts sent ahead. But the Wolf King waited for a good long while, and those 2 scouts never came back to report. Just as it was starting to wonder what was going on, a growing cluster of flames suddenly reflected in its oily green eyes. Whoosh! A fire arrow came tearing through the air and stuck into the open ground right beside the Wolf King with a thwack. That patch of ground was covered in dry, withered leaves, and the season was already parched and bone-dry. Humph! It burst into flames, and the fire spread in an instant. The scorching heat drove the Wolf King and its companions yelping and scattering in every direction. Right on its heels, a dozen or so men came rushing out of the woods with a great racket, waving torches and swinging hatchets and clubs, charging straight at the wolves. Leading the charge was me. In one glance, I spotted Zhao San and Lu Dahai up in the tree, hopping and hollering, along with the mangled corpse on the earthen slope, chewed beyond recognition. Charge in. Drive the wolves off, then pull back. I knocked an arrow and drew my bow, and without bothering much about aim, I let loose several shots in a row. As the men swarmed forward, an idea flashed through my mind. I recalled every arrow I'd fired straight back into the warehouse, then summoned them out again in an instant. It was like wiping the cooldown clean. I knocked and fired again. The wolves had already been spooked by such a big crowd of people, and that flickering firelight in particular struck fear straight into their bones. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with venomous hatred. Just as it opened its mouth to howl, an arrow whizzed past its ear and killed the she-wolf right beside it on the spot. What kind of beast was this? Scarier than a tiger's own grandma. The Wolf King was scared out of its wits. It tucked its tail, let out two whimpering yowls, and bolted. Once the lead wolf broke, the rest of the pack scattered like startled birds. None of them dared stick around a moment longer. I stepped forward a few paces, kicked the leaves around the fire apart, and stamped out the flames one boot stomp at a time. By the time I turned back around, Zhang Dabiao had already helped Zhao San and Lu Dahai down from the tree. He gripped both of them by the shoulders, his voice trembling with panic. "Where's Shirtu? Where did Shirtu go?" Zhao San hung his head and said nothing. Lu Dahai was sobbing, slapping himself across the face over and over. Seeing this, Zhang Dabiao swayed on his feet and collapsed, stumbling, to the ground. The men around him pressed their lips tight, faces heavy with grief. They knew in their hearts that deaths were bound to happen at times like this, but they couldn't help feeling awful. If they hadn't insisted on banding together to prove themselves, Shirtu never would have lost his life. "Shit is over there. Carry him on your back, and let's get off this mountain right now." I glanced at the corpse and looked away. Then I quietly walked over, bound up the she-wolf's body, and tied it together with the other two I'd shot earlier. By now my arm had gone stiff and useless, the price for drawing my bow so many times in such a short span, especially since I'd shot in such a rush. This arm was going to need at least 2 days to recover. At the village entrance, the old village chief stood at the head of a crowd, all of them craning their necks and waiting anxiously. Second uncle, second aunt, Chu Qing, Bai Dashan, and Bai Jiao were all there. Even a little ways off stood two delicate figures, the Qin sisters, Qin Yuer and Qin Xing. "Look, torches. They're back," someone shouted, pointing at the distant glow. The crowd immediately rushed forward in excitement. But they quickly caught sight of this dispirited procession, every face weighed down with grief. The villagers' hearts skipped a beat, and all their eyes swung toward the three families in the crowd. Carrying my bow, I walked up to my worried family and gave them a nod. Only then did second uncle let out a long breath, and second aunt covered her mouth, dabbing at the corners of her eyes. Chu Qing flung herself straight into my arms, whimpering, "Big brother, you're finally back." Sob, sob, sob. "I'm fine. Sorry to make you all worry." I patted her on the back, then waved toward the Qin sisters a little ways off, signaling that I'd made it home safe. Just then, Shitu's mother burst out wailing and threw herself onto her son's body, clutching him and crying at the top of her lungs. The group of men who'd gone into the mountains together stood silently in place, 3 wolf carcasses laid out before them. The old village chief let out a sigh and stepped forward. "From now on, you dozen or so men will support Shitu's family together until his younger brother grows into a man. Anyone who walks away and shirks his duty, don't blame the village rules for showing no mercy." The men immediately kowtowed in remorse, honored Shitu's mother as their adoptive mother, and pledged to care for the family together from then on. Once the crowd had dispersed and the matter was settled, I took the 3 pelts I'd skinned and headed home with second uncle and the others. The moment I stepped through the door, second uncle spotted the few chestnuts tied to my waist and asked, puzzled, "Xuanzi, what did you pick up those spiky balls for?" "Toss 'em out. Come eat dinner. Those things are all prickly." I paused, then pinched one through the cloth sack. "Second uncle, You don't recognize what this is? Second uncle rolled his eyes. It's just a spiky ball, isn't it? Looks like a hedgehog. Why would I know what it is? Could it be that not a single person in the village knew chestnuts were edible? I couldn't help but chuckle and toss the shelled chestnut onto the ground. This here's good stuff. Tastes downright delicious. I'll roast some later, and one bite'll tell you all you need to know. What? Second uncle's eyes went wide, staring dead at that hard, spike-covered ball on the ground. Just looking at it made his palms ache. Shuanzi, you're telling me this thing can be eaten? You think your second uncle's been farming this land all these decades for nothing? If those spiky balls are really edible, I'll jump off the field ridge head first into our own plot right this second and eat 2 acres worth of dirt clods. When night fell, second aunt and Chu Ching busied themselves in the kitchen making dinner. I took a sharp knife and pried open the shells of those few chestnuts one by one, revealing the plump nuts inside. A dozen or so in all. I built a fire right there in the yard, and first dried out the 3 wolf pelts Zhang Dabiao and the others had skinned. Wolf pelts weren't worth much at the mountain goods shops in town, about 2 taels of silver apiece. Soon the pelts were dried, though without proper curing they still carried a raw, gamey smell. But no matter, as long as they'd sell. The chestnuts were about roasted too, each one plump and crisp fragrant, steam curling up off them. Dinner's ready. I stewed up some meat for you all today. Come and get it. Second aunt's brisk voice rang out. I kicked out the fire and went inside. Second uncle dumped the donkey's feed all in a heap on the ground and came in grinning ear to ear. Chu Ching wore the new clothes she'd just finished making, her waist slim and her smile lovely, and she bustled about pulling up stools and handing out chopsticks, clearly doing everything she could to draw my attention. Second aunt brought out a steaming basin of stewed pork and a plate of stir-fried wild greens, the aroma filling the room. Today she'd been generous, tossing in plenty of salt just to properly reward me for braving the mountains. For bowls of rice porridge boiled down soft, a skim of rice oil floating on top, and several soft, fluffy white steamed buns, meat and vegetables both. This spread counted as the height of luxury in the village. Other families could barely manage a bowl of millet gruel, counting out each grain before dropping it in the pot, terrified of eating one bite too many. After dinner, I brought the roasted chestnuts to the table. Peel one open and give it a try. These are the nuts I picked up in the mountains tonight. These black things can be nuts? I smiled, and right in front of their skeptical, wondering stares, I peeled off a shell to reveal the golden yellow kernel inside, its clean fragrance wafting out and making mouths water. Peel it, and it's ready to eat. Don't let the small size fool you. Eat a few, and it's as filling as a whole steamed bun. I popped a kernel into my mouth and chewed with relish. Seeing how much I was enjoying it, second uncle and the others each peeled one and tried it, and were instantly floored by the taste. Soft, silky, sweet, and fragrant. This was way too good. Second uncle held the chestnut skin, half believing. Shuanzi, you bought these back from town, didn't you? He'd been the one to unload the cart today, but I'd bought so much that he hadn't kept track of what was in it all. I peeled open another and handed it to Chu Ching, who was already eating with gusto, a doting smile on my face, before saying leisurely, Second uncle, did you forget those spiky balls you saw on my trouser leg earlier? These came out of those. What? Second uncle's face went white with shock. You're saying something this delicious came out of those spiky balls? That thing that looks like a hedgehog is actually this tasty. Watching second uncle's dumbstruck expression, I wasn't the least bit surprised. With the way a chestnut shell looks, who'd ever guess it could be eaten? To protect itself, it had evolved a whole coat of hard spikes. Yet in the end, it still couldn't escape the human mouth. Second uncle, I ran into these while saving people up in the mountains. I call them chestnuts. There's a huge chestnut grove up there. I figure there's at least 10,000 pounds of them. Once we build a cart out of the lumber we bought, we'll head up and gather them. 10,000 pounds. Second aunt's jaw dropped, and she stared blankly at the half a sweet chestnut in her hand. This stuff's filling enough to stand in for a steamed bun, and if there really are 10,000 pounds of it, oh my goodness, then no matter what famine years come our way down the road, we won't have a thing to fear. We're finally going to make it through this year's hardship. That night, once I got back to my room, I opened up the shop. I still had 31 shop coins in hand. Since we were building a cart tomorrow, I might as well build a proper one. I searched through the shop for a while and finally settled on 2 large bearings, which cost me 20 shop coins. With these two, the donkey I'd bought could pull at least a few hundred extra pounds, basically working the donkey like a mule. Early the next morning, I grabbed some lumber and headed out, going straight to Chin Yuer's house. I cut the lumber into planks one by one, tore off the drafty thatched roof over their heads, and replaced it with a sturdy plank roof. Then I patched up all the drafty cracks in the walls one by one. Chin Yuer and Chin Shinger bustled about beside me, pouring tea and fetching water. It took the whole morning to finally get that drafty, run-down house fixed up right. On top of that, I built each of the sisters a sturdy wooden bed, especially the one I made for Chin Yuer, big and wide and rock solid, sturdy enough that you could carry on all day long on top of it, and it probably wouldn't budge an inch. Chin Yuer tugged at the hem of my clothes, her face flushed. Sunji, it's just a bed. Why go to all the trouble of using so much lumber? I covered my mouth and lowered my voice. So it'll be more convenient for you to show off your skills down the road. Whoosh! Chin Yuer's face went scarlet in an instant. Once all that was done, I headed home. In the yard, a complete cart frame had already been set up, the fruit of second uncle's whole morning of work. All it needed was the axles installed, and this cart would be ready to haul loads all over the place. But I stopped him and told him to hold on. Then I fitted the 2 bearings I'd bought onto the axle and gave it a flick with my hand. The bearings spun round and round, dozens of times, with a smooth whirring sound. Second uncle's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he sprang up. What kind of axle bushing is this? How's it spinning that many times? He'd built at least 8 or 10 carts in his life, and it was the first time he'd ever seen a bushing spin so freely. That cart would haul so fast, and with so little effort. This is a bushing I bought in town for a hefty price. Way better than the ones we make ourselves. I smiled. I'll go bring the donkey around and give this cart a test. But second uncle waved his hand. Don't go tiring out the donkey. Let me try pulling it myself. Don't tire out the donkey. Second uncle, do you even hear yourself? I watched him walk up to the cart handles and grip them. By his years of experience, a cart was hardest to get moving from a standstill. You had to throw your whole body into it to get it rolling. But the moment he put his weight into it, the huge cart behind him gave a swishing sound, and the wheels started rolling right along. Second uncle froze on the spot. A cart that pulls this easy, who needs a donkey? I could haul this thing all over the village by myself. His mind raced. If Xuanzi hauled goods into town with this cart, he could earn at least 40 or 50 coppers a day, and that money would be just right for feeding that pampered donkey. Then he excitedly laid out this plan for me. Me. Hold on, second uncle? Do you even hear yourself? Expressionless, I shot down second uncle's wild fantasy of pulling the cart to feed the donkey. I honestly couldn't figure out how his brain worked. I'd paid good money to build this cart, so well precisely so the donkey could take it easy. And here he was, getting a taste for hauling it himself. I led the donkey out, hitched it to the cart, and tested the speed. I nodded, satisfied, more than twice as fast as the village chief's cart. After that, I got the old cart and my badly worn bow and arrows ready, cut off 2 pounds of pork, and delivered it all to the old village chief's house. When the chief's family saw the 2 pounds of meat I'd brought, every face was written over with shock. By Dashin especially. Even after I'd left, his eyelid kept twitching. He'd gotten home the night before to hear his old father drone on and on about me. First I'd borrowed a bow, then turned around and sent over a big basin of chicken. Later I borrowed the cart and sent 5 pounds of pork plus a wild hare. And now, just coming to return the cart, I'd brought 2 more pounds of pork on top of it. This return gift, any way you looked at it, was just too generous. Just as Bai Dashin was puzzling over it, Bai Jiao, who was circling the pork off to the side, swallowing hard, suddenly caught his eye. Could it be? Bai Dashin's expression changed abruptly. No way. Chu Sun, could he have his eye on our Jiao? If that were the case, then it was no wonder he'd been laying out such lavish gifts. The old village chief, sitting nearby, saw his son's look of dawning realization and let out a soft snort. Figured it out, have you? Bai Dashin rubbed his head and gave a wry smile. Yeah, I figured it out. So that's what this is all about. Then again, that Chu Sun was a decent young man. Capable, sharp, even-tempered, and generous. The two families knew each other inside and out too. If Zhao Zhao really did marry into his family, he'd feel at ease about it. It was just that his own daughter, sweet and endearing as she was, couldn't manage a single one of the skills a girl ought to have. Bai Dashan made up his mind right then. I can't keep spoiling her like this. Meanwhile, Bai Zhao Zhao was staring longingly at those 2 pounds of pork, her whole mind scheming over how to get them into her belly, when, out of nowhere, her father's voice landed in her ear. Zhao Zhao, you're making dinner tonight. You're a girl. These are your proper duties, and I want you to learn them cold. You hear me? Huh? Me? Bai Zhao Zhao was so startled, she pointed at her own nose. Me cook? Aren't you afraid I'll ruin this good meat? And another thing, I'm going to check your embroidery later. If you hold the needle backwards one more time, I'm never buying you snacks again. Bai Zhao Zhao. By the time I got home, dusk was near. I shook out my aching arm, drawing my bow a dozen plus times in that short span last night had, sure enough, strained the muscle. I probably couldn't hunt for a couple of days. Just as well to rest, and use the time to go check out that chestnut grove. If I could bring back some chestnuts and turn them into sugar-roasted chestnuts to sell in town, then the money for building a new house and getting through a warm winter would all be taken care of. After dinner, I carved a jar out of wood, bought a bag of salt from the shop and poured it in, casually mentioned I was heading out for a stroll, and set off toward the Chin sisters' thatched cottage. Second uncle and second aunt had long known I had feelings for Chin Yuer. Their nephew had his own mind about things, so they didn't feel it their place to say much. If he wants to marry her, then marry her. However fierce a white tiger she is, Xuanzi's bound to be able to tame her. But Chu Qing, washing dishes in the kitchen, pouted with displeasure at the sight. Big brother's off to find Sister Yuer again. He doesn't even have time to pay me any mind. Normally Big Brother would stay in his room, reading aloud in that gentle voice. And hearing him read gave her energy even for chores. Now that Big Brother had been snatched away by Sister Yuer, he hadn't so much as glanced at the new outfit she'd changed into today. Sob, sob, sob. Why did I have to be surnamed Chu too? Truth be told, this trip of mine was only meant to check whether Yuer's ankle had healed up. I honestly had no other intentions. But I couldn't help it. She looked so ravishing today, her figure full, her waist slender and graceful, every move carrying that special allure that only a mature woman has. And before I knew it, my heart had stirred. When Chin Yuer saw me at her door, she insisted I stay and eat with them, and she leaned close to my ear and whispered that we could go for a walk in the little woods afterward. I agreed at once, no hesitation, for no other reason than to go take care of Yuer out in the trees. Off to the side, Qin Shinger came out of the kitchen carrying a freshly cooked pot of chicken stewed with wild greens, her face flushed. The instant her gaze met mine, the scene of her sister and me in the kitchen last time flashed through her mind, and her cheeks flamed as red as apples. Sunji, have a taste. Shinger made this specially for you. Qin Yuer picked up a big piece of chicken and gently brought it to my lips. Qin Shinger pressed both hands nervously against her thighs, watching me savor it with a face full of anticipation. I chewed a couple of times and praised it. Shinger, your cooking's really something, tastier than what the big chefs make in town. Really? Qin Shinger was surprised and delighted, then bashfully lowered her head. A couple days back, she'd already learned about her sister's relationship with me. It turned out she'd misunderstood. He wasn't hitting my sister at all. He was cherishing her. It was only that her sister, afraid her fated to clash, born under the white tiger curse, constitution would bring me misfortune, had set her whole heart on marrying Shinger off to me instead, while she herself would quietly stay by the two of them. But that's just too unfair to my sister. So Qin Shinger, behind her sister's back, had secretly made up her mind. She would marry me together with her sister. Her sister as the elder wife, herself as the junior one. My sister's no Lone Star jinx, no white tiger curse. If she were, how come she hasn't jinxed me to death? I absolutely can't let my sister sacrifice her lifelong happiness. Big Brother Chu is upright, brave, and gentle with people. Since he's willing to grow close to my sister, then he surely doesn't care about all that gossip and is willing to accept her. As long as we sisters stand together, we can both find good homes. Qin Shinger quietly cheered herself on. Tonight, I have to show Chu Sun how good I can be. I have to make him lose his self-control. A whole pot of stewed chicken vanished in no time. I'd only taken a few bites, and most of it went into the bellies of these two frail sisters. Their constitutions really were far too depleted. They needed proper nourishing. After the meal, we sat clustered around the low table, glancing back and forth at one another, the air in the room slowly turning charged and tender. Qin Yuer was single-mindedly bent on pairing me up with Xinger, while all I wanted was to spend a little more time with Yuer. In the end, it was Qin Xinger who fled first, red-faced, tossing back a line as she went. "I'll go wash the dishes. You two carry on." Watching her little sister slip away, Qin Yuer was truly exasperated with her. So hopeless. I naturally couldn't fathom the little schemes running through those two heads. I only smiled, took Yuer's hand, and walked out the door with her. Back home, I flopped straight onto my bed. So worn out I fell asleep on the spot, and slept clean through till broad daylight the next morning. When I dragged myself up, my back ached, my legs ached, and even my arms ached. A person has 4 limbs and a torso, and right about now all 4 of mine were limp and useless. The arm ache came from drawing my bow round after round the day before, which had strained the muscle. It'd need another 2 days. As for the leg ache and back ache, well, they had nothing to do with Yuer. The way things looked, hunting in the mountains and gathering chestnuts would have to wait a while. Today I'd just rest. The moment I stepped out, I ran into second uncle carrying water buckets, so I went along with him, driving the donkey cart down to the river 5 li away to fetch water. In a great drought year, water was precious indeed. In the past, second uncle had hauled water alone, working himself half to death just to scrape together enough for the family to drink and cook with. Sparing any for the crops was out of the question. That river was too far. A single round trip could drain half the life out of a man, and there wasn't even enough for us to drink, let alone anything left over for the fields. But today was different. The 2 of us drove the donkey cart out to fetch water, with a good 10-odd large water barrels lined up on the bed. As we loaded them up, folks looked on green with envy, half wishing that donkey were their own. Look at Monsong strutting around now that he's bought a donkey. Like I've never laid eyes on a donkey cart before. Right? It's just a donkey cart. I'm not the least bit jealous, no siree. Barrels that big, 10-odd of them, and 2 grown men riding on top too. Aren't they scared they'll work that donkey to death? Just you wait. I'll bet a pound of millet that donkey drops before it gets far. But the outcome caught them completely off guard. The donkey gave a loud sneeze, brayed a couple of times, and wore an utterly unbothered, lazy look. Catching the drift, second uncle promptly handed over a fistful of mixed beans. I could only slap my forehead beside him. "Second uncle, go ahead and spoil it rotten." The donkey munched the beans and instantly perked up. Without any whip to urge it on, it pulled the cart into motion all on its own. With a rumble, the whole cart rolled steadily forward, smooth as could be without the slightest drag. Holy cow! A little donkey pulling a big cart. Damn, what kind of donkey is that? Hauls that big a load like it's nothing. I'm seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Listening to those men behind us hollering in astonishment, second uncle gave 2 contemptuous snorts. Heh, can't be bothered wasting breath on folks who don't own a donkey cart. He drove the cart straight over to our own few acres of land, saying he wanted to water the crops. Lying on the cart, I said helplessly, "Second uncle, the millet's already this parched. What's the point of watering it now? Water it a bit more, and maybe it'll yield a few extra pounds. Am I right or not?" Second uncle chuckled away. "Fine, water away. This little bit of water couldn't even satisfy 1/10 of an acre, let alone 7 acres. Let second uncle see with his own eyes what it means for common folk to live at the mercy of the heavens. When the sky won't rain, no amount of hand-hauled water is going to save those crops." We soon reached the field. The millet stood sparse and thin, the ears bearing almost no grain, the soil cracked with a web of parched fissures. I'd originally figured on 60 or 70 pounds an acre. Now it looked like harvesting even 50 would be showing us mercy. Thankfully, I still had 39 shop coins on hand, so there was no immediate worry. Second uncle poured all 10-odd barrels of water into the field, yet it left only a shallow, damp streak on the surface of the soil, and within moments, even that trace had soaked away without a mark. Second uncle went silent on the spot. After a long while, he let out a sigh. "Forget it. Looks like watering more doesn't do a lick of good. You've finally figured it out. A wave of relief washed over me. The old folks at home were just like this, stubbornly insisting on doing things that served no purpose. Even if this field really could yield 100 extra pounds of grain, it wouldn't come close to what I could earn hunting game up in the mountains. Why waste the effort? But just as I was about to leave, my eye was snagged by a yellowish-green shape on one of the millet ears. A grasshopper? In a famine year, even that could count as a bit of meat. When I'd passed the village entrance, I'd seen plenty of kids skewering grasshoppers on sticks and roasting them. But wasn't this grasshopper a bit too big? And the color was off, too. In the sunlight, its whole body carried an ominous, withered yellow, with dark brown mottling on its wings. This grasshopper, it couldn't have already transformed into a locust, could it? A terrifying thought suddenly shot through my mind. I quickly reached out and pinched one, bringing it up close to examine. Yellow body, black markings, thick wings, a muffled sound. There was no doubt. It was a locust. My pupils contracted. I never expected the great drought to breed locusts. And at this density, the grain hadn't even been harvested yet, and already there were signs of a locust plague. Judging by the color change in these locusts, it wouldn't be long before a sky-blackening swarm came pouring out. The drought hadn't passed, and now a locust plague on top of it. How were common folk supposed to survive? I crushed the locust between my fingers and went on hauling water with second uncle. I had no intention of sounding the alarm about the locusts, say a word about it, and I'd just be asking for trouble, maybe even land myself a charge of spreading heretical rumors to deceive the masses. Besides, with me around, my family would never go hungry no matter what. After loading up another cart of water with second uncle, we passed Chinuera's house, and I unloaded 4 barrels off the cart. Yuera had gone out picking wild greens, so only Shinger was home. She was so moved she could hardly stand it, her eyes shining with a strange new light when she looked at me. No wonder my sister was so set on marrying me into the Chu family. So this big brother Chu is such a gentle man. Her gaze was so bashful it nearly dripped. After parting from Qin Shinger, I got home and set to kneading and working those 3 wolf pelts in the yard, planning to head into town tomorrow to sell them off. I'd turn every bit of the money into grain, so I could save my shop coins for emergencies. Once the locust plague hit, it'd mean scorched earth for 1,000 li and starving bodies everywhere. Grain prices were bound to shoot up even higher, and there'd be far more refugees than in the drought. It might even touch off a real upheaval. Best to stockpile more grain at home to feel secure. Second uncle ambled out of the house, pulled up a stool, and watched me work. After holding it in for a good long while, he scratched his head and spoke up. Xuanzi, what do you make of that Qin Shinger just now? If you fancy her, your second uncle will go play matchmaker for you. My hands froze mid-motion, and I turned to look at him in disbelief. Hold on, second uncle? Second uncle, let's just drop that idea. Yuera and I are in love, and we're planning to settle the marriage before the year's out. I shook my head with a smile and laid my true feelings out plain. Yuera was beautiful, gentle in temperament, humble and broad-minded. How could I not love her? What's more, if it weren't for Yuera working alongside me tirelessly, day and night, I probably wouldn't even be able to fill the whole family's bellies right now. All right then. Second uncle heaved a long sigh. That Qin Yuera did, after all, carry the reputation of being fated to clash, a Lone Star jinx, and he genuinely feared some misfortune might befall Xuanzi down the line. Seeing today that Qin Shinger looked exactly like her sister, he'd gotten the idea to steer his nephew towards Shinger instead. They're both just as pretty, an older sister or younger. What's the difference? But he hadn't expected Xuanzi's stance to be so firm. It was Yuera or no one. Well, let Xuanzi have his way. As his elder, it's not my place to say too much. Seeing second uncle relent, I helped him back inside. There we go, second uncle. Head in and rest up. I've got it all figured out. Just wait for me to marry this year and build our family a few new rooms. Build new rooms? You'd need money for that. But then again, thinking of all the talents Xuanzi had shown lately, second uncle figured he was worrying over nothing. He clasped his hands behind his back and strolled inside. Never mind. Better to fret over marrying off my daughter. She's not getting any younger. One way or another. I've got to get Qinger's marriage settled first. Chu Qing, in the kitchen. At noon the next day, I dried the wolf pelts once more, confirmed they were still in decent shape, and gave a satisfied nod. Tomorrow I could head into town and get a fair price for these pelts. My arm had mostly recovered too. I tested the bow a couple of times, and it felt all right. Then I slung on my bow and quiver, tucked rope and a sharp knife at my waist, put on the new clothes Chu Ching had sewn for me by hand, and the shoes I'd bought a couple days back, packed some steamed buns and water, and slipped smartly into the old forest. This trip into the mountains had two purposes. One, to hunt some game to trade for money in town, and two, to pin down the exact location of that chestnut grove. That night, I'd only left a rough marker outside the woods, and finding my way back would take some doing. The old forest was thick with trees, overgrown with wild grass and shrubs everywhere, so that even walking in at high noon, the view was dim and murky. I compared the map the old village chief had given me and glanced up at the slope's lay of the land from time to time. The map was crudely drawn, marking only a rough direction, which had me groping about quite a bit. Along the way, I casually took down a wild pheasant and 2 hares, and at last, at the edge of a slope, I spotted the black-gray marker I'd left. Following it another 2 li to the front left would bring me to the chestnut grove. I put the map away, let out a quiet breath of relief, but was in no rush to move on. I rested a while where I was, and casually opened up the shop. Current balance, 39 shop coins. I spent 20 shop coins and bought an old-style military monocular telescope. The price wasn't high, but the quality was truly beyond reproach. I could see clearly within 6 or 7 li in every direction, and even 10 odd li out, I could just make out a rough picture. Then I climbed a big tree and, holding up the telescope, surveyed the goings-on all around. I hadn't forgotten that a pack of dholes was crouched just a few li from this chestnut grove. If they caught wind of me, that'd be big trouble. Sure, the chestnut grove I was headed to was carpeted with spiky hard shells, so hardly any small animals set foot there, but caution came first. Better to scout things out clearly. After about a quarter of an hour, once I'd confirmed there was no danger nearby, I finally headed for the chestnut grove. That chestnut grove was enormous, having run wild and grown unchecked over the years, stretching beyond where the eye could see, lush with foliage and heavy with fruit. I reckoned that if you picked every chestnut off these trees, there'd surely be over 10,000 pounds. Just shelling them alone would be enough to work second uncle and me until our skin peeled. It was lucky, too, that the villagers didn't know their value, had no idea chestnuts were edible. Otherwise, a windfall this huge would never have fallen to me. I circled the outer edge of the grove a few times, marking my route on the map as I walked, so I wouldn't lose my way again next time. Only after making a dozen-plus dense markers did I get ready to head down the mountain. With this map, next time I could bring second uncle in and clean out the chestnuts in one sweep. We'd keep some at home as snacks and turn the rest all into sugar-roasted chestnuts to haul into the county town and sell, which was sure to earn a tidy sum. Just before heading down, I climbed up high once more, took out the telescope, and cautiously scanned all around. And this time, I spotted something worth noting. In the lens lay, plain as day, the carcass of a dhole, and not just one. Strewn around it in a disorderly heap was a whole spread of dead dholes. A rough count put it at no fewer than 20. A few vultures were craning their necks, pecking at the rotting, stinking flesh. Only then did it dawn on me. No wonder I hadn't run into a single dhole earlier. They'd already been wiped out, nearly to the last one. And there was no telling what beast had gone berserk to slaughter an entire large pack of dholes down to nothing. But this was a free windfall for me. Dhole hides weren't worth much, but a hide was a hide all the same. What's more, if even the vultures dared to swagger down and feast on carrion, that meant there were no fierce beasts around here for the moment. I immediately headed over toward the dhole pack. After driving off the vultures, I got a clear look at the remains on the ground, and couldn't help but smile. These vultures had been burrowing their heads straight into the dholes' bellies to dig out the meat. The flesh was hollowed clean, but the hides were almost entirely undamaged. They'd done me a big favor. I really ought to thank them. Wish, 2 arrows, and I shot dead 2 vultures too foolish to know better, still daring to peck at the carcasses right in front of me. Then I set to collecting the hides. These dholes had been eaten down to bare skeletons, truly nothing but skin and bones. I could practically pull with one hand, give a shake, and a whole intact hide would come peeling right off. Dull hide is stiff and only SOSO for warmth, but at the end of the day, it's still a kind of pelt. This trip, I could skin at least 20 of them, in one way or another that ought to fetch 4 or 5 strings of cash. TSK. Truly, every windfall under heaven was falling into my lap alone. As dusk drew near, I headed home carrying a big bundle of dull hides, all tied up. The moment I stepped through the door, I gave second uncle, who was chopping firewood in the yard, a real fright. Trembling, he pointed at the stack of hides on my body and stammered, "Son, Shuanzi, where'd you get these hides this time? Why is it that every time Shuanzi comes home from a trip, he gives this old ticker of mine such a jolt? Time before last it was pheasants and hares plus deer antler velvet. Last time it was pheasants and hares plus a big wild boar. And this time he's hauled back a whole heap of hides. Shuanzi, oh Shuanzi, you're this capable, so how in the world is your second uncle supposed to go on being the pillar of this household?"